Gotta hit that. These likes. Not sub left bit. The format. Gotta grab my phone. Oh, guess I can do that now because AC ain't on. Ooh, see the picture. Shoot. Oh, it's equally as important. Came in to speak. What's the deal, y'all? She said, I'm trying to come in. That's me. I didn't say important, but I'm saying because they always say communication is key. But I wonder if understanding it. But we'll see, though. We'll see. Hold up, real quick. Oh, switch it to that then. That way. Um, corner. Right. Learning the trumpet every day. What's that song? If you're 15, you have an honest solution to the problem.
What's
Exactly.
good, bro?
What's the deal, Jim? How you feeling, man?
I'm good, cool.
Hey, I'm in the building. What up? Oh, oh,
What's good, man?
Yo, what up, bro?
gotcha.
Okay, cool.
What's the word, Joe?
Not much, man. So I'm ready to start this thing, man.
I feel it.
Oh,
I'm
very.
on that, man.
The what?
I said I'm on that. I ain't been on no panel in a minute, my boy.
Been handling life, huh?
Oh God, bro. It feel like it's been a year already. It really been a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
might go live later.
So you might. Oh, okay. Oh, You gotta keep it running, keep it flowing, man.
Oh God.
Please get that stuff. I get the word out.
I just be having so much shit going on. But these topics good though, bro.
I was thinking about this yesterday. So I was on the live yesterday, and we was talking about it, and I was like, oh, I do want to talk about that first one though, for real. Well, actually, the topic question. Hey, where's my other phone at? I got it. But then I had a bonus that ain't got nothing to do with it though. That's why I called it a bonus. I seen that picture yesterday of Vivica Fox. And they
What
like
picture?
she want to settle and 60 years old want to settle and see how she looked then versus
my
now.
nigga, what? That's dead, but that ship has sealed.
I'm like, why do people wait until they are at their
Who the
worst to
fuck want an
decide to
old
settle?
bitter woman?
You know, out of all the questions, that's the easiest. Well, that's the second easiest question on the
Not
board.
only that, you fuck 50 Cent. Case closed.
Oh my.
That man's the biggest troll in the world. You think I'm gonna marry you after you was in a relationship with 50 Cent? No. I did. Oh, girl
I'm
been in
on the
relationship when
phone.
she was beefing with Kevin Samuels, though.
Who that?
Wasn't she the one beefing with Kevin Samuels?
Who that?
Vivica Fox.
Oh, you talking about her? Oh, I think a lot of people was that's mad at her. Nicki Minaj, all of them. They all had problems with Kevin Samuels. I remember that too. They was tearing them up.
Nicki Minaj?
I thought Nicki Minaj a part of it. This
Hell
shit,
no.
no, never mind. Nicki Minaj liked her. I think.
Yeah, hell no.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, I forgot he was flirting with her. I think something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that.
But yeah,
Is the great in the building? Oh my! I gotta get my phone.
Yes, it is. Thank you for the warm welcome. Appreciate it.
Watch out! Don't let her clear her throat. It's over.
Hello, everyone.
Good with
It's our season, Gemini.
you. Yeah. 45 tomorrow.
Hey,
Our
okay.
season.
There's a lot of birthdays. Yeah, my father's birthday, my sister's birthday.
Oh yeah, Gemini's in the building, and we
Father's Day.
will be Geminian. Okay.
Sure will.
Did you guys? I didn't hear you
Yeah.
guys' response. You guys already answered the.
no, I ain't answer.
No, nobody answered yet. We was
I was
actually
on
trying
wait.
to get
Yeah, we was waiting on you, Serena.
Can we run through
right.
it real quick? Since it ain't but 3 people here, we can just run through the answer.
Okay, I will. So is communication or understanding key? So I don't really think you can have one without the other. But I do think understanding is, I think, like you can communicate until you blue in the face. If they don't understand what you're saying, then you don't wasted your time. So I can understand that aspect of you, like which one is more effective. So yeah, understanding. Is venting more important than finding the solution? No, I don't think it's more important, but I do think it's necessary. Some people don't need to vent. Some people can compartmentalize, disassociate, and then find the solution. Okay, boom, solution oriented. Some people it's like, okay, I need to decompress. I need to vent. I need to get this off of me right now. Okay, whew, I can breathe. Now I can do the solution. You know what I mean? So I think it's all in how you deal with your issues or issues that, come about, in my opinion. What are you looking for validation for? Is it really that important, and why? Now personally, I think when it comes to validation, I when I think of validation, I think of attaboys, you know, if you
Hmm.
will. And I'd say, yeah, from being a parent, shoot. Yes, I want to hear, Mommy, you're the best. Yep. I want it. I want all the mommy, I'm the best. I want all those pictures that with the squiggly lines and I don't know what they are. Yep,
Hmm.
I want all of that. Look, I want validation at my career.
Okay.
You know, I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing, and I want my attaboys, preferably in dollars and cents. But attaboys nonetheless, you know. So yeah, family and career. And just, I mean, validation of self, like me looking in the mirror and unpacking whatever, validating myself, like you really did your thing today,
Hmm.
you know. Affirmations, I think it's very important for, not maybe not for everyone, but I think for me it is. Can we become better running away from or facing the issue? Oh, you got to face your issues, or you're doomed to repeat the same lesson over and over and over and over again. You can run, but you can't hide.
Right, right.
It's gonna
A
get you.
lot of people think they do believe that though. A lot of people think that if you don't talk about it or just sitting in a safe space all day, it's gonna help you.
Yeah,
People
that
don't.
cause I want. That means I don't want to deal with this, so I'm going to act like it's not there, and then just like
Yeah.
credit, just like a credit card. Yeah, you can act, you could max it up and you get charged off. Guess what? It's still gonna mess up your credit score until you fix it.
Hmm.
Period. You can run away from it. You can see the interest pile up. Yeah, still gonna be there. Like So, even if it was like a person, you running away from that person. I'm believing God, and I definitely believe that you can run, but you can't hide. You're gonna be doomed to repeat the same lesson,
Hmm.
like with just a different face. So yeah, no, that's and then why do people wait until they are at their worst to decide to settle? What does that mean? I don't know what you mean.
After after they at the bottom, like when they not even wanting anymore.
You mean physically, like physical looks?
Physical, probably even mental, right? People, I guess they don't really see it though. Some people attitudes got worse. Some people become more bitter. Uh, then also they come with that I deserve this, but ain't did nothing to change. So they always be at their worst and then say, you know what, I'm ready. And just like in this topic, I mean, in the thing, it say Vivica Fox at the age of 60
Hmm.
say she finally wants to settle and look. I mean, ready for a look for a husband and taking boyfriend applications. And then you can see the physical too from before how she looked back then and now.
I mean, what are you expecting? She's 30 in one picture, 60 in the other. I know you didn't think that. Even Angela Bassett, as great as she looks, now she doesn't look as good as she did 30 years ago. Like that's just age and that's just life, in my opinion. So I don't think that that's looking at your worst. That's just, you might find a 6-year-old that's like, I like you looking still, you still look good to me. Because beauty is an eye of the beholder. So I don't think people are necessarily waiting until they're worse to decide to settle because Vivica has tried to date publicly. Um, she made poor choices in mates, or maybe they just didn't align with her, whatever, whatever. She's had public that 50 Cent situation was forever, for with her mentally. You could tell because 10, 20 years later, y'all still talking about it and stuff like that. So who's to say what's going on with her? Her saying that could just be like, I'm still feeling I'm 60, but I'm still kicking and I'm still wanting to find that forever person. I don't think that's a quest that should ever be given up if that's something that you want. I think this whole mentality of once you get older, just hang it up, comes from people who are younger, who haven't gotten to that age. I really do, because it's so much like judgment and disrespect for older people. That ageism stuff is weird to me. Like, okay, you're not into her, but trust me, it's the men out here who want her. Like, period.
Yeah. So why did I think the whole point is like 'cause it's not even just her though. It's just overall people do that. A lot of people do. Why do
What's
they
good?
wait so
What's good?
long? What's the deal, Mr. P?
Oh, my bad. I'm gonna be quick. I'm gonna be quick. My bad, because I know there's more people in here now.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but I don't
Yeah, it
think
took her
that
30
people.
years to say I'm ready to settle now.
But who's to say it took her 30 years? It might
But do
have
you?
been.
Oh, you said the difference in the picture. That's why I was going off for that. Like,
Oh no, I feel you, but what I'm saying, I think that's propaganda. You know, putting her younger picture versus her now. I think that's just a way to shame her looks, shame the fact that she's aged, shame the fact that she's gotten plastic surgery. It's just a tactic to disrespect her, in my opinion.
What?
Because she looks the way she looks. Like, it is what it is. Why are you like? She looks that way. She
Yeah,
wants to be in a
because I
relationship
mean, it's a
now.
point.
Who's
It's a
to
point to
say?
them saying that though.
I don't think there's a point in like that. It's just weird to me. It's very
How
weird
is
to
it
me.
okay if a statement is saying, listen, this woman was considered one of the prettiest women, right?
Mhm.
She was in that pretty woman category, Halle Berry, all of those people. At this age, at her younger ages, right? Now that she does not look like that, right? And she's 60 years old, now she's talking about settling down. Who do you think a man would have wanted to marry? The woman
Okay,
over there on the
again.
side, who is the pretty woman,
Hmm.
or the 60-year-old woman who's went through plastic surgery?
Okay, so I think what's wrong with that premise is you're assuming that she waited until she was 60 to actually want to date, and we know that that's not true.
Who said date? We're talking about marriage. Settling down.
Mary, or she was talking about having kids back then. She was
Nobody said.
talking.
Why are you saying everything but settling down and get married? You said
No,
dating. You
I'm
said having
saying
kids.
kids. I'm
People do
talking
that
about
every day and they
everything. When
not
I say
married.
settle
People
down,
date
I'm
every
meaning
day.
everything, including marriage. So
No,
just
that's
in
not
case you're
everything including marriage,
misunderstanding
though. We
me.
know that. So why are we acting like that's including marriage? Like every day, people don't have kids and dating.
Okay, again,
And
I think you're misunderstanding me, right? Just
no,
because
I'm
I
not.
said
You're
she was
misunderstanding me
okay.
because I'm
All
talking and
right.
you're talking. That's the first problem.
Well, I was talking
Is that
first, and you cut me off. Bam! You got to know you did that.
absolutely not, bro? You have been talking first of all for the last 20 minutes. That's number one.
20 minutes. Haven't even been on here 20 minutes. I answered the questions, and I was almost done. But if
Bro.
go ahead, Bam. If you know you're itching to speak, go ahead.
No, I wasn't itching to speak. You just made it seem like bro was being weird or people was just trying to attack this black woman when it's like it's clear what the premise is. Like it's clear what the point is. We see how she looked in the years that she probably it would have made sense for her to want to settle down. She didn't want to do that. Think about how many options she had at that age. You telling me she wanted to settle down then and she couldn't? Like, let's just be real about it.
so do you? I want to ask that then, because I noticed that and they say that too. Like when people just stop getting the attention they used to get, then they just like, you know what?
That's what it is,
I'm
bro.
gonna mature up and I'm gonna settle down now because I'm not getting all the people,
Right,
and I'm
because she could
realizing
have
how.
got, bro. You're not telling. There's no way possible you're telling me she has a shot now to get married in her 60s, but she didn't when she was literally projected to be one of the prettiest women on the planet. Stop the cap. Stop it, bro. She didn't want to get married. She was living her life. It bit her in the ass. Now you 60 and you want to settle down. That's all it is.
Huh?
Hey, Serenity, you was done?
So
Yeah. If she done, I want to run through it real quick.
go ahead. You can go ahead.
So, understanding is key, but kind of like Serenity said, it's like hand to hand with communication. It is possible to communicate and not understand, but it's so it's hard could be in any kind of relationship, be it friendship, romantic, intimate, whatever, familial, um, and not be able to understand the people that you're around. So I'm leaning more towards understanding being key. And venting is about half a step down from finding a solution to me. Cause like sometimes things happen and it'll put you in a mood where you're just ready to knock everybody's head off, and just being able to express that really bring you down and get you back into your logic, and then you can attack the solution a lot better than if you just hold on to it and don't say it. What are you looking for validation for? Is it really that important? Why? Um, like I can't speak for everybody, so this is my perspective. Like I am probably the hardest person on myself that exists on the planet, you know. So because I'm so hard on myself, sometimes it I like I need somebody to point out like, bro, you like lighten up on yourself. You killing it right now. You know what I'm saying? You're doing your thing out there. Or else, it just kind of feels like I'm spinning my wheels. Not, so for me, it's I mean, it ain't like the everything, but from so I've been separated for like coming up on 3 years. Well, no, it's been actually 3 years now. So I've been separated for 3 years, and my child been with me this time. And sometimes I don't be feeling like I be dadding the best, and to have somebody like, bro, like you smashing it right now, like lighten up on yourself. It I don't know, that should just kind of mean a lot to me sometimes. So like that validation be good, because I mean typically that's like family, friends, um, stuff like that. So it ain't like I'm out here waiting for a stranger to roll up on me like, hey man, I yo you are doing your damn thing, bro. I'm not, but like when my family recognize that I'm going hard, and you know, like it's appreciated when they be like, "Yo, you're doing your thing out there. I see you." Can we become facing like you you can become better running, but you're only getting better at eluding or escaping problems. It's not that you're bettering yourself as a person. You're actually worsening yourself as a person. Um, so yeah, facing the issue, and why do people wait until they are? Because they ain't got no better option. Plain and simple. Like when you feel like n- nine, eight to nine out of 10 of your options are like one percenters or
Mm.
top 10%, right? And then you go through decades of that, and then one day you pop up and you can't even break into the 30s, like you at the 40 percentile people. Like then you start questioning like, what, well now what like, man, I don't know if I want to wait till I get to all I got is a 60 percenter. Like I might ought to go on and hop on this while the getting is good, and hopefully I can land maybe a 20 to 13 percenter. And because if I keep going at this rate, like I'm in trouble. as far as my prospects for who I'll be in union with. So yeah, they just run out of options, or they run out of those top tier options that they really wish they could get back to now. I'm done.
Okay. Okay. That's some good reasons. So one reason was basically um, why Basher or something like that. The other reason is they run out of options. Okay, that's a good reason. All right, go ahead, Ben.
What am I? Oh, is venting more important than finding a solution?
Or you could do the first, the topic question too. Is communication or understanding key?
Um, I don't know. I think both of them go hand in hand. I think you can understand something, and if you don't know how to communicate that, it won't be effective.
Mm-hmm.
The same way as you know how to communicate, but you don't know how to understand, won't be effective. I think both of those things are equal. You need to know how to communicate and also know how to understand. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, is venting more important than finding a solution? It depends on what your premise is. If your premise is to be ridden of toxic emotion, venting is going to be important. If your solution is to get to a common ground or to some kind of goal, then finding a solution is going to be more important. The reason why I separated those two is because I think a lot of people don't understand that sometimes the people that they're communicating with or they are aligned with have two separate premises. Sometimes you're communicating with a person whose premise is to alleviate themselves of unwanted energy, and you're trying to give that person a solution. That's not what they want. You see what I'm saying? And vice versa. Sometimes you want to vent to a person who is like, hey, I'm about solutions, bro. I don't want to hear about your issues and shit. How we about to get out of this? How we about to fix this? So, like, identifying what your premise is so that you can identify what their premise. You see what I'm saying? Or what premise you need to be aligned with. What are you looking for validation for? Is it really that important, and why? I think there are several forms of validation. Some forms of validation are important. The ones that, let me put it this way, there is validation inside of reciprocation. There is validation inside of reward. So you need to be validated in order for you to receive payment for something. Has to be verified. In order for you to use something, has to be verified properly, right? Every year you got to get an inspection on your car. That's validating your car. If you have a certain job, you know what I mean, if you want to get a raise, if you want to continue with the same salary, you have a performance review. That's validating that you know how to do your job. So, like, I think we got to stop demonizing certain words because we only know them for one aspect of what they
Exactly.
are. You see what I'm saying? They actually exist inside of everyday common aspects, like the word accountable. Like a lot of words that we use and we demonize. You know what I mean? So I won't go down that rabbit hole. Can we become better running away from or facing the issue? That's complicated. I think. I think ultimately what matters is what condition you find yourself in. Because like when you consider healing, right? Mentality. Either way, because you can't necessarily demonize running away when we promote not demonizing, actually functioning inside of negativity, right? So if someone can be healed who is functioning inside of negativity, because that's what we promote all the time. Your past don't matter, all that shit, right? Someone also can run away from something, and then while they've run away and while they're far away from that thing, they can address it and then they can heal from it. So you know what I mean? Either way, I think facing the issue may make you stronger, right? But I don't think it makes you better. I think the work that you do on yourself makes you better. The last one. Why do people wait until they are their worst to decide to settle? I mean, and I think that's what I was trying to address. I'll apologize to Serenity for cutting her off earlier. But I think that's what the premise of why these pictures were side by side. And I'm not gonna say she's at her worst, but what I will say is she's not at her best. And I think we have an ego inside of when we are at our best that kind of hinders us, right? We've seen this story so many times. Like, you get the big head when you at your top, when you at your peak, nothing looks good enough, right? You start judging things based off of where you are, and you ride that wave. You physical fight, until that don't matter no more. Now you looking around like, oh, let me settle down with somebody. No. I mean, you can say that. You probably not gonna be able to pick who you could have picked while you were that, though. Like, so I think if a person could get to a level to where they are considered to be peak, at least by social standards, and then retain humility as well, I think they'll be better off for it. But that's like, I mean, I feel like in the Bible, that's why they say it's harder for a rich person to get into heaven than for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. You see what I'm saying? Because with money and the power or the love of money comes ego, a great ego that doesn't allow you to address humility. And so you treat people differently. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She could still get a millionaire white man. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, but is that what she want though? She would, if
That's
she
what I'm
really
saying.
wanted,
Like,
she would have been got it.
I mean, even if she do, it's like, you got to understand, if you're 60 years old, you get a millionaire white man. Is this a millionaire white man who truly loves you, or is this a millionaire white man who fetishized Vivica Fox when he was growing up? You see what I'm saying? When you was Vivica Fox and you was in your 30s and shit, you could have had someone who was also in their 30s and who was also at the top of their game, not someone who now you in your 60s and they just buying an artifact that they wanted when they were younger, basically.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing, I guess this is where I have my disconnect with your argument. We're assuming that she like never wanted to date ever, and now today at 60, she like woke up and was like, you know what? I want to settle down. We don't know that to be true. And because we don't know that to be true and we're assuming that, I think that that's what puts the kink in your argument, in my opinion.
Okay, so
And even if we
first
know
of
or
all,
not, that's what the article says. So it
that's
could
what
be
I'm
true
saying.
or not.
But no, what we're
I'm
saying
just
is this, though.
saying
That
though.
don't even matter because you
Yeah.
keep saying every word but settle down. You keep saying date. Understand, you can date without the intention of settling down. There are people who are currently dating right now and also do not want to get married, do not want
Do you want me to
commitment.
use the right,
They,
like the right
no.
word for
I'm
you?
saying it
Because settle
changes.
down is what I mean. So
Okay,
maybe
so
because I'm not saying settle down, that's why we're going down
no,
here. And
what
I
I'm
don't want
saying
to
is
go down
because
that
you're
rabbit
not
hole
saying
again.
settle down, it takes away from your argument.
Okay,
Because you
well,
know, if
but
you
that's
say
what I'm
Vivica
thinking
Fox,
of.
there was a top celebrity, literally an A-lister celebrity, was in the category with Halle Berry,
What does
Vanessa
that
Williams,
matter?
Robert. If she wanted to settle down, like Halle Berry, crazy ass, even settled down Jennifer Lopez several times,
She's
she
not
would
settled
have.
down. She's three
Who
times
would have?
divorced.
Who?
Holly Berry don't have no man.
Right. She settled down though. It didn't work out, but she settled down. This is what we're saying. If she wanted to do that, she would have done that. She was literally in the perfect scenario to have done that.
I don't know.
He
I
was
think you're
literally like one
assuming
of the
that.
most desired women. And I can understand when they were at the top of their game, there was no social media. There was not a million Instagram models and people walking around who looked like celebrities every single day. It was Halle Berry, Vanessa Williams, Robin Givens. All of those women were in the category, Sanaa Lathan, where they were the top desired black women in the country. If she wanted to settle down, she would have settled down. She didn't want to. She wanted to have fun.
Now, how do
Nobody
you know
seen.
that though, Bam? You don't know
Because
that.
if she wanted to, she would have.
That's
If
not
Halle Berry
true.
crazy
A
ass
man gotta
can
want to
settle down,
marry you.
Jennifer Lopez crazy ass can settle down several times. Britney Spears crazy ass can
But
settle
that
down.
man had
This
to
is all in
want
the
to
same
marry
generation.
her. If no man wanted to marry her, what are you
Well,
talking about?
nobody's. So what man's gonna want to marry her after that in her 60s?
Who's to say? She still wants it. Is she
Okay,
not? Is she supposed to just say no? I don't want. I'm no because I'm 60.
ma'am.
And
This
I
is a
know
woman.
that people are
This is
gonna
a
tell me
woman.
that I don't look as good as I did when I was in
Serenity.
my
This is a woman
30s.
who's had a platform to speak for almost 40 years right now talking.
She's always talked about wanting
She didn't wake up at
relationships
60
and
and
marriage.
decide to say, oh, I'm going to say this on this platform today. Give y'all this insight about Vivica Fox. If she wanted to settle down, she could have said that in an interview. She could have
She
said that on
has.
one of the many fucking panels that she's been on
She
and really talked
has.
about it and really dived into it, and she has not.
That's not true, Bam. That just tells me that you're not a real fan of hers.
Who said I was a real fan of hers?
I'm saying based off of what you're saying that she hasn't said that in these interviews tells me that you're not a real fan of hers
That she wanted to settle
because
down?
you don't know that she has said this before. This isn't the first time that she's talked about wanting marriage. She was talking about wanting marriage when she was dating 50 Cent in 2003. She was talking about that.
Okay.
She's always wanted marriage.
Okay. And was she dating 50 Cent?
Yes, she dated him and she was in love with that man.
Was
To the
he
point she
somebody
was
who
stalking
hold on,
that
wait,
man.
was he a man telling her he wanted marriage?
Or who's to say? Because I mean,
No,
I don't
that
know
was
what he
it.
was
See, I
saying to
watched
her.
the interview. You're talking about the interview that she was with Wendy Williams. He was not.
I'm saying, and
So if
I'm
you
saying that she has. So now we're
I'll let you talk.
attacking.
I'll let you talk. If you're that capable,
Wait, that
have
doesn't
that
even
much
make
access to
sense.
human
No.
beings,
We
how is
trying to
there are you
understand, or do
saying
you
you are
want to argue?
married,
Because I'm not
but you dating
understanding you right
someone
now.
who doesn't want marriage? Make it make sense.
Okay, so now you go from her not wanting marriage to her wanting marriage, but then picking the wrong man.
No, I don't believe that she
Okay.
wanted marriage because if she did,
So
she wouldn't have been with 50 fucking Cent.
I think
What?
at the end of the day, both sides, we really
This
don't
man
know their
got
life though.
listen. This
But
is a mogul who he's never been married. He promotes not talking about not being married. He don't believe in that kind of commitment. He's never been married or tied down to a relationship. But you want marriage?
yeah, I
You
think the
was a
deeper
40
question
and this
after
is what
that
you
would be
did?
like, why can't she find? Why is it taking
Come
her
on,
so
man.
long
Like,
to
let's
find
just
a
be
man?
honest, bro.
Yeah, she had all these
We
years that
acting
she
like
could
people
have.
don't unalive and never been married before. Are we
Nobody's
acting like
saying that.
that
I'm
right
saying if
now?
you want
No,
things,
I
though,
don't
you
think.
act as if you want them. You act accordingly. I wouldn't say, hey, I want a church girl, and every time you see me, I'm at the club.
Yeah,
Make that
that
make
was like
sense.
25 years ago though, right? So that was my point. My point was she has always talked about wanting marriage, wanting to settle down, wanting to find the love of her life. She's always talked like that.
What's stopping her?
Whether she has found that or not is obviously she hasn't been able to find it. Now that's a different question or
Is
different
talking and
subject
Let
doing
in
the
me
my
same.
opinion.
let me get True in here too, because we can talk about that. Um, True, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just commented so you know I was here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did you come? Oh, you did come. Uh, so if you want to hit these topics real quick, and then we can all get back to the open panel again about that.
Okay. I'll try to read it as best I can because it looks like the screen is
The
kind of
first
up.
question is communication or understanding key?
Absolutely.
Which one
Um,
which one? Or
I, I think both.
both is key?
I really couldn't pick between the two because you definitely need both in order for things to pan out the way you need it to, regardless if it's a relationship, a work relationship, um, whatever the scenario is. Communication and understanding is definitely key. Is venting more important than finding the solution? I think finding the solution is way better because venting and having pity parties really don't solve anything. It don't measure up to anything. It just causes a cycle of anger and hatred towards people, or people basically having a divided group and swaying the way they want to sway as far as whatever they believe is pandering for their thought process. Um, what are you looking for? What are you looking for validation for? Is it really that important, and why? I think people that are influencers at heart are the ones that definitely look for validation the most. Um, People that are rebels like myself, I can care two fucks, I wouldn't necessarily put myself in that scenario. Um, can we become better running away from or facing the issues? I think you become better when you face your issues, because running away doesn't teach you anything other than to run when things get hard or things don't necessarily pan out the way you want it to pan out. Why do people wait until they are at their worst to decide to settle? Because hurt people. And most of the time, people are looking for someone to fill the void that they feel in their lives. So, yeah. Is that all the questions?
Yeah, it's all the questions. Yeah,
You
yeah.
said what?
So yeah, that's all the questions. You did it. You did
Okay.
it. It's like, nah. Let me do a quick run through it, and then we can get the round two going. Because that is funny though, and it's a lot of questions to ask. Because I'm not really trying to just focus just on even just this character. You know what I'm saying? I also believe a lot of people do that, and then be like, why do it take people so long? It's just like so many questions you could ask under just that picture alone. You know what I'm saying? And we all got a lot of we can have a lot of opinions on it, and a lot of it can be true. So we gonna get on that though for sure. So I'm gonna say with this first one, right? Uh, thing I don't want to answer yet. Never mind. Let me get Brown in first, then we can talk about that. Brown, you there?
Hey, I'm here.
What's up?
Hey, what's
Um, you wanted to run through these, and then I'll go after you. Then we can get this open panel going because I know everybody want to say some stuff for sure.
up? Okay. Is communication start with that all the way to the green question?
Yep.
All right. Is communication or understanding key? They're both key. Communication is void without understanding. So they're definitely key. Is venting more important than finding the solution? Absolutely not. It's just blowing hot air and it doesn't solve anything, doesn't make it go away, doesn't make things get better. So definitely finding a solution is better or more important. What are you looking for validation for? Is it really that important? Why? I'm not looking for validation personally. I already feel validated. I already got my ticket docked and checked and clicked. Um, but a lot of people are seeking validation. All right. We can say it's not important. It is important. It's just you mess up when you seek validation from society.
Mm-hmm.
That's to me where you mess up. My
Mm-hmm.
validation comes from my own self-worth and God.
Yeah. There you go.
That's where mine come from. So that's why I said I don't need validation. So if nobody likes me, if you kick me off the panel right now and block me, I'll sleep just fine. So that to give you an example, like people get, if they're not accepted, if they're not desired, if they're not part of the group, if they're not invited, if they're not chosen, they don't feel validated. And it just causes a bunch of negative reactions. So you do need validation, you just need it from the proper source. And it's really something too your parents should have given you when you were a child. So a lot of people suffer from that issue, but that's a whole nother story. Can we become better running away from or facing the issue? Definitely, we become better by facing the issues. That's how you grow. That's how you learn. That's how you contribute positively to society, by actually facing the issues head on. And actually, it boosts your self esteem and it shows courage. So, definitely that. Why do people wait until they are at their worst to decide to settle? Because they're selfish and self-serving. So people think they're invincible. They think that when they're on the up and high and at their best and their healthiest and prettiest, or whatever, they feel like they can just live their life and do people how they want to do people and get what they want, and they're just reckless and careless because it's all about them. So when they get at a terrible point in life, right? Things hit the fan, whether it's their age, their health, their money, then it's like, okay, I guess I'll settle for this over here or that over there. That's typical human nature when of people that are selfish and self-absorbed. And that's it.
Okay, nice. I like that. I like that. Let's see if I can do a quick skim through it, then we can get this going. Is communication or understanding key? Uh, I would say understanding. I always say I said this a while ago. I had to figure this out too. I think understanding is the key to life in general, right? Because I don't agree with that. I believe you can't understand without communication. And I say that because I like to use that example. It's like I can see people from across seas, or I can see certain situations that don't communicate with me, and I can understand what they're going through. I can understand even just off facial expressions, all type of stuff or whatever. And they not personally communicating with me. You know what I'm saying? I think um and some of it's like even like animal nature and stuff. Like some of them just it's like instinct and stuff. Like they probably not even saying anything, but they understand. Like we can understand when a person, even now, right? When a person just run, we just know it's time to get up out of there. Especially us as black people and stuff. It's time to go. We ain't asking no questions or nothing. Nobody said that when you run, this is when you supposed to get up out of there because you don't know what's going to happen. So some of the stuff is like, I look at it that. And then also, if you put it the opposite way, right? Because you can't communicating without understanding is kind of pointless, and a lot of people do that. That's why I kind of blended these questions, a couple of these questions in like that, because it's like some people. I realize that they like it's venting, right? They want to vent all day, right? And I notice, and it's separated though. So some people feel like vetting is communication. They talk about it all day, but they don't really want no solution at the end. So it's like, uh, well, I don't want to jump too much on everything though. But at the end of the day, I think the ultimate goal is to understand one another. When you understand one another, you really don't have to communicate no more. Like somebody tell you the job, they might tell you your job, and hey, do this, do that, whatever. Y'all communicated that first, of course, right? But when you understand your job, you don't have to talk about it no more. I think the more you understand, we was talking about that yesterday, the more you understand, the less you have to communicate. Imagine if a person got to keep asking you a question every time and acting like a brand new day, and then you like, bro, we got to still communicate the same thing. You're supposed to understand the assignment. So I think the ultimate goal is to understand, no matter how we want to look at it. It's not all about understand. We communicate, but we communicate to understand. So we don't have to keep on, and I think that's overall, right? I think that's all our problem why a lot of us can't get along. We can't really understand each other. I think if we really did understand each other, we wouldn't have these feuds and stuff. We just wouldn't. Because it's like, all right, I see where you're coming from. And then sometimes we say we understand each other and be like, nah, I'm still mad at you and stuff. No, I think, like, because I even learned, like, once I really understand somebody's situation or what they're going through or why they're doing it, I actually feel better because I think about it like, dang, what if I was like that or if I thought like that? you know, I probably be the same way. So why do I get mad at somebody that I really truly understand? You know what I'm saying? I do understand in some situations, right, that you can understand what they might go through. I mean, you have to agree with it. I can feel that too, right? But it's just like you could tell when a person understands, not because they wouldn't be angry, they wouldn't be mad about the situation. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't be mad like, you know, I hate that Gina. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I have to throw that Kendrick in there, but yeah, I most definitely believe, or I see that we can understand without communicating, but it can't happen opposite way. You can't if you communicate without understanding. That's just basically like either talking to a brick wall, right? Or there's either just venting. You know what I'm saying? It's just you just letting it out, right? Because like I said, some people just want you to hear their mouth all dang on day, and they don't want nothing they don't want nothing at the end. So basically, with that, I'm kind of blending the first question. You know what I'm saying? The first question with that, you know, it's just basically venting or it's complaining. And I realize complaining don't get us nothing. That's what a lot of us do to this day. You know, I could talk all day and not do nothing about it. What's the point? You know, so yeah, if we don't understand the situation, it's just pointless though. But you don't have to communicate to understand all the time. Um, is what are you looking for validation for? I'm gonna try to make that one short a little bit. So it's different things. As long as I'm going down, you know, the right path, or you know, right path for what I look forward to, I rather have validation of that you know, when my situations I'm doing or whatever goals I'm doing is actually working. You know what I'm saying? Because like they mentioned before, a job or you know, even like they said, somebody mentioned influencers and stuff. Like you want to know that you're getting through to people and stuff. You know, you hear a little feedback or something like that, or you see the work when you just see how people talk and stuff. So that's validation that you're going down the right path. So I think that's what's really that's important. You know, validating that that I'm not going down the wrong path. I mean, you just want to. I think that, but I think a lot of people just look for validation like off of image, not character anymore. It's just image. If you look good, who I'm trying to look good for, and you know, people that really don't care about it. As I was talking about that yesterday too. Like it's like it's all about who we're trying to impress, who we try. Because a lot of people just post stuff. I like posting. I got to make sure this look good to who. You know what I'm saying? So you know, it's just that's what make it so everybody really don't realize like who we really trying to impress. And once you realize, like, you know what, it's about which way route I'm trying or the lifestyle I'm trying to live. That's who I'm trying to impress. So a lot of us trying to impress miserable people, and that be the problem. What some of us miserable. That's the reason why. Can we become better? Running away from a situation or facing it, of course, facing it. You know, a lot of people believe that if you don't talk about something or if you go in safe spaces and stuff, it's going to save you, it's going to heal you, it's going to make you become better. And that never worked. You know what I'm saying? The fact that you ask somebody to trigger one or don't talk about that. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? That's not going to, you got to eventually face it at one point in life if you're trying to become better. But some people go years without talking about it. And then to make this last one, well, why do people wait until they are at the worst to decide to I think it's basically like what kind of Brown said. It's like it's a selfish thing, and people like, okay, when I can't have my way anymore, then I'm just gonna pick something. But do that mean you really ready? You know what I'm saying? A lot of people not really ready. People ain't really changed themselves. If you just decide out of nowhere, like I'm ready, never say the reason why you ready. All of a sudden, you know, if nothing changed about you, um, and some people, and I believe a lot of times some people just don't get that attention, you know, or they try to change their preferences. Because I noticed that as I got older myself, like I might have said I like this type of stuff, or I like that fat booty, whatever. That stuff changed, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I look at all the problems that come behind it and stuff, and it ain't the mental and stuff. So it's like when that change and stuff, I'm like, you know, I'm willing to settle with just somebody really just that respect me and that understand me. That's not, you know, that's not a pain in my, you know, all that stuff, whatever. You know, so it's like all that stuff changed, so I can get it though. But it's just all about when you notice it though. But some people, I think, you know, even within this scenario right here, and I believe a lot of people like that when they're not getting that attention, and I believe that's true. You know, when you're not getting the attention you used to get and not getting the stuff you just gonna be like, all right, since nobody's gonna deal with me, I'm just gonna now I'm gonna now I'm gonna get fine. I'm ready to settle. Now I'm really ready to settle. I think a lot of people is like that, and I think there's a lot of scenarios like that. I wouldn't put it past. I wouldn't be naive and think it's not real. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So we can do the open panel now. Or Nolly, you can start it off if you want to. I know you heard everything, unless it's something you want to answer.
Oh no, I'm just chilling. Y'all go ahead.
No, okay. Oh wow. Two people that was supposed to went back and forth, they gone. So no, I could expand on this then a little bit. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Well, how y'all feel about that though? Especially with the first one though. I was explaining I believe you can communicate without understanding is impossible, right?
No,
But it's possible to understand without communicating. How y'all feel about
no, I disagree with you.
that?
I
Okay.
think you can definitely communicate without understanding. Like you can talk somebody ear off, and at the end of it, they'll answer a question that wasn't even in the conversation.
Hmm.
Like
Interesting.
I think you. I'm pretty sure you done had a encounter with somebody who did that. You talking to them, you giving them good info, good knowledgeable statements, and then at the end of it, they like, what? That shit don't even make no sense. What you talking about? So
Hmm.
like you did a whole bunch of communicating, but they did no understanding. So you kind of, I mean, in essence, you could say you wasted time, but like, yeah, you can definitely communicate and not understand the person you communicating with, not understand.
Hmm. How y'all feel about that one? Y'all agree, disagree?
Yeah, no, I agree with Gemini on that. That like you definitely can, and I think that you can also understand. I don't think that you can understand without communication, but there's a whole bunch of different types of communication, and a lot of that comes from like recognition. Like I can see what you're saying based on your face because I know what I was going through when I made that face. So I know what that face means, and you ain't even got to communicate to me. I already understand what you're going through.
Right.
Yeah, I think what I was saying was that the understanding has to be there, right?
Hmm.
Understanding is definitely key because what good is communication that's not understood? Just like if I start speaking in Chinese right now, how would it benefit the room?
Right. If they really, right, is they really communicating with you, or they just talking and you like,
Right. So
like
that's
I
why
don't know if that's really considered communication. I don't know. That's new.
it's still a form of communication, no matter what you do, but the understanding part is element is missing because that's a separate word. You can communicate in any form of fashion. All like you said, you can do silence is communication. Body
Hmm.
language is communication. You got email, text. You got it's so many ways to communicate.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at
But,
it now.
but but it's not beneficial. It's not effective if it's not received or understood.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take on it.
Exchanging of information or news. So I had to look at the definition of it so we can be on the same. I just, we always hear this all the time. Communication is key. Communication is key. Then they get used in scenarios that people not really wanting to. Uh,
That,
maybe the other word we looking for might be conversation. I'm trying to see how to when you really trying to understand one another. Because what is like, I'm trying to see like what is communication without the goal of understanding. Then what is it?
yeah, it's two way. Yeah, two-way communication. Two-way communication is key. Two-way communication and understanding,
Uh,
which is what's like.
means of sending and receiving information. And sending, okay, sending or receiving information such as phone line. Or that. Hmm. We about to get somewhere on this. I'd be trying to break down all these things that we just say for many years and not really understand. Because it's like I said, it just be so. It be so what is the what be the point? I just never be getting it. Because it's like people always say that. I just think that and it be the ones that like talking a lot. You know what I'm saying? Then they didn't have the nerve to say like, what is good communication skills? You know what I'm saying? It says communication can be in so many different forms. What is communication skills? You know what I'm saying? Do that even exist if it don't have to be receptive or if it don't have to stuff like that?
No, that's the skills is what you possess individually. Everybody have a different
Yeah.
level of communication skills. So
Right.
your level is higher based on your ability to communicate effectively
Mm,
in different mediums in different environments with different people. It's just how well you communicate. That is your skill level. You can have you can be a 0 or a 1.
mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? There's a range.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So that goes back to what Jim's saying. Then, if he's saying, because that means it wouldn't exist, right? If he said if you can communicate without understanding, then what is, what I'm saying? What that mean? Good communication or bad communication don't exist. Then, if that's the case,
that's what I was trying to say. I think that when you say communication, I think that you mean effective communication.
Yeah, you have to put that on there. You have to.
it,
You
even
can have
effective,
bad
even
communication. Yes.
yeah, and that don't change. That don't change basically what I said though. It's still effective, good communication, bad communication. We don't call it good effective or bad effective. So I'm just saying this is literally the same thing. But I'm talking about communication, right? Because we were saying that communication, you can basically back to what Jim was saying. He said you can communicate without understanding. So it's like that means if you can communicate without understanding, there's no such thing as good or bad. I don't know if I'm trying to see if
Right.
I can explain it.
That's what I'm saying, Kev. That communication without the purpose of understanding is just communication. Communication, in order to be understood, is effective communication. That's what that's called. But you can just communicate for the sake of communicating. You don't have to have a purpose at all. You could just talk to talk.
Correct.
Yeah. Go look. I'm gonna
Thank
tell
you.
you. If you don't think it's real, volunteer 2 hours at a retirement home and just go sit with. Just pick one person. Go sit and shit. They don't even care if you're listening. They got somebody to talk to, and they will talk you into the ground. I promise you. It's not about
So
you
wouldn't
understanding,
venting be
loving.
considered effective? Because I guess the key word is effective. Effective. So as long as it affects someone in a certain way, um,
No, but
because
you're not. But like they might, you might get the. No, what I'm saying is, see, you might get somebody that is in memory care. They can still talk, but they might be hitting you with some off the wall type. You know, but like, and you don't understand a word, but that don't stop them from having a conversation with you. And then they feel better on the other end of it. They walk off chipper.
mm,
I know because I done did it. You know what I'm saying? You sit there and you looking at them, and they hitting you with paint, paint dripping, something something in the raccoon, and you just smile, and nod your head. Okay, what. And then you can tell that they really feel like they telling you something, and they ain't said a word. I mean, or well, they saying words, but that's all. The words don't even link up to form a coherent statement.
mm. Now we about to get somewhere because y'all got me looking up definitions. So I'm looking up the word effective, right? It means successful in producing a desire or intent result. So that, what
Or
we
can I?
the fact that we add the word effective behind communication, it showed that communication, the goal is to be receptive of something or to actually um because like I said, it's no different from adding good or bad, right? They wouldn't call it good or bad communication if or effective, right? They wouldn't call it none of the three in front of it because all it is just an adjective. Oh, let me see. It's a. I'm not sure that's not the right thing. Um, did I say it right?
It's an
Or
adjective.
no. Huh?
It's
Yeah,
an
I think you're right.
adjective.
If it ain't an adjective, it's an adverb. But I think you're right with
Yeah,
adjective.
adverb. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Yeah, adverb. So basically, you just add in front of the verb because the communication is the thing, right? And then it's just adding good, bad, horrible, something like that, effective, all that stuff. It don't change, the actual word. It's just the route that's going. So that's why I know that the intentions of communication is supposed to be with the fact that they had to add effective on it. The intention of communication is to receive or give information. That's what that is. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they add the words effective, right? Because that means that it got, which is the word I'm looked at. I mean, I'm show you what that definition is again. Oops. Hey,
Okay, so look,
oh,
while you're doing that,
good look, nah.
I got an example. This is the
It say,
best example I can give you. Like, okay, so I watch sports, right? Some. I don't do a lot. That shit ain't, it ain't all that for me. But if you are one of those people who are really into sports, you got a team, you know the stats of everybody for the past 7 years, and it's on tap whenever you want to just let it out. Like, if you start talking to me about stats, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Now, if you talk to me about the dunk that Garnett had, in the 17 playoffs, you know what I'm saying? Like, I might remember that. But if you go to talking stats, you're just communicating because I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. I just watch. I'm not a deep diver into each individual player, the team stats and this and that, and what's expected when they get to playoff time and how they performed over the past three. I don't know none of that. None of it. But I'll sit there and listen and nod. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what's up. And ain't understood a motherfucking thing about what you're talking about. Because it's just over my head. I'm not that into it.
so I think I found the word. So it's just talking. I think we throwing in the word communication in place of talking. So I looked at the definition of talking versus communication. So talking is utter words with the goal of getting a message across. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Communicating refers to one step further in process. It is a successful transmission of message. When a person talks to his partner, there is no communication. The relationship will suffer. So I think we saying dang, I got my other page kicked out. So basically what we saying most of the time we just people just talking. They just talking and they're not communicating. Because I think communication is I think it's like an exchange. It's an exchange of um dang, let me make sure I go that again. It's basically an exchange of just of word. Oh, well, I guess it should be an intention at the end. Let me see. Communication refers to one step further in the process. It's a successful transmission of message when a person talks. Difference between communicating, talking. Let me just make sure. Talking is a result of opening our mouth and letting words flow. Communication is the act of thinking about what we wish to say before uttering words, of organizing the thoughts we wish others to hear and discuss. So the result is in a appropriate action. Okay, so that's for action. Does talking mean communication? You can talk, but it does not mean you are exchanging ideas with another person or with a group. Social communication includes our ability to understand use words. As a result, we are able to relate to others in a meaningful way. Main difference between conversation and communication. Conversation is the exchange of words. Communication, on the other hand, is the sum of several important parts. Those active thinking about what we want to say. Yeah, I got to be something. Like I said, it's like because that's why people be like, that's why you didn't communicate it well. You didn't, you know what I'm saying? So that I think these definitions is wild. I think the ultimate thing should be, I guess it got to be some build some type of understanding. Like if somebody was like, I need you to run up the street and grab my son from school at this time, and then if they didn't totally understand it, and I think the ultimate goal was to actually understand the thing, basically understand it, right? What to do and stuff, and then they supposed, yeah, I got you or something like that. But then if they didn't receive it that way, then they call it horrible communication or bad communication, something like that. I don't know. I'm trying to get some. There's just so much. Oh man,
What are you trying to figure out exactly, Kev?
yeah. I'm trying to see that if the ultimate goal of communication should be is to understand, or you just or people just talk. I'm trying to see the difference because mm, I always like I want to because we always talk about communication as the key to life, but I never hear nobody talk about understanding or key to is the key. What they say, communication is key, right? They always say that all the time since I was young. Communication is key, but they never say nothing about understanding, and that's why a lot of us so lost to this day.
Well, I think um it's effective communication, but the other person has to effective communication
Hmm.
encompasses you communicating the message correctly and appropriately and making sure that the other person understands it. That's all a part of effective communication.
Hmm.
That's why you can have ineffective and that's why you can have effective. So that's to get where you're trying to get, what you're trying to think on, that's the way it has to happen. It has to be where I'm transmitting the message, but that's not enough for me to just transmit it. I have to make
Hmm.
sure that Kev hears it, receives it, right, and understands it. So once I know you got it, like if you say, okay, I gotta go get your son at this school at 4:30 tomorrow.
Hmm.
Once I know I've sent it to you, you received it, you understand it, we have now completed effective communication.
Hmm. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So if
Hmm.
any part of that is missing, it is now ineffective communication. So if
Ineffective.
something,
Okay.
yeah, it's called ineffective. And this is coming from somebody that is what I majored in. My degree is I have a master's in communication. So I went to school 5 years on this one subject. So you can take my word for it.
Hmm.
So yeah, that is how you know it is effective communication versus ineffective communication.
Oh, okay. 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 Um, hmm. And I think that's probably what they mean, though. Is that so? Maybe let me see. Maybe I mean effective communication because I think that's what everybody really want to
That's what
mean
they
behind
that's
that.
what yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they should be saying.
Yeah.
But I've seen memes that say that bring up this point. It says, "What good is communication if there's no comprehension?" And that's why I'm telling you that the original statement of, "Oh, communication is key." Everybody's been saying it wrong. They've been
Mm-hmm.
trying to get their point across in an incorrect manner, because that's not okay just to say communication is key. No, communication is not key. Communication and understanding together
Mm-hmm.
is key, which would be effective communication. Because you
Mm-hmm.
can give orders all day, you can give instructions, you can relay your feelings, you can ask for what you want all day long. What good is it if I didn't get it and if I don't understand it?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just like you just spent your wheels for nothing, actually. So that's what
Yeah.
they should be saying is, and I'm with them. Like, I'm really big on communication. Um, I love it. I feel like a lot of people probably would have better relationships, not just with their romantic partner, but with their family, their friends, their business partners. That effective communication would probably have saved a lot of broken relationships and deals, but a lot of people do not understand how to do it, and they don't understand the significance. A lot of people stonewall, they are quiet, they feel like, I want to avoid having a conversation, they're shy, they're scared, and sometimes they literally struggle with the vocabulary to
Mm-hmm.
articulate what they have to say. It's a
Yeah.
million reasons I can give you, but let me say this. Like I said, I've studied this for 5 years, so I can teach you and talk to you about this all night long. But what good is it if you're sitting around and you're not getting out what you want? And that's why my personal, like the next guy I marry, he has to be an effective communicator. I do. That scares me. Like, if you can't communicate, because what you have is people that feel like, well, you're offending me, but I'm not going to say anything. Well, I'm really mad about this, but I'm going to do this because I don't want to really say what I'm really mad about. So I'm going to get revenge, or I'm going to be petty because I didn't like this, or I felt some kind of way about this, or I don't understand this. So you see how, if you have all of those thoughts like that and you're not communicating with somebody, well, I feel like you slighted me. Well, you weren't there for me when I needed you. Well, I don't like the sound of your voice. Well, I feel like
Mm-hmm.
if you're not able to articulate that to somebody and get them to hear you and understand you, and they don't tell you, I got it, I hear you, I understand what you're saying to me. If y'all can't do that, and it doesn't matter with who is with, doesn't matter the person or the scenario, then that's where all this confusion comes into play, because we're
Mm-hmm.
not on the same page. That's why some people think they're in a relationship and they're still dating, because you didn't sit down and say, hey, I'm looking for a relationship. Where is this going? Do you want to be together? Are we officially together, or are we still just dating? Or we friends with benefits or whatever? So now you got a bunch of people walking around here thinking they're in a relationship and they're not in a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? You can give me any scenario and I can show you how it's a lot of it is linked back to people's inability to communicate effectively. That most people cannot communicate effectively in their relationships with others. And because of that, they suffer. And there's a lot of unspoken issues. There's a lot of drama. There's a lot of misunderstanding. There's a lot of anger and resentment, because people are not straight up saying, hey, this is what I want. This is what I need. This is what bothers me. This is what happened. They're not saying it. And they're not making sure the other person hears and understands it. They're giving
Mm-hmm.
instructions, but they're not making sure that the other person got the instructions correctly. So if we work on that, I promise you, it'll be a better world.
So here go another question. Then, do you believe? Hold on, real quick. Because now that you said that, though, and I think that's the reason why people don't say, they just say communication, right? And I'm glad we're talking about this instead of effective communication. Do you believe that a lot of people really want to understand, or they most of the people are they trying to just express how they feel?
Well,
Mm,
that's the thing. It gotta be two-way. So in all the different types of communication that exist, there's different types of communication because, like you said, sometimes you can pick up on body language. Silence is a form of communication. If you look up different communication types of communication, it's going to give you a long list of different ways that humans and even animals or so forth communicate.
Hmm.
So the thing is, you're asking a question about, do people want to understand and do people want to just say
That'll
how
be
they
under
feel?
effective, right? Effective communication. It's like the goal is to understand one another, right?
That's, well, it depends. Each person had
Mm.
their own goals. So let's say me and you are talking, then I want to say something to you, Kev, right? I want you to hear me. I want you to understand what I'm saying. I have something to tell you. I want to talk to you about something. So my goal is for you, Kev, to hear and understand me. Now your goal has to be, I'm willing to hear and understand what Brown Pearl has to say to me.
Yeah.
So we have two different goals. So if both of us accomplish the goal, if I say it and I say, Kev, I want to talk to you about how I really feel about something. It's been bothering me. I want to get this off my chest. And then I
Mm.
tell you what it is. That was my goal. I wanted Kev to hear what I had to say. I wanted him to know how I feel. Now, if you get it and receive it, because that's your goal, you want to hear and understand what I have to say to you, and you receive it and you say, Brown Pearl, I heard everything you had to say, I fully understand that, I get it, now we can resolve it, we can move forward, we can do this, whatever. Now we just had effective communication. So the
Hmm.
goals are different. That's why it's two-way communication, but both people have to reach the goal in order for it to be effective. If I don't do it well, right? If I don't tell you how I feel well, if I say, Kev, I'm mad, and I just
Hmm.
walk off. If I
Hmm.
say, I'm mad, Kev, and I disconnect from the live, was that effective communication?
Hmm.
You don't even know why I'm mad. Now, here's another way. If I say, Kev, I'm mad because you disrespected me, you called me out of my name, and I didn't like that. And then you don't hear me because you're texting on your phone, or you hang up while I'm talking, or you refuse to receive that and say, I didn't do anything to her. I'm not gonna receive that. Then we just lost effective communication.
Hmm. Comprehension is the goal of all communication. Yeah. I think I looked at different the definition between comprehension and understanding. Um,
Yeah,
I realize
comprehension
comprehension is
is,
like the
yeah.
ultimate thing, and that's the reason why I don't say comprehension over understanding, because there's gonna be some points in our life we're not gonna totally comprehend, because comprehending is like actual getting it to the T. Like I'm gonna put it this way, like I might not be able to comprehend exactly, like people be saying empathy and all this other stuff, right? But you ain't gonna actually understand the person unless you that person, or as in like the deep do it. Actually like deep knowing it, right? But it's like basically like the word the. We can understand the word the, what it do, how you put it, where you put it at, and all that stuff or whatever. But then actually comprehending it will be like just knowing the creations of it, and uh what it actually, I don't know how to explain it, but it's just like that's the reason why I say understanding overall is key, because it's like you don't have to totally um be in that scenario or something like that to understand it though, or actually know the deep details of why this person is hurt. You just know they hurt. You can understand that they hurt. You don't have to, talk to if it's somebody across seas or something like that, and just say, hey, I'm trying to really comprehend what happened in this scenario, and they got to just tell you all these, brother, I did this and all that and all whatever, like you just understand the fact that they hurt, because you probably either been through it, or you experienced it, or you just know how it looked without even really kind of communicating it low key. But because I was looking up the definition of both of them, and comprehension is like is actually, let me make sure, let me do it again, look it up again. I think that's like the, let's see, difference between, and I don't think a lot of us really, I think either one of them, we like understand and comprehension. That's the word. But I think the most we can do is try to understand one another. Let's see, difference between comprehension. Let's just talk it. Between, between comprehension and understanding. That is both words means grasp meaning. But in some cases, understand stresses the final results, while comprehension stresses the process of getting there. I think I remember somebody saying it different. Okay. Comprehension stresses the process of getting there. Understand stresses the final result. Oh, so it's kind of basically what I was saying though. It's like, so comprehension is like actually knowing. And I guess I said it right though, because I was saying comprehending is like understanding where the came from, and I'm just using a random thing like the word the. Comprehension is understanding where, what it took for the word the to be there, or what it is really is. You know what I'm saying? And then understanding is when to use the. It's just you just understand that, if the dog is that, or the, you know what I'm saying. So I think that's the difference. I think a lot of times we won't comprehend a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? I think the ultimate goal is just to understand, which is the final result, which they said on the difference between understand and comprehend. Because like some stuff is just like, man, somebody speak like even sign language, or if you see some people's facial expressions, you might not comprehend it all the way, but you gonna understand what they're going through. So, but yeah, that's like a deep, deep thing.
Yeah, comprehension is dealing with the understanding part.
Huh?
Yeah, I said the comprehension is under the understanding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the process, basically. Yeah, yep, exactly. But yeah, I was just looking because I was trying to look up all these. I looked up this like a couple about last year or something like that. I'm like, what is the difference between comprehension and understanding stuff? And I see why people. And the thing is, I think a lot of us that say about that, we really, I don't think a lot of people make it that far. They just they understand they understand it, but they don't really know the route of things. They just say it. You know what I'm saying? But that's a lot. I think it's just simple as just trying to understand. If we could try to understand one another or whatever, that's whatever. If we could try to do that, I think it'd be a better life just in general. Because it's just like nobody have to break everything down. If I understand what somebody going through, or I understand this person is angry, I'm not about to talk to you. I'm about to ask him why you're angry. I'm just gonna be like, I understand that that you got to handle this yourself. I might not be the person for you to talk to you and all that stuff. I can understand it. Might not be able to comprehend it, but, but
Do you believe that people can have a bad understanding?
uh, or false, yeah, false, like a false understanding, or yeah, I could say, or,
Like
and I
people
think
that
even
don't
with that, I get you on
understand.
that, because Morris it's like how judgment is, it's just like, they put their own understanding into it, and they don't be what it is. I think a lot of people do that too. Like, that ain't what I said.
Yeah, just they totally you're explaining something or you're communicating and
Yeah.
they're listening, but their comprehension of it is way left field.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Be like, hold on, where this come from? Did you just project that or something? That's what it be for the most part, though. Is that narcissist? But yeah, so yeah, I mean, we probably get a little more deeper in that though. I want to see everybody's thing, because, like I said, I do want to break down this little myth we keep doing, and nobody never say. And this just me though. I believe a lot of people don't want to have effective communication. I just don't believe it as much as they say it, because I think effective communication, that means you would literally have to break it down. And some people really, I don't believe people really want to understand. They just really want to. They just want to talk. They want to talk and fit the way they want it to. And to truly understand something, that literally would take like uncomfortable. You be uncomfortable basically. Because like I want to hear what you're saying, but I really don't want to understand, because I just know what the end result is of that. So I think a lot of people just like I saw. That's why I asked you that question earlier about. I asked y'all that question earlier about. Dang, do you believe people really want to have effective communication, or people just want to express how they feel? You know what I'm saying? And they could care less if you understand it or not. They just want you to know how they feel, and even if you know, they just want you to change your actions. I just wanted, so I think that's what it is, because I don't think like to have effective communication that means you're expecting some type of movement or action or some type of change. I think both of them is like a action though, but I don't know how to explain it though. But it's basically, I think it's like you're expecting some type of change for the most part with effective communication. So
Yeah, you're expecting something productive from it, right?
yeah, that's what it is. But I don't think, like I said, I think some people don't really, or they choose to purposely not understand, even though they probably understood it a while ago, but they want to, push out how they or play it like they don't. You know what I'm saying? Just to vent. For the most part, I think a lot of people on especially on this app or in real life, they just want to vent. That's all it is. People really don't care to really understand if it don't fit them, or if nobody don't understand them. They don't want to understand the other person. The other situation. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people selfish.
They listen to respond,
Yep.
and they don't listen to understand,
Yeah.
and they only want to be heard.
Yeah. There
It's
you go
like,
to work.
yeah,
Heard. That's what
I
it
only
is.
want to be heard. I don't want to hear nothing you have to say. I'm not trying to understand. I'm not trying to change my viewpoint. I'm not trying to do anything. I
Oh yeah.
just want to be heard. So a lot of times on panels, that's why you'll hear people, somebody will talk, and then the other person will come behind them and just start going in on all their points that they want to make, but they
Yep.
haven't heard what the other person, because all they were doing was, I'm waiting to hear this noise stop so I can talk.
Yes.
That's
It's
that's how
exactly.
their brain is like, oh, come
Mhm.
on, land your
They
plane,
got their
land your
mind made
plane.
up already. Yep.
Yeah, it's just like
You
land your
could tell
plane.
though if you have a conversation about somebody like, I just want to build understanding, but it's like if they thoughts never change from what they originally started off, you just was trying to hear it. You just that's all it was.
That's all.
That's all it really is, though, and that's how you know when they just listening to the response or listen to something a lot. Just listen to get triggered. You know what I'm saying? We see that on this app all the time. They take out a couple words. Hold up, you're making me like. That's why I say I think a lot of this stuff is people just it's feelings. There's just a lot of feelings behind it. People really don't want to. Like when people just come up in the panel, like I really want to understand what you're saying and stuff. And as soon as you say it, they quick to hurry up. Nah, but what about this? And what? Like, bro, is you taking the time to understand it, or you just already got your mind made up? You know what I'm saying? But to take a lot of open mindedness is another thing too. People's stuff is closed off. They just want you to understand them, like I said, what I mentioned before, but they don't want to understand you. And that's but the same ones that we want to say, I want effective communication and all this other stuff. No, you really don't.
You really
You
don't.
don't.
No, they don't want it at all. Cause I mean, I'll listen to people. People have like literally convinced me to change my mind, or they've helped me to.
Facts. That's what it is.
They've helped me to open my mind, because sometimes I do think, okay, I'm right, I know, and this is my perspective, and then let's say you talk for a few minutes and you give me some new knowledge, because I'm listening to you. I'm able to process that and say, oh, you know what? I never thought of it that way. Or I didn't consider that.
Yeah.
Or you may correct me Give me something, to correct something that was inaccurate. And I can say, hey, let me kick that out because Kev just gave me some new information to replace something that was inaccurate in my bank. That's all part of effective communication, listening well. You know what I'm saying? Respecting the other person who's speaking and not thinking it's all about me, what I say,
That's what
what
it
I
is.
think. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But that's a skill. Remember, you asked about skills. That's
Yeah.
part of skills. When I was telling you, some of us are at a 0 and a 1, some of us are at 30, 40, some of us are at 90. So that's how you build your skills. You learn how to listen to people carefully and listen to understand, not always to respond.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And then you learn how to communicate and express what you're thinking and feeling accurately so that people can understand where you're coming from. And sometimes you do have to break it down. Sometimes you do have to
Yeah.
take a long way around the block. Sometimes you do have
Yeah.
to open up the dictionary. I tell my students, I teach English. Although I majored in communications, I went to school again just to become a teacher. And I just took my English test to become an English teacher. So I teach them that never be afraid to open up a dictionary. I don't know the meaning of every word. And sometimes I forget. That's why I have the dictionary app installed on my phone
Mm-hmm.
because I like learning about new words. And you might say a word I don't know. You might give me some new information. I have to look it up, and I'm not too prideful to admit that, you know?
Mm-hmm. That's what it is. It's that ego too. I think it's a lot that plays into that part, and that's why I'm as I sum it up and talk about this. I think a lot of people they don't want that. They don't want it. That's why they don't throw that word effective in front of it. It makes sense. They really don't want that though. And a lot of people just like I said, they just want to push. Like especially don't let nobody get degrees or don't let them. Some people use even their age. I'm older than you. You don't know what you know. So much stuff they use all these things they use all these things, but it's like I think a lot of people just want to teach. They want to teach. They feel like they know everything, but they don't want to take that time to be receptive of something that thinks different from them. And like a lot of the times it show. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people is really spending their whole time. They just want to change people and not really change themselves. So it's like just like you mentioned before, that's all they was trying to do was trying to change your mind about it. No, you just open up more of another perspective of that you didn't see before, but it ain't gonna change what I originally thought. It just added to it. So people don't, people just think like, okay, since you said it, that means you stop thinking about what you used to think about and just think about the way I think about because I think my way is better, and your way is whatever. They come with all type of stuff, but it's just like that's that closed minded stuff, that just okay. Let me just, but I can understand it. I can understand it's like a lot of people just it takes a lot to go against what you already either believe in or whatever it take a lot and I can understand it, and a lot of humans just can't handle it. It feels like that feeling of less than. Nobody like that feeling of less than, and that got a lot to do with ego and pride. Nobody likes oh dang, what the heck, I'm wrong, or I thought it's my way, I've been doing this for years, and who are you and all that stuff. It's like it don't matter how many years you're doing. Some people have been doing stuff for years and they've been wrong for years. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean nothing. You just haven't got checked on it, but you made an excuse every time you did get checked on it. You know what I'm saying? So that stuff don't mean nothing. But like I said, everybody think they the smartest and think they know everything. People believe in that picking side. I guess the picking sides. I can feel that to a certain extent, but it's just like sometimes both sides can be right. So both sides can have some point. You know what I'm saying? But it's just you know I guess they got this new thing, it's straddling the fence. No, it's just I'm open. I'm open to see how many different perspectives. It cannot be just one route to anything. It just don't work like that. Because if that was the case, all of us be thinking the exact same way. It shows that. That's why I think my man's Formiga had asked me the question a while ago. It's like, what's the benefits of what was the word of dang what was the word? But basically with everybody having different perspectives and stuff. I forgot the word. He said, "Dang, it's so much. It was so long ago."
Creation, variety.
Yeah, it's something like that. I forgot the exact word he had said. It was like, my boy got the video game going. Sound
No,
like
I keep getting text messages.
Damn, my boy.
That's why I keep going on mute.
I'm but thinking of I'm but thinking of word though. But yeah, till the let me get Santiago. What's the deal, man? I think of that word though.
My man, what's up? Kev,
How you
how you
feeling?
doing?
How you feeling?
Not much, not much.
Yeah.
I'm gonna speak on the first topic.
Okay.
The first topic actually, cause this what all the other ones. Honestly, you answered the first one, you answered all the other ones. But you know what, that does bring up a good point. Does vetting, is it more vital than a resolution? I just put it in a different saying. But
Mhm.
honestly, me personally, because I deal with this day to day, if you can vent, you gotta have the ears to listen to.
Mm.
So I do believe that it go neck and neck. Honestly, like a lot of people here vent, and and I see it a lot, and I hear it a lot that people vent, and then when people try to, and some people do rush in, but some people do you know want to talk about it and everything, but they're, oh, can you shut up? Like I ain't finished yet. But you been finished your point. You just saying your point about 6 times ago. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So
They look for the pity party.
one more time.
So they looking for that pity party, man. People enjoy that. That dopamine effect.
Word. Yeah, yeah. And then that brings up another point. I'm not gonna bring it into it, but no, I think the resolution part is more greater than the vetting part. Because if you're vetting, you obviously need a resolution. And that's just rationality. All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it is. People, the thing is, a lot of people will not admit it, though. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, this is serious. Like, even that's why the name of the room like this, like the accountability room, because this, like, people be trying to, they say it as they feel like it's just a joke or a myth, or it's just a common word. I don't know, but this is really serious though, because it's like when it come back, when we dig so deep, it's always gonna go back to like self and our choices we make with it. I mean, because like I think we so built off excuses just in life in general, right? A lot of us just got away with excuses, you know. But this person made me, and all this other stuff, or so we so used to doing it. That's on, and then to make any type of change or any type of give me a second, y'all. I'm just rebooting.
Okay, now like everything's back to normal.
Don't be playing. All right, yeah. I don't even know what happened though. I do know what happened. TikTok been doing this for the past couple months now. I don't even know where I left off at, but basically, I'm just saying that yeah, I think that we realize how important that accountability is, and I think anybody's gonna find a way to run from it, and everybody is selfish, man. Everybody had this, and I can understand it though. Everybody in this world, and we know that we live in our world, and we the only one controlling our own world and all that stuff. But it's just like we forget that there's other people around us. It's not always going to run the way we want it to all the time. We get hurt because things don't go as planned the way we put it out.
Bro, I stopped vetting, yo. I stopped that.
So you stop, yeah.
Yeah, I can't do it no
I
more.
stopped trying to complain myself. I had to learn that complaining don't even really do nothing. I'm like, bro, what the heck? I'm gonna keep yelling and all that stuff, and that's how I be calming myself down. Like, bro,
Because
if I keep yelling about this, what I'm getting at the end
I'm
with a
gonna
high
kill
blood pressure.
myself with grief, thinking somebody gonna understand my problems, and no, I stopped, bro.
Yeah, you make yourself mad too for expecting somebody to understand it, and it's like we really have to try to figure it out ourselves. For the most part, we can't count on other people. We can ask for help, right? It's a good thing though, but it's just I would say recommend trying to figure it out yourself before count somebody else, because the other people will most of the time it'll disappoint you because it don't might not come out the way that you want to hear it. I think a lot of people just want to hear things the way they want to. Otherwise, if it don't come out the way, even if y'all agreeing,
Right.
just they be like, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, bro, nah. It can't have to have a bow on there or sound cute. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got their own style, they got their own ways and stuff. And it's just, and it's times you gotta adjust. That's on both ends. Adjust to the way that you receive information and adjust the ways that you give. I think a lot of people lately, that's all they do is focus on how they send their information. It's about the delivery and all that stuff. But hey, even the delivery is on point, what about your reception skills? Like, is you really trying to listen, or you just hearing stuff? Is you letting it be known that you don't understand this part? Is you taking time, or you just want to, or you waiting to hear something that sound cute to you? Ooh, I like it. Okay, now I understand it because it felt good to me. And I had to realize that even when I was younger, like, and that's the reason a lot of people kind of run from church and all that stuff because it don't sound good. It's fine. They run with this thing. It's judgmental and all this other stuff, but it's just like it don't feel good to get called out. Even that's what accountability is. People don't even call them their own selves out. That's where the denial come in too. You're not gonna be like, no, I would say it ain't that bad. People like saying that nowadays. It ain't that bad. It ain't really. That's not true about me. They convince themselves that they not really in the wrong. I'll put it that way, and then hit you with it. If you address it right, who are you? Not who are you. I'm the person that you supposed to be with yourself. That's the problem. But it's just people going, and that's why even with all this, like all this stuff always revolve around ego. All the stuff I talk about anyway, ego, pride, accountability, entitlement, all that stuff. This is the reason why these questions just come around. It's just we so, like I said, we selfish. We just more selfish than anything nowadays, and it take a lot to be selfless. It take a lot. It take a lot to humble yourself. You know, Nobody don't like that feeling. Everybody like pride and praising and uplifting themselves or making themselves look better than or even with that validation thing, right? They just validate that I'm better. That's why arrogance come in and flexing and all this other stuff. Like, is that validation really that important that you better or stronger than another person or something like that? Like, is that the ultimate goal? Or you trying to be a better you? Who is you comparing like who is you comparing it to? Or is you comparing it to say this is how you want to be, or this is or this? So it's like depend on how it is. It's who you want to be, or this is who you better than. It's like that. You got two. So yeah, but yeah. How y'all feel on that? Anybody?
I speak on it. You mentioned about being a better you. That's
Mm,
that's 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 honestly that's the air in your lungs to be the better person than who you were before. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
That's the air in my lungs to keep it a buck. But
Yeah,
I don't know. Today, I'll be honest with you, Kev. I mean, you do got a nice little space, little pad over here, but it's not no but to keep it a buck. You Today it's like more virtual. Like there's nothing reality no more. And I
hmm
mean, I'm not knocking you for your space. Now, trust me, I'm not. I want you to win on this, Joan. Trust and believe. But it's more virtual now. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? It's not reality. I mean, I'm gonna come on and say my piece. I will. Honestly, I will. I'll tell you the truth. I really, really, really will. Because regardless of it, I mean, I'm gonna say, well, you don't know me. If you know me, I'll tell you the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
I
But
think I like how you said that though, and I think virtual affects reality low key. I mean, I know it do. Ego Hormiga, I think he can remind me of that statement I was trying to get from him. I mean, I was trying to think of it earlier. I just could not still. I still can't think of it though. He had asked, but so I think the virtual, and I think, and I hear a lot of people say that. Well, you just online and all that stuff or whatever, and what in general, right? But it's like I think it's like fighting fire. No, I ain't fighting fire, but it's just like doing the same war because it's also virtual. I mean, this virtual is and the same thing as like the way entertainment is, right? All that stuff is virtual, but it's affecting a lot of us, especially the negative stuff. So why not, push the positive stuff? That's how I know it can work. You know what I'm saying? If negative stuff can work, that means positive stuff can work. You know what I'm saying? It's just depend on how the person is receptive to it. So it's like, why not push out or try to even the ground out with all this negative, stuff that's getting pushed out, negative music and maybe they got to make good songs, stuff like that. So it's like, if we can listen to entertainment and all these things that push stuff digitally and never really, what I'm saying, and it affects your real life, so that means it's possible that we can do the opposite, push positive stuff that affect your real life. So I think all this stuff is really real life. It'll do it though. It just depend on how you look at it and the type of person you're trying to be. It took a digital book. It took a digital book to change my life. I wasn't a real person that did. I was listening to a bunch of people, which was a real person that spoke over the line. And I was just listening. I'm like, man, I never looked at it from that way. I listened to a lot of motivational speeches, a lot of uplifting things, um, maybe some music. I was listening to a lot of stuff that helped me change my life. And then I read this book called Atomic Habits. It was a book. Not, what I'm saying, but it took a real person to do it, and it made one of the biggest changes in my life. So I'm like, if it can happen to me, it can happen to other people. You know what I'm saying? So I realized that some of this stuff is real. A lot of stuff is real, even though we see it through digital. It's real. Hormiga, I had a question for you. You was asking, and I'm trying to think because I'm wording it wrong. You said, "What's the Okay, hold on. I think it almost came in my head just for no Diddy. Um, you said, "What's the power of?" Basically, it's like a separation thing. Why everybody different? I forgot the word, and I just never, you was like, "What is the power of that?" Oh, diversity. I think. That's why I knew I was gonna think about it when. That's crazy. It took his face to come in for me to remember it though. I think he said so. That was what it was earlier. He said, "What was the power of diversity?" And had to think on that. And I'm like, and I thought about it later. Yeah, yep. That now I knew I go. I don't know why I remembered it. It took your face to come in, and I'm like, now I remember. I swear I was thinking about this for a good minute and stuff. Like, no, I can't remember the word. And I thought about it later down the line as the days went past. I'm like, dang, I can get what he probably getting to because it's to show you the many ways, which I was getting to about to making it to sometimes the same route. It's so many different ways to get to one route, and we all. I think the problem is a lot of us think everybody think their way is the best, but no, it's just another route to get to the same exact thing. Some stuff might be a little bumpy, and some stuff might be, some stuff might set you back, but it just show you that it's just you could try different things. That's
That,
why.
that that's funny, man. I was just having a conversation about that. Well,
Hmm.
what you're looking for is the ability to be flexible. Because when people say, "Hey, the real flex is this," they're trying to tell you what the key is. They're always trying to tell you what the one answer is. They always want to trying to make it seem like there's only one way of going about things. But the truth of the matter
Right.
is that the more you educate yourself, the more you arm yourself with information, the more you're able to have options. That's where
Mm.
confidence comes from. Confidence doesn't come from doing something the same way. Because if you do
Mm.
everything the same way, you're not going to get the same results. But it's like a math problem in school when they say, "Hey, I want to see your work." What difference does
Mm.
it make how I got there? I got there, right?
Mm.
And that's what it's all about. Flexibility.
Yep.
The true flex is being flexible. Flex is a short word for flexible. So the more
Mm.
flexible you are, the more you're able to learn. But if you're like linear and you want to say the same shit every day and be around the same people every day and your word is the word and nobody else's word means anything, then stay wherever the
Right.
fuck you at. You understand what I'm saying? Excuse the French.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, Kim.
And
Hey,
some
yo,
people comfortable that way. That's the sad part. What you got, Jim?
I just want to go back to something you had said. Oh man, it just skipped my brain. You was talking before you started talking about the power of diversity.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. Like no, it wasn't you. It was Santiago. Um, I guess the what I wanted to express to him is
I'm front
yeah,
and center.
yeah. It like we're on the platforms where we give our voice, our face, you know, our dances, whatever. The spaces are virtual, but in the same breath, like you got real people who are moving about the real world, putting that information out. And in
Mhm.
some instances, because they're not standing in your face saying it, doing it, you're getting a more authentic version of them than if you were to actually be like face to face talking to them somewhere.
Mhm.
Word.
I can get it. Yeah.
I can dig it too.
Because you can make them uncomfortable or something. They probably really don't want to express it, but you can just go. That's why I believe a lot of people, that's their real character. A lot of people might be putting on facades, but I think a lot of people, as they talk more and you really just paying attention, I think they really be expressing how they really feel. That's just
I'm,
what it is.
yo, Kev, I'm gonna add 2 cents to that, and yeah, I mean, I'm
Okay.
gonna refer back to all you guys because he said flexibility, and then you mentioned something about balance. You know, so those two things coexist. And then speaking about old boy when he's talking about like how people are on the internet and everything, different personalities. There's a balance, and then you know, I'm not trying to be that person, but there has to be a balance though, because honestly, people are who they gonna be behind keyboards. That's how life goes. And I grew up in the Facebook era, you know, people gonna be that, but there has to be a balance and flexibility. Or what, my man? Yes, that's true said. True, true words.
Flexibility is equal to balance. And in order to be balanced, you have to look at every side, not just left and right, black and white, old and young,
Yep.
Republican,
Take a
you
side.
understand?
Sort of.
Dominican, Puerto Rican, Southern black, Northern black. You understand? Like there's so many different sides to things, but people want to be one dimensional. That's why
Yeah,
balance is
there's
flexibility. You
you
understand?
have to be yeah, there has to, honestly, I'll put it as a balance. This is how I see it in my head. Yeah, I mean, that's how I see it in my head, a balance, flexibility. You have to broaden your horizons. You're gonna have to balance yourself. And
Hmm.
then what Kev said, yeah, honestly said it a few times ago, but you know, I spoke on it. I shut myself up after that because he was right. But both of you guys, everybody's saying the same thing. We just had different arguments.
Hmm. That's the American language for you. They have 50 words that mean the same thing. That's why everybody's always arguing.
Word.
Hmm. That's what I was mentioning before. It's like sometimes we can literally be saying, just like you said, we can literally be saying the same thing. But if you don't say it the way somebody else wants you to say it, they think you're going against them, and that's one of our biggest things. It's like, no, I'm meaning and that's why I was talking about the difference between comprehension and understanding. See, we
Hmm.
might not be comprehending it right, but we do understand that we saying the exact same thing. I might not saying the exact word you're saying, right? But it's still the same. It's the same meaning based off of understanding the way that they putting it out though. So that's all. That's all. We was literally talking about the difference between comprehension and understanding and stuff.
Listen. A cat in heat is a hot cat.
Mhm.
You understand what I'm saying? The thing is that some people are triggered by certain words, right? I could say a word, everybody on this panel could say a word, and if one of those words triggers someone, like it reminds them of a situation and they don't have the
Mhm.
emotional intelligence, here we go, Kevin. We've seen this shit for years, bro. You understand?
Oh yeah.
Easily triggered. I don't like that word. Why you don't like that word? I can't use that word because that word hurts you from somebody else. What kind of shit is that?
Facts. That goes back to listening to get triggered or listen to respond. And we was talking about that too a little bit
Well,
about
they're
20
not
minutes ago.
ready. They're not ready.
I grew
Yeah.
up like, yeah, I mean, like the real gonna come out the closet at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
regardless of what's gonna happen, but to answer your question, Kev, to be honest with you, it's this right now. What's going on right now is a precursor for something that's gonna happen in the future. Right now, no, I don't feel this. I'm walking outside. I'm talking to females. Like, yeah, I don't feel this. I don't feel this at all. But right now, it's interesting. This is a precursor of what's going to happen in the future.
We're living in scary times, man. I mean, we've come a long way from the participation trophy, haven't we?
Man.
We try to warn them, right? Stop giving trophies just for showing up. Stop giving people. Stop patting people. Stop pat. Amen. Stop patting yourself in the back for doing what you're supposed to do, for buying Pampers.
Yeah. Yeah.
You are not the babysitter. You are
That
the
face in
parent.
the
You
building.
understand? Shit.
But give it about 40 years. Yeah,
I'm scared. I'm
we're gonna
scared what will
feel.
happen in 40 years.
We're gonna
Boy.
we gonna feel what's
Especially if
going
we
on
don't
right
bring shame back. I'm scared. Like, no.
Shame.
It's
Let
gonna
me
be
tell
so
you
many things
something.
accepted, boy. I
Everybody's
don't
gonna
want
be
to hurt
shameless,
their
bro.
feelings. Let me, boy. If this world get any softer, bro, we done for, man. I swear. Oh, we done for.
Oh hell no! I ain't mean to press that damn button.
It's
I'm
over.
playing
I
with
locked the
you.
door already. It's a wrap. The door is locked.
That's it. You
because this
can't leave. You
TikTok is
can't leave
new.
now.
Y'all don't know
I'm
this
not.
TikTok is new. I ain't gonna
Listen,
lie. Social media is not new, but TikTok is new, and this is not spread out on. I mean, it is slowly but surely what happened in the Capitol, but like
okay.
give it about 40 years. Yeah, this.
I'm gonna let y'all work out y'all 40 years. I'm tired, and I don't feel like going to war with you and your panelists.
Mm-mm.
My friends.
Mm-mm.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to war with you, Mama. But I'm just like giving an
Oh no,
idea.
it's not to you, baby. But every time I come in here, it's like the male ego chamber, and I don't feel like tolerating.
Oh,
No, speak the
oh
truth,
my
though. Speak the truth,
gosh.
because honestly, it's interesting. I want to hear somebody else's ideas.
I'll answer one of your questions.
Yes, ma'am. And his questions.
Is venting more important than finding the solution? No, but I do think they go hand in hand. We are so quick to call people over emotional, overzealous. Oh, you in your emotional stance right now. No, maybe that person just needed to get it out. Maybe you were the person they felt comfortable enough to just express everything to. Now, you as a person, in my personal opinion, Kev, if I come to you and vent, do I feel like you'll let me vent? Yes. Do I feel like you'll call me emotional? No. But afterwards, then we can have a conversation once it has been released, where we can possibly find a solution together and figure out what's our next step. Stop calling people emotional just because they got something on their chest that they want to get out. Everybody doesn't know how to communicate properly. So if they're coming to you to express any type of feelings, then they trust you as a human being.
Mm-hmm.
A lot
That's
of people.
interesting. That's very interesting because the actual venting could be the solution.
That is
Because
true.
this is why I ask people, do you want my opinion or you just want me to listen?
Mm-hmm.
This is the standards and boundaries that I have. Kev, before I speak to anybody, I have to put the rules like we're playing Uno. You know what I'm saying? You can't put a draw four on a draw four. You know what I'm saying? Like, I tell people what to expect in a conversation before I have it with them. Because if not, some people are very loose, man. You know what I'm saying? And they will take advantage of any little hole that you give them. You know what I'm saying? And that's human nature. You give them an inch, they want the whole foot, and that's what's the problem with emotions. The problem is that once you cater to emotions, it turns into diarrhea.
Mm.
I can agree there. It does. But a lot of times, Hormiga, it only turns that way if they weren't taught the proper steps of handling and going through the process of emotions to begin with.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're right. You're talking about a lot of people.
So it's a process, and I can tell you for a fact I was never taught to deal with my emotions. Everything I know now is what I had to learn as an adult, because growing up in an ethnic home with a single mom, our emotions was suck it up, get over it, head down, mouth shut, tail tucked, stay in a child's place. There was no
Hmm.
conversation about my emotions and how I can converse with you to make you understand how I'm feeling. They didn't care.
So now you have a whole bunch of adults now that are getting these feelings of emotions where now they got the freelance to talk about it, but they don't know how to express it. So a lot of times it comes out of anger, it comes out of drinking, it comes out in so many different ways that just makes that person a horrible person. But are they really bad? Or were they never taught the basic steps of handling emotions, having conversations, and finding solutions to the problems?
It be bad when it start hitting home. That's when it's bad. When they cutting you off and about to make you swerve off the road with your kids in it. Yeah, it gets bad. That's when it turns bad. When somebody
Well,
choose not to deal with it and vent all their life.
well, you
I
know,
was about to ask, like,
anger is a
when is
big
the
issue,
what's the
man.
limit to venting? Like, how many years should people just vent until they finally deal with the problem?
Well, I can't ask you that, Kev, because if I come to you and vent today, you don't want to hear it tomorrow.
That's the whole point. The
So
whole
2 days.
point is if you're gonna release something, you're supposed to release it. You ain't supposed to replay it. You understand? Like,
Ooh, I like that one. I
yeah.
like that one. That
Back
was
to
a good
her
one.
Well,
nigga, what they say
That
about
was a good one right
she's
there.
the one that said it.
hold on.
She's the one that said it. I'm piggybacking on what she said because
That's a
she's
good one.
trying to tell you the importance
So we did have an answer
vetting.
already. Hmm.
Yeah, venting
Yeah,
and
and if we
vetting.
want
You
to bring it
understand?
back to the Bible, what did they say? What they
How
say? They
long you
say
go more?
lay it at God's feet and don't touch it. So why you won't lay all your drama where it need to go, deal with it, and don't touch it? Let it lay. You can't fix it by keeping your hands on it. Put it out
Yeah,
there,
yeah. You
deal
gotta
with
let
it,
it go.
figure it out, move on. Okay, I love y'all. Cause Kev trying to do me like this, for me, because he know he's gonna get me to talk. I love y'all faces.
I knew that was gonna happen. Don't
So
worry, you
were you
good.
one of them that you just want to lay something down and did not get any ideas of letting it go?
Wait, what?
Are you one of them people that you just gotta lay what you got out and then not respect the factor that you have to listen also?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so there's people that want to speak on that. Don't leave yet.
I'm leaving, baby. It's no offense to you, but I'm leaving because my husband just got home off his truck and he
Word,
got to go back out tomorrow. I'm
word.
listening to you, but I go live every day, and you are welcome to write down any notes, and you can come and have a conversation with me, and I kick everybody out the box.
Word.
Normally I stay, but if he's home, by all due respect, sir, it's not to you or anybody else, and my apologies if anybody feel like I'm doing that, but my family come first, baby. I'm sorry.
Respectfully,
No, Kev
you
come first.
don't.
That's okay.
No, respectfully, you don't do that. That's you shouldn't do that. If you want to vent, you have to open your ass.
What?
What?
Absolutely. If you're gonna vent, you have to open your ass. You have to. That's reciprocity.
Open your hands? Ears?
Ears. He said ears.
Oh, I thought I'm tripping.
Yeah, yeah. At first,
I said, leave now.
at
Face
first,
is
I
not
said,
getting
"Hey,
good.
who switched the channel?" You know what I'm saying?
Boy.
You know
I
what?
said, it's time to go. You did the right thing, Face. And I
Period.
want to say, leave.
Look, I just gave you a follow back. And like I said, we can have this conversation. He go back on the road tomorrow. So I'll be back. And Cam know I don't do drive-bys on his live. Hormiga knows that too. I stay.
Yep,
And I
I
am
get
not
it.
scared of the fire. So I
I'm not
stand in there with the
asking
big
for you to
dog.
stay, but if anyone you speaking, to this topic, I mean
Uh-huh.
honestly, that's like proper dialogue. And it's proper to if you want to push out, you have to receive it also. That's proper.
What didn't I receive, honey?
No, the thing is that if you're leaving out, regardless of what else ears that you're listening to, you know, hey, it is what it is.
She gotta
Well, I
handle her
mean,
business. She gotta handle her business.
Yeah, let her
yeah.
handle her business, man.
The TikTok 101, don't y'all say y'all men don't get the attention that we give, and then like I'm trying to get off here to go give attention to my man as I'm supposed to do. So as a fellow brother, you should applaud that, not try to demise that in any type of way, my brother.
No, ain't no demise. Ain't no. It's no bad energy. And I'm just being front
Gotta
for.
know you pick your choose your battle. It's the test right here, Face.
I
No, I'm
got
not. I'm
you.
not in battle with her and anything
No, I'm
like
not
that.
saying that. I'm not saying who nobody battle, but sometimes you gotta understand
I
who you're
got you.
talking to. I'm put it that way.
I will put her.
She was already expecting her husband. That's why she didn't want to answer because she knew it was gonna take longer than it needed to.
I'm
Absolutely.
still listening though. So go ahead.
Absolutely.
I'm about to go handle my business in the kitchen and I'm listening to you. Okay. If I got any opinion, I'll put it in the chat. If you have any opinion, I'll hear you and I can respond to you in the chat for the meantime, between time. Otherwise, my DMs are always open. And I gave you a follow back. Pull up on me anytime. We can have a conversation.
Pull up on me.
Pull up on
Okay.
me.
Don't be in people
Right.
inbox like that.
Hey, it doesn't get any more open than that. So it is what it is.
Right. Or that other open, I thought I heard was a
Yeah,
whole
well,
nother
he
level.
he 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 said you have to open your. I said, wait a minute. I said,
Whoa.
No, what I'm
whoa.
trying to
That's
say is
too
that
vulnerable.
No, it sounded like something else, my brother.
it,
That's what
it
it was.
goes
It
on
sounded like something else.
it actually goes into his topic. Whereas though, like,
Uh-oh.
is vetting more vital, or is it that you are receiving it? Basically, a resolution. It goes in. This is like, honestly, this is prime. What she exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
Look, what I believe is that most answers are in the question.
Mm-hmm.
If you
I
listen
think
to the
Nala had her
question,
hand up, but Miss Lion had her hand up a couple minutes. You still got that question, or you good?
Oh, I was just gonna say that, like, I think vent and the solution go hand in hand, right? But y'all were talking about how after you vent, you're supposed to leave it alone. I think that if you vent it and you feel the need to vent again, you weren't being 100% honest when you vented the first time, because whatever you needed to let go of is still. So you really need to sit down with yourself and think about, what does this actually mean? What am I actually going through? What do I actually feel? So that you can get it off of your chest.
Yeah.
that's a good point. That means like the first one was kind of like a band-aid. It wasn't like a full, like a full thing. That there's still some remnants. It's almost like what do you call those things when you got to take out the sack? When somebody gets a cyst, when you remove the cyst, you have to make sure you remove the entire cyst sack too, so it doesn't come back.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good point.
So
Very
what's the
good point.
difference between venting and complaining?
I think complaining is more of it doesn't matter what happens. Venting is releasing. Complaining is like wanting like answers. Venting is like woe is me, woe is me. So they're kind of closely related.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Like for instance, which one would you put victimization in which category would you put it? In complaining or venting?
Oh, I'll get you. That'll be complaining.
Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It depends on intention, Bob, because
Well,
honestly,
I was thinking about that too. You had me thinking too. Like,
it,
hold on, it
it, it,
depends.
it it
Because
depends on
some
where you're
people are
coming
trying to,
from.
yeah, some people trying to project, or they trying to let out whatever.
Listen, most people. What's funny is that also, do you really want help or do you want to be heard? Like that's what I
That's
be
what it
asking.
is, I think. Yeah. And heard for what? You know what I'm saying?
It's wild because it's like you ask for something, then you get it, right? And then when you get it, you don't know what to do with it. I'm confused, bro.
Mhm. Is that because a lot of people want to be happy instead of be right?
I don't know because the truth is that I don't think most people know what happy is.
Yeah. Oh, you talking about that yesterday? Yeah.
I
They
mean,
don't.
based on these TikTok streets, there's a lot of unhappy people in this world.
I'm a
Yeah.
straightforward shooter, but she just offered me in her DMs, but she married. Like, you see the reality part when I'm talking about?
Hmm?
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't want to hear the real shit, but this is what type of stuff I be thinking about.
No, that wasn't the
Nah,
intention.
nah, that wasn't
No,
it.
no, no. It's real, bro. She already accepted my friend request. She invited me in her inbox. She married. It's already real.
Hmm.
Nah, I talked to
It's
her.
real, bro.
She
It's
got
already real. It's already real.
this dude. And she got a whole husband and
Yeah,
everything. She ain't worried about it. She just trying to help you. She really care about people. She do.
yeah,
She lies
friend.
just like
I if my wife invited another dude in her, come on,
that's an insecurity
you
though.
might as well get out the crib, man.
That's an insecurity then. If
Man, that's
but
not insecurity. It's
uh,
respect.
oh, it ain't. That's insecurity. That's what that is.
No, it's respect, bro.
Respectful. If she's a if, okay, if she's a An influencer, right? You don't expect people wanting to be in contact with an influencer to help their life.
Well, then my baby girl ain't gonna be no influencer. Then
Well,
if she
she's an influencer. What they?
inbox,
So you don't want your girl to be if she helping people out, you don't want her to help people out
no,
because of
she
your
helped me
insecurities.
out. She helped me out. She helped me out.
That's selfish. Wow.
Definitely am
Yeah,
selfish.
man,
For
you
my
gotta
baby
get that.
girl,
If you trying to get a girl, you can't be like that, man. That's an insecurity you gotta work on that one.
man, I got two
That's probably
children.
why you really
Man.
do need to be in her inbox now. So maybe she'll talk to you about that.
I got two children, bro. I don't need to be in nobody's inbox.
You said you looking for somebody to listen, man, or hear
I
something
ain't
else.
never said that. Don't be like that, Kev. I ain't never said that.
Oh, so what did you want her to stay for then? If that was the case,
No, only thing I say, like y'all don't see the reality of this. Like, come on, dog. Like she got a husband. She told me come in her inbox. Like, come on, cuz. Like,
she told you the reasons behind
damn.
it. She explained it,
That's
but
different
that's why.
culturally. Like in especially depending on what state you in, is how you handle relationships. That's mainly a southern thing. Southern people, we do that whole if you are the opposite sex, you ain't got no business talking to my partner one on one, period, not in the sentence. Anything you need to say to them, you can say to me, and I will defer the message. But other states, they don't move like that. That's just not how they operate. It's a lot
No, I'm
more
from Philly. That's how
free
I
willy nilly.
operate. If nobody, no, come on. You put the moves on my baby girl. Come on, man. And then she started talking about our problems. Now it's resentment. Never that.
Interesting.
Some people, not me, I would never suggest this, but some people would say that that is a byproduct of one's guilt because suspicion is usually a byproduct of guilt. So if you get suspicious because someone's
It's
contacting
about
a lady, maybe
respect.
it's because you know
Why
how
y'all
you would
keep
react.
Respect is
saying that?
subjective.
Respect.
Can I land a plane? Can you show some respect?
Ay, 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 this guy. I was just talking about these type of people earlier. Go ahead, Pop. Go ahead, cuz. Go ahead, cuz.
Just saying, man, maybe you feel that way because you know how you'd be acting if you were in someone's DMs.
No, that's how I will be acting because of respect.
Just saying.
Because I
What do
won't do it
respect
to
mean to
her.
you?
I won't do it to her. And she know exactly how these loose hat man, I won't cuss, but she know how these women act. So if these women are in my DM, they not looking for knowledge. They looking to see how they can get to me. Ain't about no insecurity at all. I am secure with myself. Y'all just want to just play a game, but don't wrap around the real shit.
Hey, you keep believing that, then we're gonna just rock with that. Then, so just don't ever be in nobody's inbox. But I'm gonna just say your way of how you perceive
Oh,
things ain't everybody's way, which we were just talking about earlier.
I don't
If
care
we was
what
paying
nobody.
attention, so everybody is
Trying to
not
keep it
trying to
in.
get in somebody's DM to sleep with them. It just don't work like that. All of us got a brain of our own.
I don't get into all that. Like being somebody DM. They ain't my
Yeah, if
choice.
you wouldn't do it, I don't mean everybody else wouldn't do it. So,
Devin, I think I've been in your DMs before.
oh man,
Does that mean I'm trying to sleep with you? Or
oh
you
man,
sleep with me? What does that
I
mean?
missed the
No,
P.
no, no, no Diddy, no Diddy.
Oh man, I got Hormiga number. It's over. Oh man, no Diddy, no Diddy. We are not allowed to
Ain't nobody about to be in my baby girl DM. You can be in his DM, but nobody about to be in my baby girl DM.
protect her. Boy, you the type. You sound like you had her on chains or something.
No, ain't no
I think
change. It's about like, cause I don't have no. Honestly, this is the only social media account I have. I don't have no other social media account, and I deserve the same respect. I wish a
what's
man.
respect to you? That's subjective. Respect is subjective.
No, respect is not subjective. Respect is sea level. It is how you carry yourself. And if I'm carrying myself this certain way, and you're around my arms, I deserve that same respect because I ain't gonna do the same thing to you that you not gonna do to me. That's why I respect this. It ain't about no insecurity. Niggas not. I'm not caring about what she get into. Trust me, I'm not. If she get into that, you're not on my arm.
You care if she's gonna get into someone's DMs.
Then she's not on my arm. I'm talking about somebody that I'm loved, that I was vulnerable around.
You make it sound like if the only way, the only
No, I'm
reason
making it sound how it
you use
sounds,
the
bro.
direct messaging
Don't make it sound
her
like how you want it to
is
sound.
for sex. I mean, that's what you're making it sound like.
No, that's how you want it to sound. Bro,
That's
it's so
why
easy.
else would you be concerned with her being in someone's DMs? Why else would
No,
you be
I
concerned?
am. Ayo, cuz I'm not even gonna entertain you, bro. Yeah, I mean, you probably don't even got a woman, dog, to keep it
Yeah,
a
I've been
buck
married
with
for
you.
15 years, so you want to go? You want to go there? We can go there, buddy.
Okay, so you was married for 15 years. Okay, you
I
cool with
am
that.
married.
You cool with somebody being your woman inbox. That's how you get down. That's how you get down.
Depends on the context, my
No,
guy.
that's how you
That's
get
what I'm
down,
asking
my
you to
guy.
explain.
That's how you get down, bro. That's how you
I'm
get
asking
down.
you for
Somebody I can't rock with.
no. See,
You
you're
like
just you
dudes
got to
being
swing
in your woman
insults. You
inbox.
can't
That's how you
stand
get down.
any pushback on your own ideals. They don't have anything
No,
behind them,
you,
so that's why you're
bro.
getting defensive and have to lob attacks.
No, you just like dudes in your woman inbox. You cool with that? I ain't cool with that, bro. I'm a
Yeah,
different type of
I'm
caliber.
Because
okay
you
with
insecure.
I'm okay with people communicating with my wife. You're absolutely correct.
All right, that's how you get
I'm
down.
not
I
insecure
am
about
not
people
cool with that,
communicating. You
bro.
know why I'm not insecure?
I ain't never say insecure. I'm not cool with
Well,
that.
you're that's
Different.
you're it makes you insecure, obviously. If
Right.
someone's messaging your wife, it
We
makes you
come ready.
insecure.
You know what? Let bygones be bygones. We come from different rails.
What does being in DMs mean to you? Is all I'm trying to
We
get
come
at.
from
And
different
you
rails.
can't
You will
answer
never
it.
understand, bro. We come from different parts
Help
of
us
the world.
understand. That's the whole topic right here. Communication or
Articulate.
understanding is
Use
the
your
key.
We
vocabulary to
come
help me
from different
understand your
rails, man. We
perspective.
come from different rails, man.
So
That's
what
what
do that mean?
but we're both speaking English. We can
Yes.
both use our words to communicate our
That's
ideas.
proper English. If you don't understand English, just proper English. It's
What is
more.
that? Explain that.
It's more so
Explain your
slang,
ideas.
but it's going over your head.
Okay,
Okay,
well,
explain
dumb it
so we
down a
don't go
step
over our
further.
head.
Water it
Keep it.
down
Let's
further.
keep it a buck. I already explained it, and then you guys already challenged it. So why would I even waste my time explaining it?
All right, well, so we just gonna
I
agree to
don't do.
disagree,
That's why I said
and
let bygones be bygones.
yeah, we can run with that. Then you got it. You got it, brother.
You give someone pushback and then it falls apart.
At the end of the day, you still want a nigga in your woman DM. You want.
Whatever make you feel better, I guess.
At the end of the day, I know that I can't control somebody, but I can trust through the demonstration of their actions that I don't need to micromanage every aspect of their life. My wife is allowed to have communication with other human beings.
Okay,
You
cool.
make it sound like the second someone talks to your lady, you're gonna get all uptight and pissed off about it. It's like that just shows
No,
me
my woman
that
gonna
you
respect
know.
me.
Let me land my plane, man. I listen to
No,
you
man,
ramble.
you
Listen
sound
for
like
a
someone.
second.
Let
No,
me let
no.
my plane. My
Listen
woman
for a
gonna
fucking
respect
second
me
here.
at the end of the
Like
day, cuz.
you're implying that the second someone talks to your lady, you already know it's about getting at it. That
No,
tells me that
my
your
woman gonna
behavior in
respect me.
DMs is about getting at it.
My
That's
Fellas,
what
let
it
me
woman
tells
gonna
me about
respect
you,
me.
my guy.
intervene for a minute. Let me intervene.
No, my woman gonna respect me at the end
You
of the
can't
day.
make someone respect you. You gotta earn her respect. All right. I don't know how old you are, but the things you're saying sound very ignorant. I mean, I ain't know.
Interesting.
Hey,
Swear.
Kevin, I'll be the first to admit I gave him the boot. Okay, that's it.
Right. Hey, I feel like he did good at the beginning. I know it's coming
It,
eventually. Something was coming. I expect that from.
there's good and bad in everyone. It's just that it gets to a point where if there's no consensus with what they believe, then everybody is an opposing, on an opposing side. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. I, you know why I let stuff like that happen? Because like it be so many examples that be proving my topic, man. You remember when we just got done mentioning about it so many different ways or different opinions or point of views in life, and then we just got done talking about exchanging and trying to communicate for one to listen and one to one to listen and one to explain. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like in a matter of seconds, it could have changed as soon as you get what you say when you get hit with words. When you get hit with that trigger word. Remember you said if somebody get triggered, it'll change the whole thing.
Kev, I just want to point out that my whole thing is that my lady has enough respect for me that it doesn't matter who gets in her DMs. I already know how she's going to behave. It
Right.
doesn't matter
Well,
because
you
she
know,
Yeah.
doesn't respect me.
yeah, that guy is like one of my biggest fans. I have 5 daughters. There's no doubt in my mind that he's put his hands on one before. No doubt. Like my woman's gonna respect me. You can't make a woman respect you. You gotta earn that.
You definitely have to be respectable.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why is it that we make this life so damn difficult, man? Like, seriously?
I mean, I'm 53. In the me coming up in my young adulthood, there was a lot of older men that we right. They was teaching that the man is the head and you basically got rule over your woman, but it's not like that. Man. For one, if you are truly a man and you exhibit the things that a woman wants, she's naturally going to follow you. She's naturally going to submit to you. But you can't make her do that. It's based upon your actions. That's going to make her
That's
willing
true. That's true.
to do these things. That I feel is this: if you want the woman to submit to you, then you have to start with yourself. You have to know how to communicate. You have to show understanding. You are one main thing men need to do when it comes to being in a relationship or married to a woman. Sometimes we gotta shut the fuck up and listen.
Yo, censor 72. I mean, am I saying that right?
Yeah,
Uh, I say what I say about that is if you want a woman who's going to submit to you, you need to really ask yourself: are you being a man that's worthy of submission?
exactly.
Are you providing a space for a woman to safely submit and be led? Do you have the qualities of a leader? If you do those things, you'll find a woman who can submit because you're providing that environment.
Yeah,
That's a question. That's a question for everybody. Are you that dude? You know what I'm saying? Are you that guy? Are you that person? You know what I'm saying?
I am now.
Do
Hey,
I
what?
let
want
me
to
see something real quick. Let me see if I can get my brother Black in the building. What's the deal, basically?
peace.
Hey, you ready
How's it
for a
going,
test real
man?
quick? Let's see if you can talk to this dude.
Who's
Yeah,
who's
I got
gonna
to drop
test me?
down, guys. Y'all have a good
Hold
night.
on, let me see if I can find him. Come back up, Santiago.
Yeah, I gotta
Santiago.
drop down.
Oh,
I'll
you
be in
muted
the
him
comments,
already.
everybody. So I'll see you later, Kev.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I like what these brothers were saying though about
Mm,
having to be the right type of man. There was just one thing I really wanted to add to that, and it's that you can't be the right person for the wrong person. You can't do the right thing for the wrong person.
mm,
So if you got a woman that ain't worth shit, it don't matter how good a man you are. If you pick stupid people, if you're a woman and you do everything you can for this man, you help him pay his bills, you give him money, you let him drive your car, you love him, you ride him, you give him sex on demand, you cook, you clean, you listen to him, you sweet, you kind. But if he is not the right man, if he doesn't have his stuff together like these brothers were describing it, it's just not gonna matter. And fellas, if you pick that, if you build yourself into somebody that is stable and productive and competent and respectful, you have leadership qualities, but you pick a fool, she ain't gonna be the right woman. You can't do the right thing for the wrong person and think it's gonna come out good. You can't do the right thing for the wrong person and think it's gonna come out good. So, a lot of women, they can't get along with a man. They're combative, disagreeable, they're argumentative, they're hot-headed, they gaslight, they're disingenuous. Their entire conversation is based off of manipulating, gaslighting, moving the goalposts, taking no accountability, all of that. Let me tell you something. Those women listen to us and they think that the reason that they act the way they act is because they don't have a good man.
True.
They think that if they got the right man, then they could be the right woman. And the truth of the matter is they ain't shit. Their communication is bad, and that doesn't change because you got the right man. Their coping skills are childish, and that doesn't change because you got the right man. They gaslight and lie and manipulate, and that doesn't change because you got the right man. You got a lot of women that ain't shit, and they think the thing that's missing, I think the reason they lie and cheat and they come to lie, cheat, and destroy is because they haven't found the right guy, and not because they're selfish, self-seeking, self-serving, destructive, toxic ass people.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you that's a primary difference between men and women. It's like dudes don't be thinking that the reason that they dirt balls is because they ain't met the right woman. They just know that's what type of time they on. That's it. Most guys ain't like, you know what? I would stop lying if I just met a girl that was worth me not lying to. Women actually think like that. They think they broke because they ain't met the right man. There are women who think like that. They say, well, the reason stuff is messed up is because I've just been messing with the wrong men. The reason my bills
They're
is
taught
not
that.
honest. Yeah.
Women are taught that. They're taught that behavior.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, fellas, you have to be careful. If you build yourself into somebody and then you pick poorly, and we already know what the women gonna say. Women tell you two different things that don't make sense coming out the same mouth. One thing a woman tell you is, oh, if she got a past, if she this, she that, you don't know. She could change. You could help her. You could be there for her. You could mentor her. You might be just what she needs. But then that's one thing women say. We all have heard women say that, yes? And then the same women turn around and they'll say, well, you can't get with a woman who walking around butt ass naked and expect her to put some clothes on. She was like that when you got her. You knew. You just ignored the red flags. So women will sit up there and tell you that you need to deal with some fool, and then when the shit go tits up, because that's what happened when you pick a fool, right? Then they
Yeah.
blame you for dealing with a fool. Because you have to understand that in the woman's logic, all of that makes sense. Because the woman's logic isn't about logic, reason, rationale, common sense, reality. It's not about any of that. The woman's logic is whatever benefits her to say is what she's going to say. So because she's fucked up, she's going to tell you that dealing with a fucked up woman, you can fix her. She might be a good person and she just needs some help. Because that's what she needs men to think to deal with her. And then when the shit don't work, she says, well, you saw all of this stuff about her and you picked her anyways, and so it's your fault. And to her, that makes sense because now, the problem isn't that a good man isn't good enough. The problem is good men are driven by sex and they just follow in their PP and they'll pick a woman that, you get what I'm saying, y'all? So you can't listen to women about this stuff for the most part. Most women don't have a self-awareness. They don't know enough about dealing with women to be honest with you about the information you need. And that's why so many men that are raised by single mothers, they come up onto these panels and these chats and they pander and they simp because they don't know what the hell to tell you. They telling you what their mama told them. And what their mama told them is that men are the problem and that women are good. And if you were just a good enough man, then she would be a good enough woman. So my point in saying all of this to you guys is just everything you said was on point, man. Sitting up talking to women about submission when you don't have your shit together sounds goofy as hell. You a goofball if you're sitting up talking about what a woman needs to do and you can't pay your bills and you have no character and you have no discipline over your penis and you a whack weak ass dude being a weak ass man and talking about what a woman needs to do for you is whack as hell.
Free.
Okay, so that part you guys are spot on, I believe. The one part that's missing is You can't be the right man for the wrong woman.
Mm,
So
mm,
when you
mm.
meet a
Nope.
woman, if you
If
pick a
you,
nut, you
dude,
still gonna pay the price.
they forgetting, bro. If you actually that dude, like a lot of men are intimidated because you actually are that dude. And honestly, I don't think they actually spoke enough for that.
Interesting.
What?
What you say about men being intimidated? What are they intimidated by?
What? Right. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, of course. I was going to repeat myself. You spoke on about simps and what you quote unquote dirt balls and everything. But speak on dudes that's actually that dude that actually can handle actually what their worth and comes out their mouth. A lot of men are intimidated about that.
You said come. I'm still not tracking.
What?
Can you say it a different way for me?
You know, um, you know, I'm speaking proper English.
I'm just trying to understand you, man. I'm not trying to insult you in any way. I'm just
No, I never actually took that
yeah.
from you.
I'm not coming in any disrespect, brother.
Of course not. Respectfully, I'm actually not taking that what you put down, but I do want to
Your
put my two
microphone is
cents.
cutting out just like right when you're trying to pronounce certain words, we get little cuts. It's almost like on my end. So
Absolutely.
we can't hear exactly what you're saying is
Oh, welcome
intimidating.
back, bro. Welcome back. Yeah, I mean,
Are
you want me to
you a
articulate.
Umar Johnson supporter, bro? Real quick, if you don't mind me asking.
No. Let me
Are
finish
you
my
asking me?
No, hell no. Of course not you, bro. I'm talking about
Yeah.
Vince.
Umar
Damn.
cool. Some of the
Hey,
shit he say is cool, but that nigga's a
damn.
goofball.
Yeah, you know I'm
He's a
Right.
not talking to you,
goofball.
bro. I'm asking, dude. Out of respect, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to be
Hell
rude.
no. No,
Okay,
no, no.
okay.
I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, and if anybody got anything to say, you can say it. But Poppy, I will answer your question. But no, you spoke about the simps, you spoke about the dirt balls and everything. That man can't. Some men can't handle their own, but some men actually can handle their own. Like yourself, I mean, I'm only going about face value, your picture and everything. I'm assuming that you could handle your own, but there's a lot of men that actually can talk what they're worth. So um I'm asking you, like, I'm challenging you actually. What about those men?
So basically,
And if I get another, like, what did I say, like, my head will blow.
So I wanna make sure I understand you. So what you said is if you got a dude who isn't in his frame as a man, then he
I
might be
never
intimidated.
said that. Like, you started off wrong, bro.
All right. Can somebody else explain to me? Are the rest of y'all picking up what he's trying to ask about? Am I the only?
I don't really know. I would rather talk
No,
about it from
It
the
sounds like
privacy
he's
down.
asking,
no,
why
this
aren't we
is a
talking about guys that
friendship.
got it all figured out?
No, this is a friendship type of thing. I understand, bro. If y'all understand, y'all understand. You'll never understand. It's cool. Ain't about nothing.
Yeah, but
Well, at least you got your voice out.
yeah.
Yeah, you got it, cuz.
So, can I just respond to the topics or something, please?
Go ahead.
Please do.
Okay. That's fine. Let me look at them real
Y'all
quick.
like women. Like, seriously, y'all like women.
Huh?
Y'all like women. Like, this is like what women do.
What
Please,
are we doing, bro? We just trying
Bro,
to.
you might as well
you're
block
not
me.
speaking
Like,
in sentences that
y'all like
make
women.
sense, my guy. Like
All
we're
right,
trying our
all right,
best.
all right. You're out of
It's that
here.
time now. It's a
Listen,
wrap.
Stigor, please answer the questions. You're out of here. Let's go.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
want to get to
yeah. I
these
was kind of
questions
confused. I
too.
don't. Okay, so I
I
don't want to
tried to
Been
give
argue.
this
him a
live
chance.
like 5 times. We can't get to the damn questions.
The thing is, you can't say that you're being respectful and this is a brotherhood thing, and then disrespect the whole panel that we all sound like women. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's just too contradicting and inconsistent for me. Sigor, please go ahead and answer the questions. Thank you.
Was I tripping? Did y'all
No,
understand that,
no,
brother?
no, no. Basically, you definitely. Listen. Before you
At-
came up here, it was already a lost cause. So trust me.
I understand what he was trying. What he was trying to do was assert his dominance. He wanted to be the alpha voice in the room. He wanted to say that. Yeah, I'm being for real. In his little pea brain, he thinks he's a grown man and he's an alpha. He ain't. He a clown.
Yeah, that was yeah. I didn't want to be rude because Lord knows, boy, I be on this motherfucker tour sometimes, and I be doing the most. But I was really trying to listen though. And then when Black Jesus said he talking to me, I said, "Nah, hell no, bro, I'm talking." And then when Black Jesus, because usually if I don't understand, Black Jesus would kind of pick up the slack.
I
And I
know
had
that's why I brung him up. So
yeah,
I
like
said, let me test Black Jesus power real quick. So I
That's
brung
it.
him up.
That's exactly what Kev said. He said, "Let's see what you can do with this."
That
Yeah.
yeah,
that was
when
the dude
Black
you was
Jesus didn't
talking about,
understand,
Kev.
bro, I said, "I know
Cause he
I ain't
always
tripping."
he always be like, well, I like the guy and I can work with him. I'm like, okay, let's get you somebody real quick.
Hey, Kev, that was the dude you was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
trying so
Not
hard to
even,
get
not
him.
even you,
I was
sir. Not even
trying.
you. You know what I'm saying? Not
I
even.
know Santiago. I know, man. I'm crying. You got me crying over here. That's cool. Your unfollow is so much to me, man. We just trying to. If you just want to be one sided, it is what it is, man. Sorry, you all right,
Look,
brother. You
let
all
me
right.
hold on. You know what? For the sake of understanding, let me give you the recap. There was a young lady up here. She didn't want to answer it. Kevin, persisted.
Oh yeah.
She answered one of the questions. Then he said, "I hope you're not the type to say your piece and drop because there's a reciprocated factor that comes into this, and you're
Mm-hmm.
not doing that." She said she had to get off because her husband is arriving and he drives a truck and he's not going to be here. So she wants to spend some time. She identified what she needed to do. She explained the reason why she was leaving. She also said, "I'll be in the comments if you want to talk. You could also DM me. I go live all the time, and we can go live and we could talk about it." And then that's when it all went left. See,
Mm-hmm.
that's what happened.
And then he said, any man that let a man, and that was the question I wanted. I thought he was gonna ask any man that let another man inbox his wife is basically like soft or something like
Oh
that.
yeah,
So I don't understand.
like a sus. He's a
Yeah,
sus. Yeah.
basically. He's like, I would never let my girl. I'm like, man, it could be so many things. I was explaining to him that she's an influencer. She do lives just like me. She try to motivate. I would say she do more venting lives than I do. I would say that too. Because I'm not big on the venting thing. I don't like the safe spaces and all that stuff. I try to get to the solution. But I said if it's somebody that you need to talk to, and she mentioned that she's like inbox me and we can have a 1v1 on my platform. But he automatically say that, and we was trying to we was trying to explain to him that he was insecure because he like, nah, ain't nobody talking to my girl and all this other stuff. And I want him to re-say it over again so he can get confirmation that everybody probably gonna say the same exact thing. It's the insecurity that's why you acting like that. So yeah, and it went south from there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
was
hit these
trying to
questions
understand a
before I
brother.
gotta dip, man. So,
Yeah,
um, is
I was trying to
communication
understand a
or
brother.
understanding key? Yeah, man, communication is understanding is and understanding kind of go hand in hand, in my opinion. I mean, you can be communicating and not understanding each other. That is definitely a possibility, and you can think you get what someone is saying, but not. So I think understanding is pretty valuable. Is venting more important than finding a solution? I think from my experience of being married for 15 years, I think that from a male perspective, I really don't care about all the minutia involved in a situation. My mindset is I want to get to the solution. I really don't care about blame. That doesn't blame doesn't do nothing for me. Feeling bad about it doesn't really do much for me. Getting mad about something doesn't do it for me. I just want the solution. So, but women, from my experience, they tend to uh, cherish the conversational aspect of life a little bit more. They use about 2/3 more vocabulary every day verbally than men do on a worldwide like standpoint. So I think that for my wife, something that we've worked out is she'll make it very clear if she just needs to vent something. She'll say, this is just a listening type of conversation. And what that tells me is that I don't need to necessarily be just in my problem solving mindset, that she just needs someone to vent her, it's not even necessarily frustrations, but vent all of her ideas and things that she has going on out to. And it almost works more as like I don't need you to problem solve. I just need to get all these out so I can kind of figure out what I have to organize for the day. And it helps my wife with processing and organizing what she has to do at the beginning of the day. And then for me, it helps me keep in track with what she's got going on because we both have our own businesses that we run. But then also the pressure of our communication is that I don't necessarily have to worry about solving any problems for her. If anything, the problem that I'm solving is her lack of organization. And so by giving her a space to just vent where I'm not going to just try to throw in all these solutions, she's allowed, not necessarily allowed, but I'm providing a space where she can provide her own solutions in a way. So I think venting is important. But then there's times where it's like she'll be going on or something. I'm like, wait, this is something you need to solve, right? And she'll be like, yes, exactly. And I'm like, okay. And so I come up with a solution. So I think having the communication, back and forth of what is the purpose of this conversation kind of helps between male and female situations. So what are you looking for validation for? Not really looking for validation from anybody. Unless your name is on a check associated with paying me, I'm not really looking for you to validate much.
What about your kids?
I'm
Everybody
not,
look for
my
validation. That's
kids
something I
don't.
had to learn a while ago.
My
It stays with
my kids' validation is a byproduct of me being a good parent.
Okay, there you go.
So
See?
like I don't expect to be validated simply because I'm a dad. I
Okay.
provide the conditions in which I feel make me deserve the validation of being a father, and they do it of their own free will. I don't ask
Right.
for anything for Father's Day. I don't ask for any gifts. I don't ask for cards. I don't ask for anything. And my kids are very spontaneous and shower me with quote unquote my flowers throughout the year, very often because I am an active parent in their life. But I don't go seeking it. Like, did you notice I did this for you? It's I do it just for their happiness and alone. I don't need to gain anything from them. Can we become better running away from or facing the issue? Man, I'm all about facing the issue. I think that a lot of things are just like, a desert that you kind of just have to walk across. You have to get through it. You can try to skirt around the edge of it and procrastinate, but eventually you have to go through things in life. You just have to get through the motions of it. Life being difficult is kind of baked into the package. So just kind of get comfortable being uncomfortable, and you'll find that a lot of things in life are not as bad as you thought. Bonus: why do people wait until they're at their worst to decide if they're ready to settle? Because they believed a lie that society told them about what life was about and what true happiness was, and then after that lie is shown to not be true, time, the resource they thought they had an endless amount of, seems to be dwindling, and the things that they thought wouldn't matter or turn out to matter, and the things that they thought were important seem to have disappeared. So trying to play catch up. I quickly need these things that usually take a lifetime to build. I quickly need them now because life is getting cold and alone. So I think it's just like a mad scramble at the end. It's like it's like if you're at the end of Monopoly and you're seeing you only got a couple moves left. It's like, should I gamble everything to try to win still here at the end? It usually doesn't work out. You can get some pretenders to fill positions and think that it's going to work, but usually it doesn't. That's just my take.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me get through all those.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
for sure. So I'm gonna stretch it and everybody do one apiece so everybody can. 'Cause I know a lot of people haven't answered nothing yet. So abandoned me. What the heck? So let's get it. I know. So we're gonna start with Cousin, then I'm gonna get Basic after that. I know me and Base we talked about this yesterday though, but I think he can do it over again. So Cousin, the Cousins was in here yesterday too.
Yeah, I was here a little bit.
You was here when I asked that question about communication and understanding.
A little bit. I came in on the end of it.
I guess y'all can just redo it, even though we all talked about it yesterday. Because I told y'all gonna make this a topic today. So is communication or understanding key?
I think it's part of it, but understanding is the base of it. my opinion.
Okay. Okay.
But I think it's all, it's all intertwined.
And how you feeling too? I ain't gonna say hi now. What's up?
Was that say again?
Say how you feeling. I ain't say what's up,
I
son.
know. I was about to
Forgot.
say, yo, let me highlight everybody. What's happening? What's happening, Frank? Before you get up out of here, Black in the building. What's happening? What's happening? Nay, I see you.
What's good, blood?
Yeah, I
What's going
appreciate
on? What's
everybody
going
letting me
on, H?
do those, man. That was really nice of y'all. I appreciate it.
I ain't want to leave you out here bored. I don't know if you're really bored, but that's your name, so you right next to me. I'm gonna say, hey, hope everybody doing good tonight.
For sure. You next. Basic. You could just, I guess, refresh from yesterday what we was talking about.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick before you start, I don't know. I always call you Black because I feel like if I say basic, that just sound bad to me. You know what I mean? Like
Basically.
that's why.
Basically.
And if I say basically, it sounds crazy to me. So that's why I be saying Black. I don't want you to be offended or nothing. I just want to throw that out there
No,
because
man, that's basic. That doesn't. I don't feel diminished by that in any way, bro.
I know, but
So
this is what I said. Hey, basic. It's just like I don't know. For some reason, it's
yeah,
just
Is
but
everybody
I
is
just
everybody cool with Nay
yeah.
running through the questions really
yeah.
quick?
Let Nate go since she said she gotta go.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, you can go, Nate. I'll wait for you, Mama. Go ahead.
Okay, so am I supposed to be answering the question like from
If you want to.
You can
the
just go
baseline?
through them real quick since you got to drop.
Okay, so is venting more important than finding the solution? Um, well, I don't think that venting is more important because like you do want to find a solution so you're just not like just all sad and mad like forever with whatever situation like you're dealing with. But like I don't know because I also think that you have to like let that out, like you have to talk to somebody. So yeah, but you also want to find but you also want to find like a solution. And what are you looking for validation for? Me personally, I don't look for no validation. And um can we become better running away from or facing the issue? Well, I think we can become better facing the issue, not running away from it, because like a lot of people run away from issues and they wonder why they're not healed. Cause I don't know, like I just think like if you constantly running away from stuff that you don't deal with, then like you're still gonna have to deal with it. So you might as well just face that issue. And the bonus, why do people wait until they are at their worst to decide to settle? Well, what Mister was saying, like for one, they believe whatever society or social media told them. Like these people believe anything. So like they believe like things don't work. So like so everybody want to have fun and do this and do that. so they don't want to settle. But then it's like when they get older, like then you're wishing you had somebody. Like, I don't know. But I do think that like people really like just listen to whatever like the social media tells them and they just go with it. So yeah, like that's just what I think.
Hmm. Okay, okay, okay. Uh, all right. So we back to basic. Get it.
Is venting more important than finding a solution?
Hmm.
So I believe that both of these things are so important, Kevin, that it's so hard to uh, decide which one I would say is more important. But I try to answer straight questions with a straight answer. So I would say that finding solutions are more important than venting. But venting is so important. And the reason venting is so important is because when you don't say what you need to say to another person, then what happens is you still say it, except you say it inside your head. And when you say it inside your head, you imagine a version of them, the person that you actually want to say it to. You imagine a version of them to say it to. And that person that you're talking to inside your head is an avatar for them. And that avatar that you make for them is going to justify through their behavior and the responses that you imagine they're going to have why you can't talk to them about the issue. So it's going to be a worse version of them. And then what ends up happening from there is you build resentment as you argue with this imagined person inside your head that is giving you every reason as to why you can't talk to the real person. And you build resentment and then you manifest passive aggression because of it. This is a real thing that's been studied in psychology. So it's so important to talk to people, to find the right words, and to be patient and kind and explain how you feel or what you think is happening so that the relationship can persist. So that's why it's important as hell to open up and tell people what you really feel on the inside. Um, and this is also so important for women. So men think that women just want to vent, but they don't just want to vent. This is something deeper and different. Let me tell you what this woman is actually trying to do. If you don't know how she feels when she's with you, then to her, you guys might as well be on two different planets. If she's sitting in a room with you and you playing on your phone or you watching TV or you playing video games and she is sad and you don't have any clue that she's sad or scared or angry or frustrated or anxious or, whatever, then she is on a second planet with you. And if you do that enough with a woman, then she is not going to expect you guys to understand each other and she will shut down and pull away from you. So, what she's actually trying to do is she's trying to tell you where she's at emotionally because that's what puts you both on the same page. And I tell men when I give advice to guys about this thing, you take your phone, turn it off in front of her, put it face down, and say, baby, tell me a story about your day. Tell me a story. Tell me something that happened today. What's something you've been thinking about lately? Where's your head been at? What What's the emotion you think you've been feeling the most lately? How you been feeling the most lately? Do you know what's driving it? Tell me what you think, and just sit down and have a 10-minute conversation with your girl. And if you make time to do that, then she will feel like she is on the same page as you the whole rest of the day. So I just really encourage guys to do that because it's part of leadership. Part of leadership is leading and listening. And leading the relationship has a lot to do with knowing what your woman needs and being able to give her those simple things. The other side of venting is finding a solution. And finding a solution, obviously, that's so important. If you don't figure out how to proceed, then it actually causes you problems on a hormonal level. So anxiety comes from primarily two things. One are things that you need to do that you have not done, that you know are waiting on you, things you need to face and deal with. That's one thing. And the other thing is just general fear that you have about the future or about the moment you're in, you know. But so those are the two places anxiety come from. Now, the first one is the one that is solution based. So let's say that you have something that you went through, you got through it, but you know it's going to surface again. You don't deal with it. And so now it's just there in the back of your mind. It's an unsolved problem. And every time you think about it, the best you can do is put it out your mind. But even though you're not agreeing to think about it inside your mind, the feeling it causes is still there. And it just causes you anxiety. It puts you on this slow drip of cortisol, which is the hormone that's associated with anxiety, stress, and fear. And believe it or not, man, that disrupts the harmony of your entire body. Like your organs don't communicate with each other the way that they should. Your brain isn't communicating with your organs the way that it should. It causes imbalances and causes different type of sicknesses and deficiencies because your body can't track what vitamins and what minerals are missing that are needed, So in any event, like finding solutions is very important. So you got to be courageous about that. You got to really be honest about what you're dealing with and what has happened and, what's going on and what got messed up in the past so that you can give yourself a good solution for it. Because then what happens is when you think about it again, you have a solution for it. And so it doesn't cause you stress. You say, yep, I know that sometimes that happens, but when that happens, I do this. So coming up with solutions is important for internal happiness and health in relationships. Okay. I've been talking a lot. That's it.
Okay. Cool. I think okay, Janita, she last. All right. Board and then Hormiga, then Janita. You actually, I think y'all are the newest ones, so y'all can do the first two. So the topic question is communication or understanding is the key. I think Hormiga already answered that one then. So you can skip that one, Hormiga, or you can go to venting. But board BBW, is communication or understanding key? And then the next question is venting more important than uh finding a solution.
I think both are important, um, especially when you use communication in order to gauge understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think that's very important. They kind of go hand in hand, you know. Um, Basically, everything that Black said, I totally agree with. I'm kind of upset that he went before me because he pretty much said everything I was. He pretty much said everything I wanted to say. But yeah, he's right. There have been studies that have shown that if you keep that, how bad it is that if you keep something in, if you keep it in, it does affect you and harm you in many different ways. And if it doesn't come out through your words, it'll come out in something else or someplace else. And we don't want that. So yeah. Let's keep those lines of communication open and try to understand each other the best we can. And that goes for both men and women. Um
Am I doing all of them or just like?
No. We spreading it out. So I'll get back to you then. Go ahead, Hormiga.
Okay.
Which
I
one?
think you just on venting. Is venting more important than?
Which one you want me to answer? The venting?
Yeah, I think you did. If you want to do the first one over again, you can do the topic
No,
question
I'll
again
I'll, I'll
too.
make it quick since we are blessed with the presence of basically and he kind of has a very soft spoken voice, gets to the point. I'm not with the fluffy stuff, so I get along with people that get to the point. And if we want to get to the point, isn't the point the solution? Aren't we trying to get a solution?
Mm,
Sometimes venting is the solution,
mm,
right? But if venting is not the solution, then finding the solution is more important than venting. It depends on
mm.
where your venting leads you.
Right. Okay, I
What
like that.
what 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 results you get from venting? You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I never thought about that. Mm.
Yeah, so we'll go to the next one. What are you looking for? What are you looking for validation for? Is it really that important?
Well,
I
before
mean,
you go
look,
to that, before
are
you
we,
go
are
to
we
that,
still
yeah,
on the venting?
yeah, it was just the venting, yeah, because we didn't get
Yeah,
that
that's
far,
that's
yeah.
all it was. It's a very simple thing. That's all. I'm not
Okay,
gonna make it more
okay,
than what it is. You understand?
okay. And then I got another question before y'all get to that too, though. That I had asked before everybody came in here, or a few people came in. Janita, you next. Carter, you said skipping me. No, you was you was last. You was the last one that came in here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt the brother. He was actually giving some great insight.
Mm-hmm.
Can he
Oops.
continue?
Say it again.
I was just saying, can he continue?
Oh no, he did his part. It's your turn now.
Shoot.
It's communicate.
Okay. All right. It's my turn now. All right. And I'm actually going to start from the bottom. A lot
Nah.
of
We
people
just
didn't.
doing the first two. But I know everybody want to get on that though, but
I
nah.
know. It said, why do people wait until they're at their worst
Yeah,
to
yeah,
decide?
just store that in your mind. We were doing the first two though. Just gonna do the
I
first two.
know, I know, I know, I know. I know what you want, but I want you to help me. Let me land this plane. Let me help you land this plane. Why do people wait until
All right. She just always find a way to get dropped. All right. Just said I'm about to break your rules. All right. So all right, my next question.
Hey,
She do
Kevin.
this all the time. I swear. I
Kevin.
said she gonna
Kevin.
find a way to get dropped this time.
Kevin. We know what you want, but I'm gonna answer the
All
question.
right. No, the disrespect be crazy
I
though.
was like, am I
Yeah,
really watching what I'm watching?
that was
Well,
wild.
we
I
we
was
we we we're going 2 for 2 now, right? We need
Bro.
just one more person. We need one more
And I
person.
held my breath before I bring her on. Like I already know what's about to happen now because I know how
Hey,
she is.
hey,
hey, Kev, Kev.
Kev,
Next
I was
time,
about to
go
press the
band for
button.
band with her.
But
Hey,
Drop her 3 times. Every time she say no, drop her, bring her back, drop her again, bring her back, drop her one more time.
hey,
I'm trying to get through.
I was about to press the button, bro. I was sitting there
Yeah,
like,
he said he's
does he
ready.
does he want her to stay? Because I was about to. Ooh, I know
See,
what you
and
want, but let me tell you what I'm gonna do. Oh,
I swear
hey,
it'd be like
hey,
that every day. Got to be at least one or two a day, man. Probably more than that.
now,
I be,
cuz this is why I said I keep telling Kev, make me a mod again. I was the greatest mod he ever had.
I
I
be having. I
sliced and
already got a
diced.
bunch of. I got a bunch of
he was
mods
the
in here,
second. He
man.
was the second
I
greatest.
mean,
He was the second
I'm
Kev,
greatest.
saying.
I'm
Kev, I
joking.
Nah,
think you've given
I
me
was the
mod
first and
shit
only.
before, and
The
I ain't
sword of
got it
Damocles
still.
allowed me to destroy everything.
Oh man.
I thought
Yeah.
I thought I thought it
He kind
was
of lost
deja
his
vu.
mod privileges because he was using a sword too hectic. I'm like, bro, I'm like, this dude cough on you on him. I'm like, dog.
Yep. Yep, cause energy don't lie, and I'm gonna chop it down. Anyway,
You can't handle the. Oh my gosh, Danita, man. It just.
it's
Oh,
okay. We understand your Western
so,
turmoil that you have, Stockholm syndrome. It's okay.
so, oh my. That boy, you know I don't do disrespect here.
Oh
Um,
man.
so Sam wasn't saying they don't have right, exactly. You already know, Nino. So I'm gonna say, somebody asked this quick. Matter of fact, let me get Imperial in. Then we got. I asked this other question I wanted to ask. So is venting more important than finding a solution? Gabe, it's on you. Is you talking, man? You know, it was just working. It was just working. Oh, he got one bar. That's why.
There's no way that he has the same McDonald's Wi-Fi from last year, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta be freaking kidding me, bro.
That's crazy. Uh, I don't know. All right, let me just ask this then. Because I ain't about to wait all day for. So the question is, so we was talking about this earlier, right? So people don't really say effective communication. They always just say communication. We were just saying that some people communicate, but they're really not, that they don't have to understand, but they just communicate. So the question is, do you believe, and that's the reason why they don't mention effective communication is key, is that people don't really want to have effective communication. They really just want to express themselves for the most part because they know what it takes when effective. That means you got to understand one another, right? So do you believe that most people communicate just to express themselves more than trying to really understand?
Bars.
And whoever on
I would
mute first.
say that individuals are capable of that. I'd say it depends on the intent of the conversation and the relationship. When I answered that first question, I said that communication and understanding kind of go hand in hand. I pointed out that we can have communication where there isn't understanding, or there's the premise where you understand, you think you understand, but you don't. So, in that sense, communication is happening. It's just not happening properly. So the underlying statement that I was implying was that in order for communication to properly be happening, there needs to be understanding. And I think that understanding is a two-way road. The person communicating needs to understand their audience, and the audience needs to understand the speaker.
That's very interesting. I'll add a quick one to it before basically shuts it down. The most important part of communication is the listening part, ladies and gentlemen. That's the part that everybody gets twisted because, like I said, people want to be heard. We've already hear that echo in the room about listening to understand, listening to respond. It's almost like double dutch. You ever spoke to someone and they're moving their head back and forth, and then they cut you off and say, "Before I lose my thought, I have to interrupt you." That's bad communication. But Kevin, your question is a little flawed because both negative and positive communication can be effective. You understand? So the question is, when we stay
I get you.
right, when we say effective communication, we have to put something in front of that, maybe an adjective. Whether it's effective how, effective in demeaning it, bringing it back to where it doesn't need to be, or some place where we could evolve from it. Again, we have to think about the end result. What are we trying to achieve?
End result, right?
Yeah. What are we actually trying to achieve something, or we're just at a point right now where it's just a tick for tack and we're going back and forth until the person who says the most profound thing wins the argument or the debate or the conversation. This is wild.
Hey, Hormiga, can I say something before I lose my thought?
Absolutely.
I just thought it'd be funny to come in and say that, but I want to harken back to when you were talking about the difference between complaining and venting.
Yeah.
And how they kind of ride a similar line. And this, I'm not really debating that necessarily. I just wanted to tie this in that in my household, something that we say to each other, because everybody tends to complain, especially to their spouse, is I'll ask my wife, I'll say, have you done something to solve the issue that you're complaining to me about? And then she'll say, yes, I have. I've made this phone call, or I've sent this email, or I've taken ibuprofen or whatever. And then if she has, then I'll listen to her complain about it. But if she says, no, I haven't, then I say, okay, well, then I don't want to hear you complain. Basically, in our house, if you're going to complain about something, you better have done something to try to solve it. And it's just, then I'll give you the grace and the space to just be upset with how things have to be. And for my wife, she likes to be able to complain about some shit. So for me, by creating this environment, you know, I've said, okay, I'll listen to you complain, but it's at a cost. You have to have done something to alleviate the problem. And it's been a really beneficial thing that we've done. And it puts me in check too. So instead of complaining about something I haven't done, it requires me to go and do something about it, you know, to make progress, and then I can complain and have an audience.
Mm-hmm. What you got for us, Bert? I know you, Bert, usually come up with something. What you got? I know he
Man,
don't
I'm
stay
not
for
gonna
too
be
long.
up here long, man. I was just like, I've been scrolling back and forth, you know, on your live, man. Who's that chick at the bottom, man? She's fucking gorgeous.
What?
No, I'm serious. That's all I came up for.
You talking about Vivica Fox?
Oh shit, that's her. Oh, who's the one
Yeah.
on the right?
Vivica Fox again.
The woman that
Oh,
ate
never mind.
Vivica
Never
Fox.
mind. Never mind. Y'all be blessed. I like the old one.
Yeah, that's Vivica Fox Part 2.
Before and after, that's what that is.
Yeah, that's
Younger Viv and
Vivica
older Viv.
squared.
Damn, she wasn't
That's the
just
same.
making a sandwich. You know what I'm saying?
That's the same person.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
That's what I'm saying. She made
Plastic
the
surgery and
sandwich.
all that.
Look,
Yeah.
she made the sandwich, but she didn't hand it over.
Hey man, maybe it's just me, but it's like I'd still give her grace if I met her to be a nice person or whatever, you know. Like I ain't no Adonis of a man, you know. That's just me though. I really don't care. Looks ain't the make it or break it for me though.
Well, I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you. That is a man eater down there. So she didn't just eat the sandwich; she ate the man with it.
Oh wow!
All right, now I gotta drop. Have a good night. Be blessed, y'all.
All right, push up,
Okay.
push up, push up.
I refuse to be less. Thank you. Anyway, did I answer that? Did you hear me when I answered that question, or did it just like cut out?
No, you said she ate the man too.
No, I'm talking about the original question, the vetting.
Nah, your stuff ain't say anything. It just was muted. It wasn't working.
Oh, okay. Nah, like TikTok did some TikTok shit. Anyway, is vetting more important than the solution? No, the solution is more important than the vetting, because at the end of the day, the solution is part of the vetting. Like that's just hand in hand simple. If anybody got a complaint against that, I advise you go seek counseling. They'll tell you they want solutions, not just for you to sit on the couch all day nagging and bitching.
Mm-hmm. And I think the other question I had asked for the panel, this case I don't know if everybody done. I asked, do you believe that because they don't never say effective communication? Well, I guess the other word is like, and that is crazy. I feel like all that stuff is even like putting effective in front of communication. It's like, what's the difference between communication, effective communication, good effective communication? But it's like communication do affect. It's like, man, it's a lot. That's why I had to really look up like so many definitions early, and I'm just like, man, it's just like the more I'm digging into this, it's getting so confusing for me to try to really understand all the differences. Then like, what is bad communication? If you can communicate without understanding at the end what is good and what's bad communication. Is communication meant to understand, or is communication meant to just voice it? So it's just I got 1,000 questions like low key, and it's just boy, if y'all got the answers to that, shoot, we can all try to exchange what we think on this situation because it's like
Well, Kevin, really quickly, communication is just an exchange of information. It doesn't mean that you
that's all that is.
understand.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, communication is just
Do you have to receive it?
no, it's just well, in order for there to be an exchange, there has to be a
Yeah,
receipt to it. There
it
has to
gotta
be
be
a
a
receipt.
receiver. Yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah.
that doesn't mean that you understand. That doesn't mean that you believe. That doesn't mean that you are on the same page. It does not signify a consensus.
Okay.
It just means that there's some information that was exchanged.
Oh, okay. So you could receive information. Okay, we gonna get somewhere. You could receive information without understanding it.
Right. See, the sending or receiving, those are both the two parts of communication, to keep it English. It's just sending and receiving.
Hmm.
That's all it is.
So let's break out
Well,
that. Remember you said about the effective though. So let's break that one down. Effective, and I get you on that part too, because you can get affected by good information or bad
And
information. I think that's what you said, right?
anything on this earth could be effective. It depends on how it
Gotcha.
affects you. Does it affect you
How would
negatively,
affect you?
or
Okay,
does
I
it
got
affect
you.
you positively?
So I like how you
well,
said that. That's a good one. That's good.
well,
And some information doesn't do anything at all. So
It don't affect you at all, right?
It seems like
So you got
too.
a good effect and a bad effect. That's good. I like that one. I never thought about that. What you
Right.
got, cousin?
I was gonna say it just depends on the intention of as well. Like if you say I didn't have effective communication, maybe whatever you were trying to communicate didn't go over, right? And so to you, it wasn't effective because the effect that you wanted from it wasn't achieved. So that could be, you know, our favorite word. That could be subjective to whatever the outcome we want. You know what I mean? Because, like you said, communication is just putting the information out there. People were communicating with hieroglyphics, and
Mm.
if you never saw a hieroglyphic, you never saw it, right? Is it effective to you? It's not effective until you see it, and then it's not even effective then until you wanted to learn about it, or you know what I mean. You start learning about how to read it. So, point is, I mean, I think effective communication is, in my opinion, when we the way we use it is this: if I try to convey some information to you, did you get that information? Then it was effective. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be
Mm.
one way that we would say that's effective communication because it caused an effect. But if it's just out there
Yeah,
and
it could
nothing
be a bad
happened,
effect or a good
right?
effect,
It
right?
doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what
So
effect.
that,
Yeah,
so
there you go.
so basically, the way we breaking it down, it still seemed like, even though y'all say it go hand in hand, it seemed like that because how communication work, or the fact that we even adding the word effective, that don't show that that should be key. You know what I'm saying? So it lies more. Now I'm really more leaning more towards understanding being key, because I think, especially with the key too, right? Because I think everybody is wants to understand each other at some point. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the whole goal, to be understood in some type of way.
that is the goal, Kevin. Kevin, the goal of communication, the ultimate goal is for someone to understand the
Yeah.
information that's being pushed. You understand what I'm
Well,
saying?
uh,
so we can kind of, I ain't gonna say debunk, we can kind of cancel or scratch out this thing where we say, well, effective, because I ain't never thought about it that way. Because you said effective can be good or bad. So who wants, for the most part, who want bad effective, unless they just that's their intentions or something like that. But how is that progressing? And then it don't even mean you gonna understand it either. You see what I'm saying? Because we were just talking about somebody can understand in their own way. You know what I'm saying? Or understand not the way that they understood it. I mean, wanted it to be understood, but they can understand it their way. We was talking about that too earlier.
That's just language, Kev. That's
well,
language, and look, language and vocabulary, right? You can there's different ways to communicate. You could do it verbally or non-verbally, right? You could do it through hieroglyphics if you understand hieroglyphics. I will write to you in Chinese if you understand Chinese. But if I'm explaining something in Chinese and you don't speak Chinese, is that effective communication?
Mm.
It can't
Mm.
all
affect you
right.
because you don't understand it.
Exactly, but it's communication, right?
Well, well, Hormiga, I got one for you, and I used this example about a month ago. I said 1 times 1 equals 3. Nobody understood that, right? Everybody was like, that doesn't make any sense. And then you turn around and you go look at what Howard's doing with the science that he's proving to be facts and the technology that he's making based off of the flower of life. And everybody's like got in a tussy trying to figure out what this man's doing. But he is literally doing exactly the same things I've been saying on this app for, I don't know, the entire time I've been on here. So his effective communication was, this is what the science is showing. This is what the science isn't showing. Everybody dissed this man and berated him. And now he's literally taking the scientific community to bat and he's knocking them down left and right. using his methodology and understanding of mathematics and actual physics and history and science. So when I say something that sounds outlandish, my communication is not effective because the message wasn't received in a way that they understood. They just
Correct.
wanted to rebuttal my statement because they didn't understand the concept of what I was giving them. And I'll give you an example of where I work. I'm a manager at 3 different locations. I walk into the building. For the most part, everybody has no problem with me, but there's a few outliers that don't like me just for the simple fact I make them do their job. I tell them wear their uniform proper, speak to whoever that they're engaging with properly and not have any miscommunications, do what is asked of you and get the job done. Most of them do it. And then there's some that are just running their mouth, talking cash money shit, and they ain't getting nothing done. And when I send them home, they're upset. Or they go over my head and go to my manager, and I just laugh and giggle because my manager's going to tell them the same thing I'm telling them: do your job, stop running your trap, listen to understand instead of listen to respond. Again, that's still a form of disaffective communication, but the communication part relies on the other person being able to comprehend what is being said. If you give them a physical example and show them how to do their job repetitively and they still aren't getting it, is it the person that's giving the information that's not effective, or is it the person that's receiving the information that's not understanding or
Well, Gabe,
effective?
Gabe, real quick. Is it just not to overplay this too much? Isn't the point? Is isn't the point of communication to get your point across?
Yes.
I wonder if I think it's subjective based off the night.
Well, think
Well,
about it in simplest terms. Isn't communication the attempt is to get your point across, whether the person receives it or not. It's not
Oh, to
effective
get
on
your point I get you.
right, but
Yeah, I
it's not
get you.
effective until the person that is receiving it is affected by it.
right. Well, okay. So I'll give you an example. If you go to Papa John's, Pizza Hut, Domino's, or any of these pizza places, they have a specific measurement system that they use to make their pizza so it's the same quality all the way out the door for everyone, right? But if you change up the percentage of what ingredient you put on that pizza and it changes the quality of it, is it the person that's making it that's making the mistake and not keeping with the quality and standard, or is the person that taught them? No, it's the person that's making it, because the person that taught them told them, these are your measurements, this is what you're supposed to do, this is how it's supposed to be done, make it this way for our quality and standard. And they decide to go above and beyond, and they want to add extra to this, take less of this out. So again, that's that person.
But see that I think what you that's different from, because if the manual is written right and it is understood, the manual did its job. Then you will be correct. That is somebody else taking their own liberty and adding to whatever that was understood. But if that manual said something that when the person read it, I don't understand this recipe, so fuck it, I'm gonna do my own recipe. That would be now the fault of the communicator. Does that make sense? So I think like that's two different conversations, it seems like, because you can communicate something and then that person, like Black always says, if they can repeat it back to you, y'all understand that we both got
Exactly.
it. And now they do something different. That's on them, right? Because you firmly communicated it, they repeated it, they got it. The communication part, my message was given, it was understood. Okay, we moving. And then they did something different. That's their ass. But if if I'm your boss and I'm telling you these are the instructions, and you're constantly telling me, hey, I don't understand what you're saying. And I say, did you get it? And you say, no, I don't get it. And then you still are expected to do the job, then that would be my fault as the communicator, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
when
that makes sense.
but hold up. When here's the thing. The thing is, are we supposed to keep trying to speak people's language even though it is written in basic language? You know what I'm saying? The problem is that we keep catering to what people want to be communicated through. We had that conversation about being flexible, right? Being able to understand different perspectives. But if you only look at things linearly, then you might not understand a lot of things.
Mm.
Right, right. We can only
So,
go.
cousin,
I would say that we have to bend a little bit if we're orator. If we're orators and we want to get a message out, we have to do we got to do our due diligence to make sure that our message is understandable, right, to whatever degree that is. And then at some point, we got to say, listen, this is how I do it. This is what it is. And if you're not on page to get this, then that's going to be some work that you need to do, right? We can only go to so far. But I mean, I think that we do have some responsibility. If we are the ones putting out a message, we should at least try to make sure that it is as digestible as possible, right? That's all I'm saying.
all right. So look at it like this, cousin, because I'm gonna use two other examples. If the compression ratio on a V8 is 1.247 and not 1.246, and the compression is thrown off, and you as the master mechanic is teaching this to somebody that has been a mechanic for 10 years and they can't simply understand that their compression ratio is off by 1%, and you keep showing them and you keep fixing it, and you keep showing them and keep fixing it, and you've given them physical examples and shown them that this is what it's supposed to do to make it work, and they still don't do it. Is it the communication or is it the lack of understanding from that person? And then I'm going to give you a third one.
You could get fired for that,
6G,
Gabe. You could get fired for not being
right,
able or have the capacity to do the job.
Right.
right. Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. I got one. Hold on.
Okay.
Cousin, I got one more
Yeah.
example. Okay. 6G pipe test. Okay. You got to put that root weld in. You got to use a 6011 or a 6010. Okay. Or even a 6012 to run that root pass all the way through on that pipe test. That pipe test is slightly at an angle, and then you got to use a cover pass over it, right? The cover pass is a 70-20, you know what I'm saying, or a 70-18. That cover pass is going to go over with a thicker rod, right? The 6011 and 6012 or a 6010 is a smaller rod for that root. Then when you cover it up, and then you go and take your test to see if it's going to withhold, that weld's going to withhold, and it doesn't. Is it because the root pass that you put in didn't stick properly, or is it because the cover pass didn't stick properly?
Well, I'll say that I don't know because nothing that you said I understood. So it wouldn't matter.
That's
the
the
point.
okay, but that
So
was
hold on. So
that
but,
was
but,
that was
but
the
that's
point that I made. Thank
right.
you.
So, but if I was a welder, I would have understood that probably, or I would have understood if you were lying. I would have understood if you was bullshitting. I would have understood if it was correct. If I was a welder, right? But since I'm not, that don't mean nothing to me, right? So, like you were saying, if you were trying to tell me, like if I'm trying to, let's say for instance, let's use that example, and I'm trying to get into a class to learn welding, and you came at me with that fresh, right? That's your bad. Because it ain't no way in hell that somebody that don't know welding would either have any idea what you're talking about, right? So then you were bad at communicating your message because you lost me from the first sentence, right? That means that you would have to do some work on your message delivery system. You get what I'm saying? So, but like, if I was already a seasoned welder, see, maybe then that's different. You get what I'm saying? And like, and then also we got to understand that a lot of times when we're talking about, or what you're bringing up, these are facts and figures, okay? They're not for disputing. This is what works because this is the measurement, right? It's almost like I'll use, but if you're talking about like in a relationship standpoint, most of that shit is just opinions. Most of that shit is feelings. There is no facts behind how somebody feels. You get what I'm saying? In a lot of cases. So when you're talking about that kind of communication, now there's a lot of gray area. Now there is a lot of understanding that needs to be done because it's not just about, hey, this goes into this particular socket, goes into that rent, and this is that, because that is something that's tangible that you can say that's a fact, right? And you can just write it out and it should be understood if you know English. But when we're talking about feelings, you're talking about emotions and all this other extra shit and what's going on and the circumstances and how warm it was in the room and all this whole extra, that becomes now a little bit different. You know what I mean? And I use the analogy kind of like baking and cooking. When you baking, it is a science. Because if you don't use the right ingredients at the right amount, that shit ain't gonna work, period. When you are cooking, that's a feel. Because you can put a little bit more salt. You can put a little bit more pepper if you like that. You can put different ingredients if that's not what makes you happy. You know what I'm saying? If you want to make this into a vegetarian, you can do that when you cook it. But when you're baking, it's a sign. You can't really, it's not too much wiggle room. And so a lot of times the relationships, that's the baking part. I mean, that's the cooking part. You know what I mean? That's when you can just, you got to put your own seasoning to your own taste. But when we in the world and we talking about business and we talk about getting solutions and problems and things like that, and we trying to get shit done, well, that's the baking. Where now it's facts. Now it's facts. Don't give a fuck about your feelings because this is what has to happen. So now the discussion is, hey, did you get the instructions? If you didn't, I got to make it clearer. But that's what it is. There's no wiggle room. So I think as we're talking about communication, maybe we need to, talk about more about what exactly in what area that communication is, because I think that would make a difference.
All right.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
cousin,
I'm hold on, Gabe. I'm with him
go
because
ahead.
here's the thing, Gabe. As a leader, right? As a leader,
Good, Slim.
you have to know your audience. So in order for you to communicate with someone, if there are expectations without knowing what a person knows or not, then you're dropping the ball. It only takes a few questions to know, hey, what you're trained in. What are you coming in the door with autonomously? Like what do you have as far as experience is concerned? So I know what you're missing and to see how well developed you are in these type of things. There are people that just can't follow instructions, and then there's the insubordinate that choose not to listen or don't have the passion or the desire to do something. So again, it's a very simple thing. In order for this to work, you have to have the A and the B. So for it to be effective in a positive stance where I'm getting my point across, you have to know who you're talking to. That's the problem. That we offer a lot of opinions, informations, and a lot of solutions to problems that people don't want solved.
Well, I'm going to say it like this. Both of you are 100% correct on that. But the reason why I gave the welding analogy is because that's going to go over most people's head for the fact that they've never done welding. Like, that's just the reason why I did it. And the analogy that I gave was broken down very, very aptly by both of you for the fact that they don't understand because they don't know. But as far as the baking versus cooking thing, that's like you as a baker, you're making a souffle, and then me as a cook, I'm making mashed potatoes. You can make mashed potatoes any way you want, but a souffle is going to be made a certain way every time because its ingredients are staggered. Where mashed potatoes, their ingredients are always going to be ever changing depending on the area of the world you live in versus your personal taste. Is that breaking it down, cousin?
This reminds me of a conversation I had with my daughter, right? That I told my daughter, before you put your own twist to it, learn how it's done right first.
Mm.
Bars. And I'll say it like this. Like, the reason why I'm using the souffle versus mashed potatoes is because mashed potatoes is a basic dish. A souffle is not. A souffle is an advanced dish that most professional chefs can't do because it's very stringent. You make a mistake when you put that mug in the oven, a sound pop off, it flattens out, it's no longer gonna be a good souffle. But you can take mashed potatoes and you can make them all day. The basic recipe can always be added or taken away from, but it's gonna be the same thing every time. Where the souffle is just, that is what it is. Like, my favorite thing to do is make a chocolate souffle. Do you know how many hours it takes to make that properly?
You're
Too many.
right. You're right, brother, because some things you have to pick and choose your battles. What can you wing? Like you can wing it, and some things you have to follow suit, right? Some things you can't divert from the instructions because it's done the way it's done. But there's other areas of life where you could wing it, where you could put a little extra pepper in when you're cooking. Same thing when you're talking to somebody, right? You could look, there's 12 different ways to learn, right? So therefore, I know 12 different ways to express myself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Pick, pick and choose your battles.
Yeah, that's real talk. And I get what you're saying. I mean, I think it's I mean, part of, you have to know the audience basically. You know what I mean? And you have to, if we are saying that, listening is important, which it is, I think ultimately all of it goes hand in hand. Understanding listening, being able to have the communication skills, the verbiage, the vocabulary, like all of that. I think has all of its role that goes with it. You know what I mean? Like it's all included. So I don't like to say one is more important than the other. I think that it depends on when. You know what I mean? And like, because I didn't answer the question about the venting part, but I think this kind of ties into it. Like venting and, problem solving, communication, like all of that shit, it goes, there's a time and a place is basically what I'm saying. And sometimes, like my man said earlier, venting is the solution. You know what I mean? Sometimes, a solution really isn't needed because there is no solution. You just frustrated. And the solution is go relax, go sit your ass down somewhere. Go, you know what I mean? Like that's the solution. And then you come back and then you have another mind frame and all of a sudden the problem ain't there. You know what I mean? Or sometimes the solution is you just overthinking. Stop thinking. Let the shit happen. Sometimes be patient is the solution. But yet, you want to vent. You know what I mean? So I just think that it's all circumstantial, and I think there's just times and places for all of these things that can apply. And so I think that they all equally important, if that makes sense.
All right. So I got a question for the video gamers in here. If you're playing Destiny and you're in a raid and you have to follow the protocols in the raid in order to get each section done and you don't, what happens? You fail the mission. So you have to either start over, go back to orbit, or regroup. Analyze your patterns that you're using in that specific function, and then point and click in a better advantage. If that makes any sense for the non-gamers.
Right, I can see that.
I guess what we're saying is that there are many facets to communication, but undoubtedly, I hope that the consensus is that it's a point that's trying to be made, right? As simple as we want to think that just getting the point across is a simple thing, but it's not, because some people don't speak your language and your communication skills are very limited. So when you have someone who has limited communication skills, and you have someone who has limited receiving skills, Houston, we have a problem.
Well, that's true.
Real talk.
And I'll say it like this, cousin. I'm going to land real quick. I'm going to say it like this. And the reason why I use Destiny is because at one point in time, I was a pro player for that game. And I, on average, would be one person taking 5 people into a raid. And I would teach them step by step how to do every facet of each part of the raid. And it would take us something that should take you being fresh into the game and doing that specific function of that game. The average person, it should take them roughly about 2 hours to complete a raid. For the people that I was training, it would take us 6 hours. And it was because they weren't understanding when I would show them. I would talk to them. And then I would be like, okay, so we're going to try it a different way. I put people in certain positions where they were locked in. They couldn't go anywhere else but do that specific function because I figured they were good at that function. And I put them there, and we would pass it in less than an hour. So that's why I'm saying it the way I'm saying it. You have to understand that their skill level and their understanding and comprehension level only goes so far for each individual function. Then you have to figure out how to put everybody together in a way that it's going to benefit the crew in order to make the job done. Sound better? Did I clean it up a little better?
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. That's management 101.
Was that effective communication?
I mean, technically, it's not effective communication. It's you as the leader making risk assessment management and putting people in a position that you know that they're going to excel. Taking out the guesswork and putting them in a position. That's the best way I can put it.
But
Yeah, I think that was that was an example of just good management. I think the example of good communication would be when you ever decided to start to move them into the positions that they were going to be best at, and when you told them what that position was, and then they understood that, and then they started completing those specific positions. That was the good communication. I would say that would be where the effective communication in that example was. The whole thing entirely was just an example of a good management situation where where you just maximize the time and you got everybody better. You see what I'm saying? But I think the communication effectiveness was when you actually made the moves with the individual people. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect. And that's why I'm using the example. I mean, I might overcomplicate it and make it long-winded, but at the end of the day, you're right. That is good management skills, but the communication part did come in when I put them to be able to show their skills instead of just getting frustrated with them and be like, y'all are trash. No, it's not that you're trash. The person that's the leader is trash because he didn't effectively assess the situation, communicate properly to them to what their advantage is. That's basically how it broke down.
Well, everything is great until emotions, hit, because emotions trigger conversation. Every
Yes,
other
sir.
way
We go.
has been performed.
We going on to the next one.
This just sounded weird. So weird.
It's
Kev left the
like
building. That's
TikTok's
what
doing
happened.
TikTok shit. Yeah, TikTok's doing TikTok
Kev then
things
went on a
again.
boo-boo break.
Not the boo boo
Nah,
break.
On that, let's go on and test
Why
for
everybody
a minute.
stuff look like it's It's look like it's just y'all stuff still muted and stuff. And showing y'all talking.
Look muted.
yeah, it looks muted on
How
my
many
end
people
too.
we got here? 29. We got 30 people.
Huh?
Whoever's the mod, go ahead and do
Huh?
your mod break.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's start tapping the screen a little bit, man. Let's do a little screen tap, a little break for a minute. A little thunder tap for about 60 seconds. Can we get a
Thunder
thunder
tap,
tap for
not thunder
60
clap.
seconds? Look, no Diddy. Uh, we just touch the screen like you mad at it, real quick, and just for a minute. Get some effective communication between your fingertips and the screen, and tap the screen. And get this man a little. Let's get this love and make sure that the live continues to keep going on the FYP and all that good stuff. You can put some FYPs in the
That's what
chat.
she said.
You know what I'm saying? Make sure that you share, because I'm sure that we know some people that don't know how to communicate at all, and
Right.
they might need to hear this message. So let us communicate that shit to them, but we can't do that unless you communicate to them with that share. And if you want to hit that share, you can hit the box right on top of Kev's chair that's vacant. Oh no, he back. I see him. Okay, right about there. Go and hold that box down just for a quick second. A little box is gonna pop up. It's gonna have some whole list of people that you can just share to real quick, and that would be appreciated. And other than that, that's the end of my break. We can continue now. What would you like to do, Sal?
So technically, we thinking about this since we done broke it down so many different ways. That means everybody is able to communicate since they don't have no resolution of understanding, right? Because some people be like, you don't know how to communicate. Now, what do people mean by that? You see what I'm saying? Or they really mean effective? Can't say that either because effective can be
Yeah, I think that when people say that, they just mean that people don't know how to express
don't
themselves.
want to understand it.
Yeah, without either they get too emotional, they can't regulate that emotion. We like to say that,
Yeah.
or they don't have they don't have the vocabulary to speak, or they just don't speak at all. And people will say that you don't know how to communicate. And I think
Right.
a lot of times when people say that, they're using it as a jab to try to demean that.
Mm.
Nobody ever really says that if they're trying to be helpful. And I don't know. I like a lot of times people say that and they be like, "No, I'm just trying to get constructive criticism." No, you're just trying to be a bitch. Let's just be honest. You're just trying to be, you know what I mean? You're just trying to be an asshole. You throwing a jab because that person said something or whatever that you didn't like, and now you know what I mean. You want to jab at them and hit them. But I think that's what people mean. At least in my experience, from what I've seen, that's what it's always turned out to be. Was they didn't think that they either spoke well, they didn't think that, you know, they were, I don't know, whatever criticism they had, but that's usually what it was.
I
So
also think that people tend to think that people tend to use that towards those who answer to react instead of actually listening to the conversation. Like they don't really hear what you have to say. They just blurt out whatever they want to react to whatever you're saying. They don't know what you're saying. They don't know what you're talking about, but they're going to blurt out just to disagree with you. So that's another time that I hear people say that they don't know how to communicate.
Yeah, I see that too. That's a good one. Yep, I forgot about that one. That's a good one.
Y'all let G-Man in real quick before y'all go.
all right.
Next.
Man, I tell you, this is God sent. Do y'all know it's a guy from my old neighborhood in the South Bronx?
Hey,
Mr.
man, hold on. He finally got up on the panel with us. Let's go.
Oh, so wait, salute
Let's
to the host.
go.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Salute to
Salute
my
my
people,
G.
brother B. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, this is touching, man. My G, what's his name? Yeah, my G, what's his name?
Hormiga.
Yeah, they used to call.
Homogi.
We from the same
Oh my
hood.
God, we from the same neighborhood, y'all. This is crazy. Oh shit.
They used to call me Big Ant back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
Word. So you remember Hulk and Murdoch and them?
They're all brothers. Yeah.
Word. BLS crew. Puerto Rican love, if you heard.
You see how this works, Kevin? Effective communication.
My G.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he remember my cousin that got unalived up there too, Jonathan Reeves.
He used to live across the street, I think in the fifth or the
Yeah.
sixth floor.
In that red building on the 6th floor.
Yeah, so my parents were across the street, so you
Oh my God, dude. Man, I've been trying to come up there, but I don't know who to trust now, man. I want to see a Yankee game and all that shit, man. But I remember, I think me and you, we used to play stickball in Botanics Projects.
That's correct, in the back.
Yeah, with a basketball court and a baseball court.
Yeah, right before they made.
Oh my God. Oh shit, this is crazy.
Hey,
See?
G-Man.
Oh man.
Look at it like this, bruh. Yonkers. Okay? So I get it. It ain't safe for none of us rolling through any of the boroughs anymore. Especially us old heads.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, hold on. But things ain't like the way
Well,
it
I
used
moved
to.
out like 2 years ago.
Hormiga, your
So
stuff sound kind of muffled too. That's probably why they think.
Hold on, I'm gonna come back up because it
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, nah, like G, like I was saying, bro, like I ain't been up in
I thank God for
New
Kevin.
York in some years because I know that
Me
every
neither.
time I go up there, it's a problem. Like,
Nah,
son, when I
bro.
say I got
Nah.
family in the Bronx, family on Long Island Sound, Staten, lot up in BX,
Bro,
and
but you don't
son,
know
I
me and this
tell you,
dude.
it's wild.
Me and homeboy,
hey, I lived in the Bronx.
we grew up together.
Yeah, it's wild. It happens to me all the time.
And I used to get free lunch at his school, his middle school, Burger Junior High, you heard? 130, 139, you heard?
That summer lunch.
Yes,
PSA
sir.
139.
I told you. Hey, that's why I thank God for Kevin because it's something about, he got a gift, man. It's like, oh my God, yo. I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
you talking back in the free cheese days.
Yeah, with the okay, let me calm down, man. The jam, you remember the jams in St. Mary's Park. You know what I'm saying?
Of course,
Right?
146.
Yeah. Furious 5, Grandmaster Flash, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, the Awesome Foursome, the Fearless Four.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Lee from B Street, you heard?
Oh wow.
Oh,
Hey,
God.
summertime in Rutgers, bruh. Everybody go to Rutgers. You know what it is.
Yeah, yeah, but the Bronx, man,
Yeah.
it's like we didn't even, I mean, we had block parties and everything. He remember, hey, look, Grandmaster Flash used to jam in his backyard, in his school, at his middle
Yep.
school, 139th Street. Am I
Yeah,
lying?
yeah, yeah. No, you
Nah,
straight,
you
man.
ain't.
I'm on point, right?
Yeah,
So you
you
remember the
straight.
kids used to climb the fences to see Grandmaster Flash DJ.
Of course, they had the police lines covering the
Yeah,
speakers.
yeah, they had the wooden police lines thing. They got yellow tape now, but you remember? Yeah, man. Oh my God, my bro. Oh Lord, man. I
See
just
this,
thank
y'all?
God, man. Thank you, man, because yo, I'm telling you, I'm black, but we was cool with the Puerto Ricans. There was no separation thing, man. I'm telling you, man.
Hold
This
on,
is
hold on,
love, yo.
hold on. Because I saw the taps moving, but then they just stopped. And we here at the Kev Network, we bring families and friends together.
Yes, sir.
Do
Hell
you
yeah.
Hey,
see?
G
I'm gonna need.
Do you
I need
see?
them to tappy.
Do you
Man,
see?
when did all that happen? I feel like I missed
Back
some.
in
I
the
feel like I
80s.
missed the party.
My man back in the 80s, he'll tell you, yo, I'm telling you, man, tell him, dog, the two-hand touch football. Tell him, dog.
Bro,
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to
Oh,
tell you, man.
oh, man. The
I mean,
Ice
I
that's
Cube
missed the
also
Cup,
back in the
party.
baby.
day when look. I'm an '80s baby, so I'm gonna say it like this: when I was
I'm a
growing up,
70s.
that was also double. That was also double Dutch season. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah,
Bro,
Yeah.
yeah.
let me tell you
So
something. Let me tell you something. Where we come from, we ain't had shit. So
Thank you.
we had to play checkers with bottle caps and rock.
Yeah.
Let's
The
go.
Skelsies. Tell him about the
look,
Skelsies, dog.
Yo, off the curb, wiffle ball, flag football, whatever,
Yeah.
man.
hey,
Two-hand
playing
touch
marbles
football.
with dirt and playing jacks with fucking sticks and motherfucking erasers.
Man, I
OE, and
thank
Colt
God for
45.
So you remember People's Park, right?
That's where we used to play handball.
Thank you.
You
Oh my,
can't have a
I
handball
told you.
court without Puerto Ricans. You know how that
Thank
works.
you. Thank
That's
you.
facts.
Hell yeah. Hey, Kev, I thank God for your podcast, man. Hey, me and fam right here, we gonna link up, man, for real, dog. I'm down here in North Carolina, whatever. Hey, just say the word, man. Hey, they still got the Chinese restaurant on Willis Avenue and stuff.
They still serving cat, bro.
Yes, they do.
Ah! Hey, I heard the Puerto Rican theater on 138th Street is a church now.
It is, man. It's a church. It's a church.
Word.
Yeah, for all those that don't know, that's like the old original South Bronx.
Yes, sir. Yes.
It ain't like that anymore, my brother. Back then we had unity, and
There you go.
if we had a beef, we would shoot the fair one. There ain't no
Thank
more
you.
fair ones. You understand what I'm saying? So
I feel you. Yeah. Yeah. I feel
Run
you.
that solo fade, and I know
We
it.
cause cause he probably had his posse. We had our posse. When they try to come on our block and try to take over, we link up. You heard?
yeah, that unity, unfortunately,
I know.
that
I know.
you had to shoot the fair one and in front of
Mm-hmm.
everybody.
Yep.
There wasn't none of that. Nowadays, you look at somebody the wrong way,
Yeah.
they go back up the block, they come back with a tribe. You feel me?
Hell yeah, they ready to bust, man. Yeah, I know what it is. Oh shit.
And
I
the
saw you
cra
remember the carnival.
hey,
You remember the carnival?
Of course I do, but you know what? You can blame drill music a little bit for the excessive violence that's going
Yeah,
on right
that's
now
true.
too.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now the
Yeah.
kicker on
It'll
that
never be,
is this.
man. I tell you, man. If even if say like I'm black, right? Even if Puerto Ricans, like me and him, we from the same block, whatever. If he see me getting jumped, he coming with 10, 15 motherfuckers, yo. Hey, we running them out the block. You heard? That's how we used to do it too. If he see me
Immediately. That's
getting
what it
jumped,
was.
if it's the word up. He remember, yeah, PLS crew, Puerto Rican lovers. So you remember Valentine, and you know what I'm saying?
Ev-
Johnny and them.
Everybody.
My G. That's my G. Hey, look, I followed you, follow me, man. We gonna chop it up, dog, for
I
real, man.
got you. Yo, hit me up, and when you're ready to pull up, we talk about it. You know what I'm
But
saying?
okay. Remember, I'm Jonathan Cousin, man. You know
I
what I'm
got
saying?
you.
Where you remember? Tell him about Jonathan. He was no joke, was he, man?
I got you, man. Rest in peace
Yo,
to
they
the
had no
brother.
choice but to set him up. That's how they. That's the only way.
So you cousins with
Yeah.
Shabu too?
Yep. Shabu. Yeah.
Yes.
Ronnie
Ye-
Christopher.
Yes, sir.
Yep. See, he got Shabu used to be down with Zulu Nation.
Wow, that's like back in the day shit.
Yeah, he had a brother named Shelton. Shelton used to steal a lot though. He used to shoplift.
Shelton the shoplifter.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Zulu Nation. That's damn. That's
Hey, look.
old.
Where my G right here from, the Black Spades used to live like a couple of blocks from me. Right? Am I right, dude?
Yeah, they had gangs back there when gangs were
Word.
gangs. You know what I'm saying?
And they was loyal back there, man. They bring it. They bring it back
See,
there
see,
for
but the
real.
thing, the
Yeah,
difference,
my dad was a member of them.
the difference is that back then the gangs were more about community than
Yep.
anything else. You know, they looked
Mm-hmm.
out for each other.
Mm-hmm.
They help people out. They would not let children or older
Nope.
ladies or men be attacked. You understand what I'm
Right. And
saying?
be
So
robbed and stuff. None of that was going on.
none of that. Neighborhood. We police our own neighborhoods,
Yep.
but we also used to have, and this is something that we need to talk about too. Whatever happened to the community cop? There was always a cop,
Right. The housing
like
authority,
Watts.
right?
Remember Watts? There was
Yep.
always a
Watch.
cop.
Yeah. Yep. Watch.
Yeah,
Cause
yeah, but in any hood, in any state, they used to have what's called a community cop, and he knew
Mhm.
everybody, and he would grab somebody by the ear and take them
Yep.
home when they was involved with something that wasn't like conducive. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah. Oh
So
shit. Yeah. And he make you stay in school, go to school, or
we
he going to Sparkfield.
we lost that. We lost the sense of community when we lost the community cop. When the community cop, the same cop that stays in the 4 block radius, make sure he know everybody in the neighborhood. He got along with the
Mm-hmm.
parents. We lost the community cop, man. We lost our sense of
Yeah.
community. You know what I'm saying? This is bad, man. This is horrible.
Yeah, cops were not doing that in my day, honestly.
Oh yeah. Word
We
up.
didn't
Where
have
you
anybody
from?
like that.
What's her name? Boy BW. Where you from then?
Well, I'm from the Bronx. I originally used to live in you guys know Wakefield,
What, the
East
project?
241st,
Would you say
White Plains.
what street? What street? White
It's on
Plains?
East. It's on East 241st and White Plains.
Oh no, you up north. We downtown. You uptown.
I used to live there, and then we used to move like to multiple places. We moved from there to Parkchester,
Okay.
and then we moved from Parkchester to my grandmother's house, which was on 149th East 149th Street.
Yes. Oh, so you over there by 3rd Avenue?
Right.
Oh my
But
God.
she was good, but she got bougie on us, so she went to Parkchester. You understand what I'm saying? So
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
legit what they
We
used
call
to
that
call it.
the green part of the Bronx. Oh my
The
God.
pretty parts.
Yes.
Before it became ultra white.
But I love 3rd Avenue, the 3rd Avenue, the Alexanders and you know what I'm saying, the Crazy Eddie story and the oh my God, y'all bring it back. Oh my Lord.
Oh God.
Yo,
You guys
right.
know Fordham Road?
yeah, of course.
Yes, I used to go to the movie theater up there.
Yo, Kev,
Oh yeah, but they
do you
closed it
understand how rare this
down.
is? This is so
Oh
rare.
my God.
So what?
They don't
This
have the
is
movie theater there anymore though.
For
this
real?
yeah,
No,
it's gone.
not in Fordham. They replaced it with something. They used to have this old theater that was along the Grand Concourse.
Yeah.
I think you're talking about the RKO.
Yeah, they burned it
And they
down.
used
Somebody burned it down.
yes.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Oh my
Yeah.
God, I'm home. I feel like I'm home already. Oh my God.
Listen, for those that don't understand, the chances of running into someone on TikTok, there's so many people that live in the Bronx, just in that borough alone. The chances of running into someone like
Jeez.
this is very slim and none. You know what I'm saying?
Oh really?
Yeah, because there's
Very,
so.
very, yes.
Do you know why the Bronx is mad and Brooklyn? Because there's so many people living in one square block.
Yeah, mom.
There's like 4
Hmm.
projects in one block, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh my God. So y'all remember my Haven projects?
My Haven, Millbrook,
Mount
Patterson.
Haven.
Yes,
My mom
Patterson.
here. Watch your
Yes,
mouth.
yes. I love Millbrook. I love Millbrook too. Cypress Avenue. What's up, Cypress? Is yo, you know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Yeah, I used to visit my friend. She used to live in White Plains.
Okay, where J Lo from?
J Lo.
Yeah, J Lo from Castle Hill.
Word.
Wait, you
That's
mean
like
like
Castle Hill
Jennifer
Project.
Lopez?
Yeah,
Yeah.
We
she
don't
from
claim.
Castle
Are
Hill
we?
Project.
Are we claiming her?
No, I'm
Oh,
just
well,
saying
that's the
that's another
South
product of
Bronx.
the Bronx, you know?
Cause she keep, yeah, but
Yeah.
she keeps saying, oh, I'm from the Bronx, I'm from the Bronx. But it's like, I
Yeah, I
don't know.
understand too.
I don't
She
think we
got
claim her
bougie. That's
anymore.
what she said. J-Lo got
Well,
bougie.
Yeah,
Hey,
she's
Caroline, we
she
going
got
home.
bougie.
Yo, this man, we linking up. We going. Hey, I want to go to that new Yankee Stadium, but I need somebody I can trust so I can go up there. Don't even worry about it. I got my hotel room with them.
listen,
I
J
don't
Lo,
I need
understand
J
to
why they changed. Well, I don't understand why they did that though. They removed the old Yankee Stadium. They turned it into a ballpark of some sort. They have
exactly.
like a track there and everything. And then across the street, you built a brand new Yankee Stadium. Like,
That's what I'm saying.
come
Right
on,
across the street.
why
Yeah,
can't
and
we
it's
keep the
smaller.
first one? Like, what
well,
the hell?
Thank you.
it's one of the oldest stadiums and it was kind of falling apart.
Yeah,
That's
they could
true.
have
Yeah, that's
renovated it
true.
though. I
Well,
mean, they tore it down.
the Yankees are bougie. You know how they are. They like to spend money. You understand?
Um,
Hmm. Especially
I
the
just
owner.
I just miss being on the 4 train and like seeing
Yeah.
that traditional old
Yes.
stadium come
Yeah. When
up.
you
And
pass, I see when you on the
and
train, you on the outside part, and then you pass the Yankee Stadium. Everybody running to the window to see that shit.
right, and then you get a
I see.
glimpse of the inside of it. You get a brief glimpse of the inside of
Yeah.
them like playing their game.
Yeah.
Ah, I miss
But
that.
see, I used to go there when it was the $1.50 for the bleachers, the bleed nose, the nosebleed seats, $1.50. You heard Reggie Jackson, all that.
Oh,
That
yeah, I never been there.
you showing our true age now.
There you go. Well, I'm 53 now. I ain't the same, but hey, we living. You know what I'm saying? We living now. You know what I'm saying? It's an accomplishment though, especially coming from the Bronx. You heard?
I
Yeah,
mean,
your time sounds a lot more fun than my time was.
good things happen all the time, man. That's why I try to tell people. We always talk about influence, right? We always talk about
Yes.
effectiveness, right? So there's a lot of good sides to TikTok. The thing is that there's so many panels that talk about the same shit, and half of them don't know what the hell they talking about. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts. Yeah,
And that should
because
be
you
driving
right.
me crazy.
You're right because a lot of stuff that's going on TikTok, we've been going. It's been going on since we was growing up. It's just
Yeah.
that we didn't have TikTok and internet back then.
Could you imagine if we had internet back in the 80s, man?
Oh my God, man! I'd probably be a millionaire by now.
I think I would have been a pole dancer.
I know you would have worked at. You would have worked at that male strip club where them ladies be talking about take it off, honey. Is that
Oh
still over
shit.
there?
I forgot
You
what
remember
that's
that?
called. Hunts Point.
Now, did you remember when it was a male strip club where the old ladies, the old rich ladies used to go to?
Damn, I wish I knew because I probably would have went up in there.
I can't remember that, man. I can't remember. Oh shit, them old ladies be like, take it off, honey. Rich old ladies go there.
She said, take it off, honey.
Yeah, man. Yeah, see, like you know what I'm saying. I think that club closed down now for them old ladies. It's for the old ladies and stuff, man.
Well, I find it interesting, like you bringing up the black spades and stuff, because I have an
Yeah.
interesting story. I have an interesting story about that. Like
Okay.
my dad said he used to roll with the black spades, and
Okay.
they used to he and his crew used to fight with the Latin Kings, and they
For
they
real, the
one
Latin
time,
Kings? Latin
yeah,
Kings was
they
back then?
picked,
Oh, I
yeah,
don't know. Well,
they
they came in the
picked
90s.
this. Yeah, they picked this spot, right? They picked this
Mhm.
spot where they were going to, I guess, rumble or fight or whatever.
Yeah, we called
So
it
they
Rumbles back then. You right. Your
rumble.
dad, yeah, I could tell because he said
Yeah.
Rumble.
Yeah.
That's what we call it, right? Your HMO, whatever. What's your name, man? Oh, yeah. They call it Rumbles back
So
then. He right. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead. He could.
But here's the funny part though. Here's the funny part though. Decades later, I'm like about, I think I'm around like 8 or 9 years old, and I see him hanging out in front of our house. This is when we were still living in Wakefield. Um, and he's hanging outside the house, and he's kicking back some beers with this Hispanic dude. And I'm like, who is this? You know, the guy's got a pot belly, he's balding, all sorts of stuff.
Oh shit! I can see
Um,
where. I ain't gonna say nothing. I know who it is though.
so he,
Terror
so he,
Squad.
so he says, so the Hispanic guy says, "Oh, who is this little darling?" You know, and he said, "Oh, this is my daughter." You know, and he said, "Oh, I have two at home. You know, exactly your age." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And I'm like, "Who is this guy?" And my dad was like, my dad had told me about his gang before, and I thought it was the coolest thing. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I could never do that," you know. Um, but then he says, yeah, we used to fight back in the day. I was like, you fought each other back in the day? What?
I
Because they're
know,
just
right? Then
sitting
they
there and
friends
they're,
now.
yeah, they're sitting there out kicking back beers, laughing and stuff. And then they're talking about stories. Oh, remember that time I took a bat and hit you in the head with it? Oh, remember that day? Remember that day? Remember that day that we ran you off our block? He was like, no, you didn't run shit, man. You know, I was like,
I
oh
would
my
think you met
God.
Fat Joe. I would think you met Fat Joe. That's what because he was, he from up there, Tremont Avenue, over there, at Trinity Ave.
Fat Joe. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't catch his name. I just know he was this Hispanic dude that was kind of balding and stuff, and he was dressed like a construction worker in a bit, you know, like had the jeans and like work boots and
I'm
stuff.
thinking Big Pun now.
Yeah,
No,
that could be one of the village people.
I don't know.
Oh, shit. No, don't do that to her, Dad. No Diddy, no Diddy. shit.
so they're
Shit.
laughing,
Fuck the
but
village people with a flying saucer, you heard?
but
Shit.
this but
YMCA
this
shit. Oh, shit.
But this goes to show you, people think that because I'm from the Bronx, I'm so hood and rough and all this kind of shit. I don't know anything about this. You know, my dad and his friend are sitting there laughing like it's the most normal thing in the world, and I'm just like tripping out. Like, what kind of
That's how we
life
used to
did you
have our
live?
fun fighting. That's how we used to have our fun. That's dude, yo. Oh, you say, now what they call you for a nickname? HMO, whatever. What's your name? What's your nickname, dog?
Now they used to call me Big Ant.
Big Ant.
Yeah. I was
Okay.
fortunately I was one of the more taller people there. So
Oh, so you remember Hawk,
uh,
Murdoch, and them?
yeah. I remember all these cats, man. That's
My G right here. I told you. Hey, look out for me, man. We go back to the block, you heard?
yeah. Well, just look, hit me up. Let me know. You know what I'm saying, and we'll make it happen. You know what I'm
And I
saying?
can see you change your life for the better. I like that. That's what's up.
Well,
Me too,
I
man.
think we all have to grow up at one time or another. Otherwise,
That's
we end
right.
up in the
That's
same
right.
circle, the same hamster wheel.
Yeah,
You know
Exactly,
what I'm saying?
bro.
yeah.
Exactly. Word up, dog. Word. That's what's up, dog. I used to go to PS 27. Then I went to IS 162. Then I went to South Bronx High School.
Dang, you stood in the hood for real.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah. Across the St. Mary's Park.
you hood.
Thank
Oh
you.
yeah,
I got
yeah.
it. See what I'm saying? But my G right here, Kevin and cousin B, yo, they cool as a fan, dog. Hey, you know what I'm saying? How loyal we is. If I see them come up with beef, I catch a plane ticket and just let me know where he at. I put the black on, you heard? That's how
Uh,
we loyal. I still got my loyalty, man.
just make sure you bring your uptowns, not what these kids call Air Force Ones. Bring your
Hell
uptowns. You know
no,
what I'm saying?
yo, you right. You right. The black on black ones. Oh shit.
You guys don't deal with Air
Yo.
Force Ones, huh?
Nah,
Hell yeah, the
that's what
uptown.
the new cats. You know who
Mm-hmm.
started calling that Air Force Ones? That was Nelly.
Nelly.
Nelly started calling
Yeah,
it,
Nelly.
but we know it as uptowns.
Yeah, we call them uptowns. Word up.
Uptowns. Okay.
Yeah, we got the Pumas and the Adidas. Tell him, brother. Tell him, you better be walking with a squad as you coming up off them Pumas and that sheepskin coat. I'm going too far, bro. I'm going too far, dog. Word up, man.
He took me to a time. He talked about the stick up kids. You understand?
Yep, yep. That sure is, though. Oh my God. Hey, look, it was nice politicking with y'all, but we gonna keep in touch. What you call the BBW lady and the hey, we gonna get a slice of pizza or something. We gotta link up for real, for real. You know what I mean?
That works
Yeah.
for me, man. They
Yeah.
still got Golden Circle in 138 in Brook.
Word, right there by
Oh, really?
the train station.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Yep, I told you. Oh my! I'm serious, dog. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna chop it up, man. But like I said, Jonathan, that was my cousin, man. That's like my first cousin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're gonna chop it up about that too, dog.
That's a good subject to talk about, Kevin.
Yeah, man.
How you end up meeting people. First of all, here's a good subject. When people say, we grew up together, and I look at a
Mhm.
person and I say, well, I know I grew up. You understand?
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of people who will say, yo, now being from the same place and saying that you grew up together, those are
Yeah,
two
that's
different
different.
things.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I
that
know a
goes a
lot of
long
people
way.
our age, my bro, that they still singing the same tune, unfortunately.
Hmm.
You feel me?
Mm.
Yep. And I'm 53 now. I ain't ashamed to say it, but hey, it's an accomplishment when you make it to you know what I'm saying, this old nowadays, man. God knows it is, man. I'm being real, man.
Well,
Hey, y'all had the Puerto Rican parade too.
yeah,
Oh, I didn't see that.
that's on the ninth. That's another thing too, man.
Word.
We really have to understand that you're gonna run into people again. History repeats itself, and you end up running into people. So you got to be careful who you disrespect on the way up, because what do
That's
they
right.
say? You're gonna see them right back on the way down, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Okay, I got one more
Mm-hmm.
question. My homie right here. Do you remember Little L from now do you remember Red from Millbrook Projects?
I do remember Red. He hung out with a couple of Hispanic kids out there with
Yeah.
Julio and
Yeah.
Freddie and them.
Yeah. He on the live too. But they was
Well,
chasing him. Did you hear about that? They was chasing him.
I'll tell you this much to give people some perspective. We come from a place that we go to more funerals than we do graduations,
Yeah, exactly. You right. You right. You right.
and that's
Okay, one more
sad.
thing.
They got more
One more
baby
thing about
showers than
Jonathan.
graduation.
Yeah. So you remember when they played Gangster Lee in front of Jonathan Building on the day of his funeral?
Yes, I remember the day that happened. I was right there when that happened.
For real? Real talk?
Real talk, right in front of my building.
Yeah. We're gonna talk OUB projects.
Yep,
Oh my
the
God. We're gonna talk.
base
We're gonna talk.
building.
We're gonna talk, bro. We're gonna talk.
Yeah,
But
just hit
yeah.
me up. We'll keep it going. We'll keep it
Oh
going.
my God, man. I wanna man. Oh man. It's you know what I'm saying? It's hitting me, man. Yeah, man. God
But you
no,
guys
man.
still live in the Bronx? You guys still live in New York, though?
No, but our heart is still there. I live in North
Yeah,
Oh,
Carolina now.
yeah.
unfortunately, my parents still live in the same apartment from 1977. So you could
What? They
you
still
would
up
have
Oh, yeah,
there?
that's rent control then. That's
well
theirs.
here's the deal. Once you get to a certain age, you don't want to move because how it sounds starting all over and leaving the
That's right.
only culture that you know behind. Like it gets to a
He
certain
right.
point that if you don't get
Well,
out at a
it's
certain point, you're not getting out.
He right.
well,
Cause
that's
I
true.
don't plan
That's
on
true.
moving from North Carolina. You right. I don't plan on moving from where I'm at. Man, we got neighborhood watch and all that. You know, we didn't grow up with that back then. I'm staying right here. Yeah. But my brother, my sister up here, hey, we gonna link up. We gonna get a slice of pizza. We gonna get them stinking ass hot dog with the sauerkraut. Oh yeah, we doing. I'm serious, yo. Word up, man. We gonna keep in touch, yo.
Don't forget the chopped cheese, the Aki way.
Yes, sir. We gotta hit the Aki way. Yes, sir. Oh my God, man. Thank God. Thank God for Kevin. Thank God for cousin B. Oh my God, yo. I'm about to tell my wife all it. I told her some of it already, man. Oh man, God bless y'all. Have a good night. Hey, we're gonna keep in touch, New York. Hey yo, Cam, whatever we can link up, y'all can come with us too, yo. It's up, yo. Word up, man.
I
God
think
bless
I think
y'all,
you stepped
man.
away for a minute, man. But hey, I've been sitting here just listening, man. I love hearing it. Real talk.
Reunited and in
It
feels.
Nah, I'm homesick now.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm
singing "We Are the
homesick
World"
now.
right now.
Oh God.
I mean, it happens, right, Kevin? You know what I'm saying? Look, I know Kevin more than 3 years when Kevin first started this venture, and I've seen Kevin grow from his own podcast, having these discussions. This is where discernment comes from: experience, wisdom, knowledge, and again, ladies and gentlemen, the ability to be flexible because you're doing yourself harm by not at least listening and being open to things that are out there. And we keep finding the same things that are good for us, and we keep entertaining clowns. And I don't remember the last time that I applied for a circus. You know what I'm saying? And entertaining clowns is not one of my skill sets. So that's what I do now. I try to talk to people and say, hey, there's always a different way of looking at it if you're open enough to at least see things from a different perspective. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that hard, Kevin. But it does take work, Kevin. And I wanna give you your flowers, Kevin. You've grown so much, man, in the last couple of years. And I appreciate the things that you do, Kev, for real.
Oh yeah, appreciate you, man. Trying. I ain't trying to be the same person. What's up, man?
Bless you, man. You
I know
always
I
have some
changed a lot of
good
my
people.
intentions. I remember I came on here like, no, I want to teach. I want
Yo,
to
you was
teach.
a hothead when you
And
first started. You was
then
like, no,
I
no,
realized
no.
there was a lot I had to learn too.
Yeah, you know what it is that when you're not exposed to a lot of things, you become resistant to new things, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we end up looking to validation. That's another question you have, right? You end up looking for validation, and we end up looking for validation outside of ourselves. We become dependent on other people's opinion about us, and what we need is to learn how to self acknowledge ourselves. We need to learn how to put value in who we are. But like the conversation we were talking about before, you got to be that dude, you got to be that woman in order to talk that ish. And a lot of people come up here and they talk and they talk and they hypocrites because they're not living that life, and that's the
Mhm.
shit that gets to me. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That
Right.
right there is the realest shit ever. I
Well,
would I would say I would say repeat that, but no. Let that marinate. Fuck it. I hope somebody
marinate.
heard that. Them is jewels. Pick them in your pockets, please. Cause man,
Yeah, yeah. Put guess that, and another thing too.
Jesus.
Stay out of other people's pockets. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like worry about when they tell you to mind your business. That's not a disrespect because your life is your business. So mind your business.
Mhm.
Man, who is this
What?
guy? He's in my mind right now.
This is an
That
this
is
Bro,
your
that
guy.
is real tough.
I know
That
that
is
you've been through it just by listening to you, my brother up there. I know you've been through it, and I know you're in a better place, and I could hear it in your voice, man. I could hear the pain. You know what I'm saying? And how you've changed and how you put yourself in a better element, because you sound like a leader, and the biggest part of a leader is empowering the people that are around you, so we can all grow together. You feel me? Otherwise, there ain't no network, there ain't no community. Everybody talks about the same thing: community, community, community. Well, guess what? If the individuals in the community suck, then the community sucks.
Mhm.
for real. Because what makes the community? You know the old saying is you watch the pennies, the dollars will watch themselves. And I look at that and I look at that from a lot of different directions, and that is watching the details. Right? Everybody's worried about the big picture, but missing all of the details. I think somebody mentioned it earlier with that might have been you when you're talking about was you talking about your daughter like you want the wisdom, but you got to start off in the beginning or something like that. I can't remember
Right.
exactly
Learn how
what.
to do it right before you
Right.
add your own little taste or twist to it. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Exactly, and that comes from that, right? Everybody wants to be at 100, but they don't want to go through 10 through 90. You know what I mean? They don't want to do that work. They just want to shine. You don't want to polish, but you just want to shine. but you don't want to. You don't know that scrubbing and that cleaning and them sanding and all of that stuff that takes to make that shine. You don't want to do all of that, but you have to do all of that so you can understand the shine when you get there. And that's the whole thing. Like, I used to always complain, like, man, why I didn't make it, why I didn't do this, why I didn't do that early in life, right? And I always grew up and I thought, you know, I had talent in art and all this other stuff, and everybody kept telling me, yeah, man, you're gonna be famous, bro, you're gonna do this. And I was like, okay. And in my mind, I started listening to that shit, and I kept thinking, like, why am I not making much money from this? Why am I not doing, you know what I mean? I'm better than these guys. Why am I not doing it? Why am I not this? Why am I not that? And then fast forward, it was because I wasn't ready.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Because if I would have made money then, I would have fucked it off. Because even when I knew later in life and I started getting successful, I was still fucking it off. And I knew some stuff then. You get what I mean? So now I'm like, everything happens for a reason. And maybe that just wasn't your season. You know what I mean? And you just need a little more seasoning because you wasn't ready to handle this.
I'm with you.
If you're not spiritual, I understand. If you are religious, you would understand this when they say that you ain't gonna get nothing that you ain't, they're not gonna give you nothing unless you can't handle it, right? And I didn't want to say, I would say God, but a lot of times some people don't believe, so I try to keep it generic. But God ain't gonna give you nothing that you can't handle. So sometimes when we keep complaining and we talk about venting earlier, you venting about the shit that you don't have and how everybody else got this and you got it harder and this is rough and blah, blah, blah. Take that as this is your lessons. These are your lessons that you need to learn from so that way when you do get it, you're ready for it and you won't lose it. And so that was my lesson through life, man. So, you know, we've been through all of that stuff. And as y'all were talking about that, I'm from Oakland, California. So it's a different type of hood, but we was hood, you know what I mean?
Nah,
So,
Oakland is Oakland. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. And like, you know, and one of my best partners was from Brooklyn. And when y'all was talking, every time I heard, yeah, you heard, I was like, oh my God, this is just like my homie. And y'all was bringing me back because it was like we was two peas in a pod, even when we was from two different coasts, basically. You know what I mean? But yet the struggle and what we had to live through was similar. And so it's a testament. I got some partners from Detroit. I got some other partners from Ohio. You know what I mean? And it's like when you come from the hood, even in the wards in Texas, some of my family's from there. There's similarities how we grew up. And you can tell when it's authentic. You know what I mean? You can tell when somebody has been through some shit and now they're on another plane and they're trying to share it. As opposed to somebody trying to preach to you from a podium and they ain't been through nothing. Or they just trying to preach to you because they're trying to get some likes. Or they just trying to preach to you because they're trying to get followers or whatever. Or somebody talking to you from some real perspective of caring because they actually went through it. You can tell the difference. So I appreciate you, brother.
Some people been through
It's
stuff.
all good. It's all good.
They been through stuff and they just want everybody to feel the way they feel because they chose not to heal.
Well, you know what's up, Kevin? Cousin touched on something very important. This whole thing that we're having these conversations, right? We shouldn't be looking for or concentrate on the separations. We should be concentrating on the comments, right? Because if we keep talking about the differences, we're gonna keep looking for negative things to keep us apart. So he said something profound, which is, you know, to me, being a man, and when I say man, I mean a human, right? One of the most important things is admitting when you're wrong. You know, being able to fight the demons and being able to come full circle with yourself and say, damn, I was wrong. I messed up. I got to stop doing this. You know, so communication is important with yourself, Kevin. You got to be able to learn how you function, how you move, like what's normal to you that's not normal. This is all the work that you got to put into yourself before you come out here and try to play coach, before you come out here and try to play the answer for everybody's, you know, demise. The truth of the matter is that you can't coach someone that's uncoachable. So what he said, you got to prepare yourself and do whatever you can because history has a way of repeating itself. So if you keep going through the same shit and you keep using the same style and you expect a different result, then you're bugging out.
Definition of insanity. There it is. Do we have a new panelist? Did you sneak in here and didn't have time?
Main thing is in the building. It's been vibing.
I didn't sneak in.
I ain't snuck. I just walked in. What you talk about?
How y'all doing though? I'm listening to the conversation. I like watching.
Welcome in, love.
Blood.
Welcome.
Appreciate y'all.
From this point,
I didn't want to interrupt y'all.
Nah, let her touch the first two questions.
Mm-hmm. How you feel about that? Is communication or understanding key?
I think understanding is definitely key. Communication. I mean, you could communicate with somebody and, you know, they still sit up here and be problematic. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, a person that listens to understand is a person that's always going to get far in life, far as with any solution or any problem, because you have an understanding type of mindset. You actually look into not just go along with things. You actually trying to see what actually fits with what, or who fits with what. I think comprehension is big, very big in my book, because I feel like I could explain something to you and you could be like, oh, I understand, but do you comprehend? So I think they both can be looked at as important, but it's all about the people that you're communicating and trying to get that understanding to. Is venting more important than finding the solution? I think it's not important, but I think it's definitely a good thing to get off your chest, because I think when you hold on to things and you carry things with you in life, you will sit up here and pour that hurt or all them disappointments onto other people who didn't even disappoint you or hurt you in life. And but I do think it's definitely okay to sit up here and vent. But if you're only venting because you're looking for somebody to have sympathy for you, then you have a problem. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, you have a problem. I think it's important to find solutions, because solutions bring I just think solutions bring less problems, meaning you'll have less things that you'll have to sit up here and go through, because I think when you fix on things and you work on things, you have better outcomes, meaning your mindset will be better, your spirit will be better. So I think you should vent for a certain amount of time. Don't dwell on it, but vent to where you will feel better about yourself in the end, to where it doesn't hurt you as much, or, you know, at least you said what you need to say to actually get some type of understanding in your life, or to who you are as a person. So yeah, I'm gonna just land there.
If you do vent, how long should that last?
You said what?
If you do vent, right? Because I think vent could be necessary, most definitely necessary. How long should that last?
I think venting should last till well, I ain't about to say that, because then that would be kind of stupid. I'm gonna say you should vent till till it till it becomes not a big issue in your life no more. And what I mean by that is because some people they'll vent all damn day long, but I think that you need to sit up here and have strong people or to give you that understanding. Yeah, it's okay to vent, but don't vent to where you become depressed to the point where you become a person that just feel like they can't make it or grow on in life. Like, understand you get past this. It's only just a moment. This doesn't define your life. It's just a moment where, you might have some obstacles in there where it's gonna be hard to get over. But you gotta dedicate yourself to sit up here and have the mindset and the spirit to say, hey, I ain't about to let this shit break me. I ain't about to let this shit, stop my life or who I am as a person. Because some people would literally do that shit and break down to the point where they will almost get to unaliving themselves.
I guess you just mentioned a part I ain't hear today. So too much venting can be a problem, and too less can be. Somebody said because if you don't vent, you can compress some stuff, right? But too much can make you get to depression. So I ain't hear that today. That's a good one.
Yeah.
How y'all feel about that?
Yeah, can I add to that?
Yeah.
Because that's a good point. And
Yeah,
it's
that was
like
a good one.
I'm gonna give this analogy. Let's think about a steam engine. Okay, you have to have a certain amount of pressure for it to operate, right? Pressure is what is going to keep everything moving. But with pressure, you need heat, you need all these things to build up that pressure, right? That would be our lives. That's building up pressure to keep us moving. All of these trials and things that we go through, ups and downs, is in our lives building pressure to keep us moving, to keep us going. Occasionally, because of that, you're going to have excess buildup, right? So it's going to be too much pressure. That's what we would call stress. Okay, you're going to start building stress. Now, what do you need to do in those engines? They have vents, right, to release that extra pressure when it gets too much so it doesn't blow the engine, right? So you're going to have those little pressure valves that will release and they will vent out the excess. That is venting, right? That is when you have to let some stuff off your chest, as we say, right? You venting out. Boom. Okay, you vented out. But venting should stop once the excess is gone. Because if you lose too much pressure, what happens to that engine? It stops working. That's that depression. You understand what I'm saying? If you lose too much, that engine stops functioning. So you have to have the right amount of pressure. And if you do too much,
Balance.
right, there we go. And so if you have too much pressure, you're gonna blow the top, right? And then you stop working. You have too less or too little pressure, you don't have enough, you're gonna unalive because you don't have enough pressure. So either way, we understand that it's necessary to vent because you have to have the outlet. You got to have something to where, a lot of times men, we do exercises or we do something else, and because we don't like to talk. But sometimes even we have to let that out. And a lot of times we do it where? At the barbershop, we go talk shit, we go vent in our own way. It's not just what women do. You know what I mean? But we all need that outlet and to keep ourselves balanced. So that was a great point.
Star, welcome to the live.
Hey, welcome. Thank you. How are you tonight?
I'm good. I'm blessed. Always, man. Blessed.
Me as well.
Another day to try it again, right? So the
But
question is communication or understanding key?
is what?
Is communication or understanding key?
Both.
Okay.
It's 100% both. Communication has to be the key to understanding. If you don't have that, you don't have shit. You have mistrust.
Do you And before you go too far, do you believe that that's the only way to understand is through communication, or is there other ways?
No, there's other ways,
Okay.
but you need to learn your partner. If we're talking about a relationship
We're talking about all
between a
around
man
life.
and a woman, you need to learn the relationship in it. If it's talking about business, there's something totally different. If it's talking about kids, there's a different thing. But when it becomes between a man and a woman, it's different. There is a key to communication and a key to things that you do and say. Venting is very important, but you need to vent in a certain way. Both men and females. To each other, not to others. You need to vent to each other. When you start venting to other people, that causes issues, that causes problems, that causes discord, that causes a problem in the relationship between a man and a woman. Is there anything I said wrong, or you don't agree with, or anybody else
Sound good
don't
so
agree
far.
with?
Sound good so far.
I think you dropped some good stuff, and we need to process it because there's been a lot of good information being said. So feel proud of what you said. You know, you're right. You're right on
Oh,
the
I'm always gonna
conversation.
be proud of what I said.
Oh, I'm proud with you.
But I mean, I agree with cousin down there to a point. I mean, but then also there's a woman on here that says some things that I agree with her too. But we have to stop diminishing each other and talk to each other. Because once we stop communicating, we start looking elsewhere to communicate. And once we go to friends more than we go to our partners, and I'm not saying like silly things, I'm talking about real situations. Once we start doing that, we start venting out. When we start venting out, we start venting to other people. And once it stop being our girlfriends, we start going to this. Once it stop being our guys, we start going to this. We need to all stop that. And that's the better way of looking at it. If you cannot communicate with your partner, that's an issue.
Yeah.
That's a
So
big
I
issue.
believe it's two sides to everything, right?
Now,
Because one of your partners is not receptive and they trying their best to be communicative, or when you try to communicate with your partner, it's hard to communicate with them because of whatever might be blocking it or something like that. And you may have to talk to somebody else, or you might have to get somebody to talk to your partner or something like that. So
and I agree. I never said it was one way. I always say man or woman. Because there's a double standard out here in this world, and it needs to stop. Because all men feel the same, all women feel the same. We all have the same feelings. We all have the same everything. The reason is the way society takes us. And it needs to stop. Because that's been happening for a long time. I'm older. I ain't saying I'm old, but I'm older. So I've been there. Okay? I love the 80s. I love the 90s. I love all that. But this society here is making me scared. Because I used to be able to argue with my man, argue with my girl, you know, on different aspects, on different things, and we were good. Nowadays, I'm afraid that my son or my daughters can't talk to their partner because of how society is and how they talk or everything is. And that's what hurts me in my soul. Because I don't feel, now I know I have a mouth. I'm Puerto Rican. I will speak my mind. I just did it today. Thought I was going to lose my job. But they know me. I've been there for years. I spoke my mind and they're like, okay, You spoke it in a politically correct manner, but I was pissed. But if your man comes home to you or your woman come home to you nowadays and they're telling you, they're trying to talk about their solutions or their discord or anything else, they're not going to understand that because we're not teaching our generation this. My son's 29. I pray to God. My other son's 27. My daughter's in between. They understand because I raised them in a different way. I raised them how I was raised. A lot of people don't raise their children like that. But they need to. And maybe we wouldn't have this issue. But that's just me and my way of thinking. But I love everybody in this world. But you cross me, I'm done. We need to talk. We need to have communication. If we don't have communication, you hurt me, I'm going to hurt you back. And that's
So you
how
got
this
temporary
world
love.
is.
You
And
got
it's
selective love.
I was about to say, real quick, I wanted to respond to something about the whole going to your friends and family shit. I don't think nobody should be sitting up here going to anybody because family bring the most problems and so do friends. When you have too many mouths on a situation, especially when it comes to your relationship, understand when you go to these people and you talk to these people, trust me, they going to somebody else behind your back and talking about you. They laughing with somebody else. They be sitting up here. They can't wait for the day when you get into it with them. So they can sit up here and be like, girl, you still that dumb ass bitch who sit up here and let that nigga play you, cheat on you, lie on you. And you just be like, damn. That's
okay,
why I
well,
literally, I feel like, honestly, I see people on the daily sit up here, you'll smile up in this person's face. And this could be your cousin. Be smiling up in this person's face, hugging them, talking about you love them. But at the same time, as soon as they walk out their door, you bad mouthing them in front of their kids. You want to sit up here and talk about their parenting, what they be going through in their relationship, how stupid they is. So literally, that's why my relationship lasts so long, because I don't talk to people about my problems. And I don't have everybody mouth in on my situation, because you don't understand my situation. Nobody would never understand why you love or with the person that you with but you.
okay, so
People,
she
most majority of the time, they're judging. They're looking at your
jealous.
relationship from not even jealous. It's just looking at your relationship like it ain't know what you're trying to make it out to be. Meaning, a lot of people could sit up here and think that it's just like the women who sit up here and be like, "Oh, I'm a good woman," but you sit up here and talk down men every day.
Yeah, you can't do that.
It's like you can't sit up here, and that's why I don't talk to people who haven't been in 30, 40 years, 50 years relationships, because
I was just about to say, should you be selective though?
if
'Cause
your relationship, if you ain't never had a relationship that lasted over 4 or 5 years, to me, I can't sit up here and talk to you, because it's like, especially if your relationship is built off of just the basics, far as smecks. Like, if that's all it's ever been, like, I ain't about to sit up here and talk to you. Like, that's just me. I'm not about to waste my time with it, because your comprehension far as relationships only goes so far.
I agree.
Could I?
My biggest relationship that I will miss always the most is someone that is still living. I love him, he loves me, and we will always love each other. He will defend me towards his wife or towards anybody. He's a big part of my family to still this day. The reason why we are not together is because our daughter passed and I cannot look at him the same. There are certain reasons for that, but I just can't be with him. But I love him and he respects me. I respect him. I will ride or die for him. And we are there. Memorial Day, he was with our family and he was there the whole weekend. So same with my guy. My guy didn't like it. But hey, that's on him. That's not gonna be me because he's family.
Was it his fault?
Go ahead.
Was it his fault? The reason why you say you can't look at him the same?
I can't look at him because of he oh, it's hard for me. My daughter looks identical to him. And she's no longer living. And it was something that happened many, many, many years ago. So that's why we're still there. And he's still there for me. But I had to end it.
Speaking of vetting, right?
But that's a good man. And she's right on a lot of things she said. And that's what I was trying to say. Women can't come up here and always bash a man. Because men are not always the bad people. So we need to stop doing that as women. And thank you for what she said because it's true. I mean, women sometimes are the evil part. But we don't want to take accountability as women, not certain women on this panel, but we don't want to take accountability for it. And we just want to bash a man. No, that's not true. Men are good, women are evil at some point. That's facts. At the other point, women are evil and men are bad at some point. But we need to stop because we need to all start being together as a society and just start trusting and not being so damn nasty, in my opinion. The same.
Kev, I can't wait to
He's
get your
laughing.
last.
But it's true.
Can I? So I think.
Oh, go ahead, cousin.
Yeah, well, I think I've been hearing it, all good points. But I do think that we might probably need to start addressing, when we talk about venting people or vetting people, we talk about that a lot. And it's always relationships, right? But as we just heard in the last 20 minutes, it looks like we need to do better at vetting our friends.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. When you
Friends
vent,
and family.
but when you vent, you never vent to a person about a person. See, that's the problem. So if I'm having a problem with my fiance, I'm not gonna vent my problems to her. I'm gonna talk those problems out, right? That's a conversation. That's not me venting to her about her. If I vent about my fiance, I need to go have someone that I can trust that I can do that. Like, so I can go call my partner and I can talk, man, I'm going through this and blah, blah, blah. He gonna be like, all right, bro, blah, blah, blah. And that's gonna stay with us, period. He is never gonna weaponize that. That's why he my partner, right? Because if he wasn't that trustworthy, I can't fuck with you. So if I got
Right.
somebody that I can't talk to about whatever and not fear that they're gonna talk behind my back, they don't need to be in my life. I think
Exactly.
all of us need to get to that point first, right? Where
We just talking about that yesterday.
right, because we all need someone to confide in. We don't know the answers. Life don't come with an instruction manual, and sometimes we need some outside intervention because sometimes when you in the drum, the beats sound different than what everybody else is hearing in the world. You get what I'm saying? And sometimes we can get blinded because we're so close to it. So venting to someone about something else is a mandatory. I mean, that's what we do as humans. That's why everybody does it, right? That's why it's like a natural thing. Gossiping has been around since the time of day because we need that outlet. We need somebody to bounce ideas off of. And if we really get down to the crux of it, if you don't hear something coming from your outside, media is going to tell you. We hear all of these different things about our relationships. What we go do? Read a book, go grab some. Oh, I saw this article about how to communicate better. All the things that I've learned technically about communication, I read, you know what I mean? And then practiced it in real life and then figured out that it worked. But I had to get it somewhere that was from outside. And I didn't get it for myself, right? So I think we got to start like making our circles tighter and solid, right? To where when we do vent about things, we don't have to worry about it being taken negatively or being used against us. You know what I mean? Because nowadays, like everybody has been saying, people are so crooked and so selfish and so worried about everybody stabbing them in the back and everybody this and everybody that. So many people hustling and so many scammers and all of these finessers and all this other shit that we can't even trust our best friends. But you call them your best friend. You know what I mean? And that's crazy to me, like, because I can remember a time when, I was talking to my sister about that. Now, her so-called best friend. And I was like, why do you hang out with her when every time you come home, you talking about how fucked up she is? I should slap you. Like, that's what you deserve. You deserve somebody to come out of just a ghost to come and slap you because you tripping. And she would always be laughing and be like, no, you funny. I'm serious. You are ridiculous. And eventually, she understood as she got older. And now she was like, you know what, you're right. Because why was I even hanging around her if every time I said something, she would use it later? And I'm like, I don't know. But I think it's that need for validation, like we were about to get to. You know what I mean? People want to we just want to have somebody. We don't want to be alone. We're scared to have nobody in our corner. We want to feel a part of something. And so we hang on to these dead-end people who we know are not good for us just so that we don't be alone. Because we're not good with being alone. And so, I don't know. I think that, venting, when you have to vent about your partner sometimes, right? Because if you don't, it's going to build up resentment. So you got to let it out. But you got to have somebody trustworthy to vent to. You know what I mean? Because if you start to vent to your partner about your partner, then that's going to turn to an argument. And that's the thing that I had to learn. So, I don't know. And I think venting, as far as in your relationship, that's when all the world gets to get, that's when, like, when my fiance comes home and she's had a bad day in the hospital, right? And, she's in healthcare. So she got patients, she got all this shit going on. She comes back and she's like, oh my God, I can't. And I'm like, all right, come on, let it go. And I'm there and unload because it's me and her against the world. So when we talk about the world, I can tell the world about you. You know what I mean? Like we can talk shit about the world all day. I got you. But now we're not about to sit up here and talk at each other. You hear what I'm saying? That's the difference. And that's why
That is a big difference.
right. And that's what venting should be. When you vent, it is I'm letting the release of the world to come to my safe haven.
So cousin,
I think that's what with some women, like, they want that. Like, I truly believe when some women vent is they don't look for a solution at all. That's why they constantly vent.
Exactly.
Cause it's like, damn, like, just let me have this moment of just you not saying nothing. I don't even care if you gonna respond, but don't respond to piss me off more. Like, I don't know
Right.
women, they literally will be venting and you could say something that can help them out and they will
but
literally
it'll
pass
piss
up
them
that
off
shit.
more.
Yes.
Right. I learned that the
Because
hard way.
they don't
That's
want a solution. They want you to feed into that energy
Yeah,
that
they
they're
just
pissed.
that's
They
why I
don't want
asked.
it. They don't want you
Like,
to
yeah, just
hear
encourage
them.
me to talk about how ain't shit this man was. Like, please
Right.
just let me just tell you about the shit and you just say, all right, yeah, he was ain't shit. Yeah, you do deserve better. Because these are the things that bring their heart comfort
Yeah.
for them to actually feel like it was justified for them doing whatever they did to that person. Because some women will cheat and be like, oh, he cheated on me. And at the end of the day, I cheated back because, I ain't about to let this man feel like he got one up on me. Simple as that. I'm not about to
Mm-hmm.
just feel like he just outdid me and have me crying in the house. No, I'm gonna hurt him too.
Yeah, that's why I
Okay,
asked that
so
question earlier. I don't believe people really, and for the ones that keep saying communication is key and all that, right? Which I've been hearing since I was younger. I don't
communication
think
is
people
key.
really, I don't think people really want effective communication. I think people just want to just talk. People just want to let out how they feel and be heard. I guess that's what it is. That's why if you hear people, I just want to be heard. You know what I'm saying? They really don't want effective communication because that will involve trying to build understanding or even find a conclusion. That's why I asked that first question like that. Is venting more important than the solution? I think nowadays, if we talk about what a lot of people, I think venting is more important. Like people really don't want the solution for as bad as they say it. Because if you give them a solution, they be like, "Dog, I don't feel like you heard me. You're supposed to go. You're supposed to feel the way I feel, and I want you to understand the pain I'm going through." Okay, now that we understand the pain I'm going through, then now what we gonna do with it? You know what I'm saying? They don't care about that. They just want to, because like if you do try to bring a solution, notice like we would say that for the most part they get mad. Nah, why you just can't listen to me? You know what I'm saying? Like, dog, what am I listening to you for? You know what I'm saying? What does we get? What are we? What's the overall thing? Or do you just want to keep staying petty mode, or just feel? You know what I'm saying? So, what did you?
Kevin,
Okay.
they don't
Hey,
want you to respond. You see,
That's what it is.
but the thing is, we have to clear the air before that venting or the vetting process starts. We got
Yeah.
to understand what the role is. That's why I always ask people, do you want my opinion or you just want me to listen? See?
Right.
At the end of the day, it's a very simple thing. I used to be the type of person to not validate your feelings. I used to be the type of person to be like, "Oh, your feelings don't matter." But what I've learned is your feelings do matter, and guess what? Your feelings are valid, and they do exist, and they are the truth. But they only the truth to you.
Right.
They're only the truth to the person who's feeling it. You can't expect someone,
Everybody else.
regardless of what empathy or sympathy or whatever word you want to use,
Mhm.
regardless of how, if you're an empath, if you are psychic, clairvoyant, it doesn't matter what it is. We cannot feel like you do. So what I do is
Right.
say,
That'll never happen.
yeah, but what I do is I tell them this: you're entitled to feel however you feel, and your feelings are correct. But how long are you gonna stay there?
Hmm. Even God said it. He said, that's in the scripture. It say that he asked how long you gonna mourn. It's okay to mourn, but how long?
Wait a minute.
but see, that's the problem, right?
Morning is different.
Right, because there's no time limit on that. You gotta do it how you gotta do it.
Yeah,
But
there's no morning difference.
It's no different. It's no different. It's literally the same
here's
Yeah,
thing.
it is.
Basically, how
It's a
long you gonna
big
cry about a
difference.
situation until
but
you
listen.
until you actually
No,
back
a
to functioning?
situation with somebody cheating on you and lying to you and being a bitch or a dick to you, there's the difference.
How long you
And
gonna talk
losing
about it then?
somebody that you truly care about, there's a difference
What
in
that's supposed to
mourning.
do? That's
There's
just
a
like
difference
complaining,
in
right?
mourning.
How long can somebody complain before you realize you start being
Well,
active in life?
hey, that's the difference. That's not a mourning. That's a complaint. A
Same
mourning is
thing.
different.
Well, I look at it the same thing. I really look. I know they different contexts behind it, but it's still the same thing. None of it comes with
Well, shit,
a
I've been
solution,
mourning since
or it don't help you function.
1995 for my girl, and I'll mourn for her till the day I die. So, hey, you want to bitch me, bitch at me for it or anything else? Anybody wants to talk to
Yeah,
me. That's fine.
that's
But I'll
yeah. I mean,
promise you,
everybody got that choice of how they want to live their life, and
my
that
facts
I would
are
say that's kind of
facts.
hectic though to live
But
that type of
you're
life
not
though.
going to judge me for it because
And
I don't add to your life or do
yeah,
anything, but I will tell you about your life when you talk about her in that context.
what?
No, I'm saying in that context, you can do what you want with your life. But when you tell me how to mourn for that person, it's a
Hey, God
difference.
just say
That's
good
why I
luck.
said there's a difference in mourning somebody and dealing with that. And that's what
Yeah,
the other person said. There's a
there's a point in life you
difference.
got to start living your own life too, though.
Okay, I live my life every
because
day
like that person ain't.
for her
No matter how you want
daughter.
to look at it, that person is already doing their own thing while you just
Yeah,
still
they're
mourning
gone,
about that person.
and I have their
Yeah, they
family, and I
gone
have
while you not
everything,
living
and
your
they're
life.
here.
So imagine just spending 20, 50 years about mourning and you not even
Since
fully
29,
functioning in your own life. That's
and
hectic.
I've been functioning for 29 years, and I will still say the same thing. You're not going to talk to me in that context when it comes to that. So when it comes to mourning a person, it's different than what you're
Which that
talking
and that
about.
show you right there though, like the fact that you saying that it's like you get defensive. And the
Yeah,
fact
I
that
will
you
always
saying it
get
show that
defensive.
you're not over. You say you
Oh
functioning,
no,
but
I'm not over
it
her,
show that you're
ever.
not that you have
Or what
something because
happened.
it's a simple fact that anybody, not that you even brought that in the order. So say if I was really a troll or something like that, I found your button.
Oh,
And the
let
fact
that
that you're not
troll.
over that situation, I kind of correct your life with that situation because
No, you
you
really
never
can't.
recover from that. And
Because
that will get you back to either drinking or whatever you do to cope with it. It'll get you right back to it because you never found a way to recover from that situation. You just never found that way. And that's why I feel
no,
like that's why I say that is a problem when you
you
continue to,
misunderstood.
no,
Or you
no, I
misunderstand.
understood you. I've
I
been
have a
understood you though. I've been
ain't
understood
no
you, but
troll or anybody can hurt me. The only people that can
yes,
hurt me is her
you already
sister.
just said it already. You can't change
That's
it
it.
now. You already said it already.
That's it.
The fact that you're defensive and saying that nobody
That's
can't
No,
tell me,
I'm
people can do what they
defensive
want.
because of
People can
her.
just like you said, nobody can judge. People can literally do what they want, but that affects you only. It don't affect nobody else.
Oh no. But
So
see, what you're trying to say, and okay, maybe let me backstep. The only people that could hurt me saying some ignorant shit is gonna be the people that know her. And there's only a few that are left, unfortunately. And the
that
ones
means you
that
ain't
are
gonna let them.
there are here. And we all feel the same. And anybody else that wants to misstep is sorry for their life. I'm not sorry for them. I have to overcome what we had to deal with court, and I'm good. But I will never, what I'm trying to say is, I will never get past the fact that she's gone. But yeah, she's gone. There's nothing I could do. She's my godmother's,
If ain't contradicting
and,
yourself, not from this point.
it's just done.
You
We
said there's
can't do
nothing you could
nothing.
do, but then
Move
you say you
on.
can. Then you say you're gonna continue to. I don't.
Okay,
But what I'm
okay,
trying to say
yo,
is move on.
but okay, I think what's happening though. I think
Cause it.
mourning and complaining are two different things, and I think that was the point.
Thank you.
That was all it was
Yeah, I
saying.
already said that already.
Right, but that was it.
I
And so
said that, but
yeah,
it still does nothing on both ends, and you still won't be able to
but
progress in life.
I mean,
It's still something holding you back.
right, but there's still something to mourning that's different. That's like saying somebody that
Right?
suffers from depression, well, you just got to get over it. No, they can't get over it.
No.
They cannot. That is a something that is going on with their head if they're clinically diagnosed, right,
Yeah.
with depression. That's not
You
something that they
said
can just
can't. I
get
wouldn't
over.
say can't. You can't say can't because everybody.
No,
That'll make
that
somebody be
means
stuck where they at. I
no, no,
think
no, 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 no,
if
no.
many people have done it, that means it's possible.
But there's many more who can't. Is that's the point? There's some people who can. You're right, and I'm not saying that I disagree with the fact
Some
that
choose not
we,
to. I think that's the thing. People can.
some choose not to. You are correct. But what I'm saying is, when you have a mental condition, right? We can sit up here as rational people and say, "No, you can get over it," because we can get over it. But sometimes we start to project as well, like how we talk about people projecting they hurt. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes because we have the faculties together, right? We got the the scruples to where we can have this discipline, right? We can kind of pick ourselves up and do that. We assume and we project that everyone has that same capability, and the reality is everyone doesn't, bro. We can say it till we blue in our
Or
face, you know what I mean? But like, if we really want to be real, there's some people who just don't have the mentality to do certain things because that's
Yeah.
what that's all. And so but we
I,
still gotta preach that message, right? Because I get you on that
that's
because
all. Just about to get. You
yeah, I
already know
know,
what
I
I'm about to
know.
get because I'm not
Yeah,
about
yeah,
to
yeah.
not say it because some people can get
Right.
help. But
Right. But because the people that really can't, that's few. That's a few and far between.
and we'll never know. But that's why you talk to everybody.
Mm-hmm. But I
But
do
cousin,
say,
Yeah,
but
I
It's
in the
hectic to
morning
not
though,
say
yeah, I
nothing and
have
watch people
multiple.
suffer. It's
right.
hectic to not say nothing and let people suffer and stuff.
But like,
Yeah.
but morning though, morning is something that's subconscious. That's not something that all of a sudden you just decide, okay, Tuesday I'm gonna stop morning and I'm gonna be good. Like it just don't work that way. You know what I mean? Like that's like you telling somebody they
No,
just lost a child, and then you tell them, hey, you got to get up and I ain't got to do
I
shit.
mean it's gonna
You
be
know what I'm
get. But
saying?
just
Like
like
you
she
can't tell
mentioned,
them.
if she said she gonna do it the rest of her life, that's a whole nother thing.
Well, she
So,
might feel
Well,
like that today.
yeah.
that is.
and
You know what I mean?
and
But you
if
never
it's been
know.
50 years, you don't think a person that care about somebody gonna say something? That's wild. Somebody gonna be like, "Dog, you gotta lift your face up." But at one point, they're not gonna be
Well,
like, "Well, just stay there."
I live my
That's a
face
person
up
that don't.
every
A
day.
person that
I
right,
do
person that
everything for
don't
her
care is not
daughter
gonna say
every
anything.
day.
right. But now, okay. So
But I
here's
miss
another.
her
That's the
every
reason why
day.
we can't.
No,
That's
you
the
Here's
reason
another
why.
never
thing.
you never truly get over it. You just
Right,
live with it.
right.
You
But
know,
here's the
Thank
thing.
you.
It's
and
just
it
changing
sneaks
your
up
point
Thank
of view.
you.
But that's the reason why people can't forgive either, and that's the problem because
But
they
there's a
never
difference. Is what he's trying to teach you.
or heal. That means people cannot heal. Nobody never been able
No,
to
I'll
heal.
never heal from that.
Right.
No,
No,
that's cool, and
anything
that's
from
your
my
choice.
daughter,
That'll be
I'll
your
never
choice.
heal from that.
The fact that you
there's
can
no
say
there's no
that
Anything
is
to
showing
your
cure
it's your
for
choice.
child
it.
You
or
aware.
somebody close to you, you'll never heal from it either because you never heal. You move
That's not
on.
true. That's not true.
No,
Look,
that is
look,
true.
if we talking about the healing process, right? There's different ways to heal. Venting is part of it,
Oh my God.
communication is part of it, and so is mourning. It depends on the intensity of what it is you're trying to heal from. See, the point that I'm trying to make to everyone is, do we ever have a plan? Are we proactive about our healing, about our mourning, or about our venting? Do we go into it with results orientated? No, we don't. We just talk, we vent, we share how we feel, but you're not looking for solutions, you're looking to be heard. Because a person that's looking for solutions goes into mourning or healing or venting with a plan. Think about what I'm saying. Doesn't it hit different when somebody asks you, so I get what you're going through, right? I understand what you're going through. I may not be extremely empathetic, but again, do you have a plan? How long do you plan to stay there? Doesn't that hit a little bit differently? Don't
Well,
you?
damn, it's been 29 years and I'm still going through it. It's
No,
been
I'm
12
saying
years and I'll still go through it. I'll go through it until the day I die.
I'm saying that
Okay?
And
in
that's
But
your
do I
general,
choice
live?
then.
in general.
Do I live? Yes, I live. I live my life to the fullest.
That's your choice.
But with
And that's the thing.
conversations
You
like
don't
this, I say it. I speak out.
That's your choice. But to
I
other
tell
people, that
people
message
it's
gonna get
okay.
through. They gonna be like, "You right." They gonna be like, "You know what? You right." And I do want to get out of this. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of going through what I'm going.
Hmm.
Tired of having to drink this stuff away. I'm tired, and they gonna try to put in that work.
I'm
But
tired of being
so
tired. I'm tired of being tired.
sometimes we know. Right. That's all it is, though. When a person get tired, they gonna try to figure it out. But some people want to live in it, so it is what it is. You can't really talk to some people. So
Okay.
I
So you know
understand that.
what? Right. You know what? Okay. So let me introduce this because this is what I'm just hearing. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think we having two different conversations. Okay. One of them is, or maybe we're leaving out one detail. And the detail is this: there are some things that you will never heal from. I don't give a fuck what you do. You're not going to heal from it.
Facts, facts.
But,
Amen.
but those things are part of what makes us, right? So that means that if it's not hindering your life,
Yes.
now it's okay. That's just how some things are. I think Kev is talking about when something is hindering your life, like when you are letting something to where you are not living right. All of a sudden, you're complaining about it because you're complaining about your status of living. I'm tired of living this way, and I'm this, and I'm that, and I'm this, and I'm third. But yet, you're not doing anything to fix it. I think that is where Kev is coming from, which would mean,
Okay.
right? And so he's saying that, and we're just talking about, hey, you can lose a loved one, and till the day you die, you're going to always mourn them. That doesn't mean that you're going to stop living your life. So I think there's a two
Some
different
people do
things.
that.
But I'm
And they
saying,
bring that into their
right,
relationships and think a relationship's supposed to take them on that way. I think people that's like that, I'm gonna say this then. I'm gonna go this route
Look,
then.
people,
People that like that
look.
should not be in a relationship because that's not fair to the other person. That's just like people that got
Look,
mental.
people that do that need
Dang, my
therapy.
goodness, I could tell that the healing ain't. But I'm just saying overall, I don't think it's fair to the next person to deal with the situation unless that's what they want to do. But that's just kind of not fair to another human being to take on somebody else that, especially a lot, and I believe a majority of them is not even trying. They don't even want to. Some people might not be aware, or some people might choose, right? But I think if you're gonna choose that, then you shouldn't uh get somebody to join your pity party because that just is not. It's just not fair, and then it can become dangerous too. Especially imagine the two people that just had that. Hold on, real quick. My thing about got the puzzle. The puzzle. I think I've been acting like that. Yay! But yeah, or people that like take pills and all that stuff. You know, the one that be saying all the time, like I got bipolar or something like that, but use that as an excuse to treat people bad. You know, I feel like people like that shouldn't be with nobody. They need to be on their own, be alone. You know what I'm saying? That's just not fair to another human being.
But you're on real people shit, not not TikTok or famous people shit. You're on real people shit. I'm talking to you. I'm telling you what's going on. No, I will never stop living my life. She's gone. But will I ever stop mourning her? No, I can't. Will I ever stop mourning my daughter? No, I can't. It will never, ever, ever end. But will I live my life? Yes, I will. I'll keep doing it. I've been doing it. I had another child. I keep doing it. I'm old. I'm 40, about to be 46. I keep living my life. But I do have that in the back of my mind, the pain, the heart, and the soul of it all. And them are the people I respect and love the most. And it hurts because they're gone. And that's what we're trying to tell you. And somebody that wants to come up here and say, oh, I did this and I did that. You know, they passed and they did this. No, they're not really mourning nobody. They're fake ass people. And they want to be on some social media and they want to do something for their clout or for whatever. I'm telling you this. I'm not ever going to stop mourning her. I'm not ever going to stop mourning my daughter. Are you
How we
kidding
know
me?
that you're not doing the same thing?
Yeah, okay. You can say what you want. I don't give a
No, I'm just
shit.
saying because the fact that you just kind of
I
said
have
that,
a.
because some people be saying it sounds just like you, and they be doing the exact same thing, looking for money
Okay,
and
well,
all that.
look it up. Look it
So it's
up.
just like it's the end of the gamble
Renee
because we admit
Kwiatkowski.
that it's
Look it up. Look it up. Renee Kwiatkowski
it
died
ain't that
in
serious. But I'm just
1995. Look
saying,
it up.
I'm
Look it
just saying
up.
that you wouldn't know if another person
Okay, well,
is
I'm
telling the truth or
saying
not.
if I look in their eyes and I see it,
What's some of
you
those?
know how many fake ass people I see on here trying to lie
It's
about
plenty
some
of
shit?
ones that there's plenty of them, plenty of them.
Yeah, I see them and I understand them and I see it in their eyes. It's in their eyes, especially when they're a host and they're trying to talk. But you want to think I'm lying? Look up Renee Kwiatkowski died
You
in
ain't got nothing to
October
prove.
of
It ain't that serious.
1995.
no,
But
nobody's saying that you're lying. I think it's just we're just saying that we're just talking about in
No,
general.
he's trying to talk about other people, and I get that.
Yeah,
I'm just
this is
saying
what.
But
you just said you basically like invalidating somebody else, and you act like that. You your
no, I'm
story.
not
If it, I
validating
mean, you make
anybody.
it seem
I'm
like your story
validating
more realer than
myself.
somebody else, and you can get called the same thing. I'm just saying, imagine if somebody said that about you, basically, because you
I
like, dang,
wish they
people on here
would.
faking and all that stuff, but you know. We'll never
I
know.
wish they would.
It's
I
up to us
ain't
to
the
believe it
one.
or not. Huh?
But here's a
But
but right because what you have to understand too is that morning doesn't look the same for everybody. So
Yep.
there can be
it
some people.
doesn't.
There's some people who they all of a sudden are doing extra to appear that they're happy, right? Because they're actually mourning, and they do all the fake shit. They out here high siding and they doing all this over to because they think that they feel so bad that they think the world looks at them that way. So they're trying to overcompensate, and that's one symptom of mourning. You know what I mean? And sometimes we look at that and we'll say, "Look at this fake ass. They acting fake. They doing all this and the third," but really they are in real pain, and that's their way of dealing with it because they don't know any better, right? So all we saying is just like we can't not or we don't want to invalidate what you're saying, we cannot also invalidate anybody else, if that makes sense. You get me? So if we're gonna keep it 100 and we're gonna keep it real and we're gonna be accountable and we're gonna be fair, then just as we respect what you say, then we can't let you not respect somebody else's way of mourning either. Does that
Oh
make sense?
no,
I know.
I
I'm just
have a
saying that's what
different
he was
sense of
trying to say.
that.
If that makes sense, though, you know what I'm saying? Like
No,
that's what he was trying to say. Yeah.
I totally make sense of that. But I'm not the one that would ever disavow that
Right.
or say it's not facts.
Right.
Ever. You're the one protecting me, cousin. So I'm just saying this is my experience. And let me tell you, my experience and what I'm going through has been years from here. Do you understand?
Right.
And I'm not going to ever let that go. And the host is young and he wants to say, okay, it's okay, but no, it's not. Not for me, anyways. For other people, yes, but for me, no. I will never, ever forget them people, ever in my life. But that's my mourning.
Right.
But I won't use that. And I'm not trying to use that now. I'm trying to validate a point, and that's it.
I got you.
That's all I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to make no, oh my, boo hoo. I'm not trying to do all that. My crying is way past. I'm good. But I will never forget them people. But will I use them people? Hell no. And people that do use that is nasty, in my opinion. Because
Yeah, I got you.
honestly,
No, I
they're
get you.
disgusting.
No, I get you. I get you. Um.
And I also get what you were trying to say.
Right.
So,
Okay. Kev, did you want to move it on? 'Cause I don't want to. I don't want to keep harping on it.
No, right.
yeah, please let's not.
Uh,
I know everybody else been quiet. Somebody else got something to tie in, and what y'all think? What y'all thinking?
I could only say that that it's true. Everybody mourns differently. Everybody's time to heal is different. It's just a matter of whether you're waiting for it to go away or you're going to buy into it or do something proactive to help the process move along. That's all I got.
mhm. Have we ever heard people, and I'm speaking in general, that say that they never gonna date again, or they do something because they got traumatized or hurt, and they end up doing it anyways?
Yep.
Oh, that's slow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think that's because we make rash decisions in the moment.
Right.
A lot of people talk before they think, or they talk from emotion. So
True.
I think
True. True. True.
all those things. And I was always taught to observe first and speak later, right? I think another old saying is measure twice so you can only have to cut once, right?
Yes.
And so, but a lot of people would rather cut and then do the measurements afterwards. Oh shit, I done messed up. Now I did. You know what I mean? I don't like him, and that goes back to your venting. When like I think I don't know who it was who was saying it. Like when in a relationship, you shouldn't talk outside the relationship because your friends or family will be the ones that break it up, or something to that effect. I forgot exactly what she said, but it was something to that. Like a lot of it comes from that, where you speak before you really thought about it, and you come out talking about your partner. Oh, they ain't shit. They ain't this. They ain't that. They ain't this. All of a sudden, you back with them in a week, and now all your family and friends looking at you like you crazy ass. What you was talking all that shit, and then so when something really goes down, now you don't have their support, right? Because you told him, you told us he wasn't shit last week and the week before that and last month, or you know what I mean, or whatever. And so it becomes that circle of drama, and don't nobody want to deal with that. So then you kind of alienate yourself, and then it goes worse, and blah 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 blah, and y'all know the story. So I think that people need to maybe start observing a little bit more, think about what they say before they say it, because we see that a lot where they'll just say some erroneous shit and then have to back up their words later, and then or have to have some apology or whatever. So yeah, I do that. I do see that all the time.
And in my opinion, Cousin's correct. A lot of females and men, because men do it, but how he's talking in a female's perfect, whatever, in a female's outlook, they do talk shit. I talk shit to my cousins, my close cousins, and they be like, bitch, are you really talking like that? And I was like, well, he did something, but it's okay. Now, a man's point of view, they're looking at the girls like this, like, help me, help you. But damn, you just not with her? Like, that's so much drama. So you need to vent to the right people. You need to, if there's a big situation or something that is serious, vent to the right person. And that's the biggest key. You don't just talk to everybody in your circle, because everybody in your circle ain't for you. Whether it's female or male, nobody's with you. They always want to either have what you have or get what you have. That's it. And that's honest. In this day and age, they want what you have. And they're going to try to hurt you. You talk to them, it's going to hurt you in the long run. You got to keep your people close. And at the same time, some of the closest people will also hurt you. So you got to figure out who's the best one to talk to. I don't have that situation right now, thank God. But
Yep.
But am I lying, cuz?
No. I'm with you. Is boredom still here? Boredom. That's bored.
No, I mean, it's getting ridiculous out here nowadays. You can't even talk to your family. Some of your family sometimes are the best ones that are your best friends, and then all of a sudden they turn on you. You gotta watch what you're doing.
Yep. Absolutely. What is your take on this one, Board?
What who I can talk to and who I can't talk to? Well, what, like, bouncing off what she said?
I mean, what? Yeah, that. Anything else? I know you haven't spoken in a while.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why I haven't spoken to my mom's side of the family for a while, because they do not know how to talk to people. And they will make assumptions about you based on what they don't know about you. Like, you see how quiet I am? They would suspect that I was up to something. you know. Um, I've heard all sorts of things about me from that side of the family that I wouldn't even know where to begin, where they got it from. And it used to be when I used to talk to one of them, they would do this thing where they would try to convince me that I could vent to them, that I could say what was on my mind, you know, that I could complain and stuff. And then they would take that and use it as fuel against my mom, you know, criticize how she raised me.
Right.
So I think that's kind of why I don't talk to any of them anymore. They don't really know how to just let you vent and just leave it alone. You know, they're also the type of people who can't let things go. So they'll be coming at you and arguing with you and want to fight you over things that happened 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. So it's been really tough living in that household. So that's kind of why I don't really talk to anyone except for my brother, maybe. So it's kind of hard for me to open up to anyone outside, you know, the family. That's why it's kind of hard for me to make any actual friends, because I don't really know how genuine they actually are. You know, like I got this girl who I haven't heard from in over 30 years. And she hit me up just a little after my mom passed. And she was like, oh, hey girl, how you been? And like, as if we knew each other just yesterday. So I'm just now starting to kind of warm up to her and confide in her a little bit, but I'm still kind of keeping her at a distance, you know?
That's good.
Like, huh?
I said that's good.
Right. Because I don't, and plus I think something might be just a little bit wrong with her, you know? I don't want to throw shade at her or anything like that, but she just sounds, you know, when you talk to someone and they sound kind of off?
Yeah, something ain't right.
I understand that, but
Right.
you need to, for me, listen to you, you need to keep your guard up for
Right.
yourself. However, you also need to let your guard down a little bit. So when you start letting your guard down, and like you just said, with your friend for all these years, and it don't seem right, let it back up. You will know when it's right to let your guard down, because you've been
Right.
through all that, so you will
Right.
know.
Because she wasn't the only one that did that to me. Like I had another friend who I didn't speak to since high school, like 15 years ago, and then she'll call me up one day and just vent to me all her problems, all this personal shit she would put on me. This was the same chick that stopped talking to me just after high school and didn't answer any of my calls and blocked me, and because she thought that I was talking about her or some stupid thing. We were teenagers, we were dumb. So, you
Okay,
know,
was your man? Is your man fine? Was your man fine?
I'm sorry?
I said, are you in a relationship right now?
No,
At that time, were you?
no.
Oh, were you dating somebody at that time that they called
Was
you?
was I dating? Yeah, I was, regrettably.
Okay, that person must have been fine. That's why she reached out, because she wanted to put a block.
No. No. She wanted money.
Oh,
Okay. I could
dang,
tell
that's even
exactly
worse.
I could tell exactly what she wanted because she would always talk about her money problems. Oh, I'm always so broke. I can never seem to find anything. Oh, I can't work because I have some sort of disability. She has sickle cell anemia. Tell me how many How many black
Okay,
people
she got
have?
disability
Right.
Yeah.
have it. Do
from
something.
the state.
How many people have sickle cell that are working right now? Show of hands. Like
I
honestly.
have it. I'm working.
There you go. So it's not impossible for her to work. She said she can't stand up for long periods of time. I'm like, well,
Okay, sit down.
get a
Find
desk job. Get a desk job. Go to
It
an
ain't that hard.
office. I did customer service for 10 years, sitting down, in a call center.
Do anything.
Come on. So, she would just keep unloading all of her money problems on me. And I had learned my lesson because I used to be very
Generous.
generous and tolerant of things like that when I was in my teen years, when I was a young adult. So I picked up on the signs and I did not offer her, I did not suggest anything. All I told her to do was get a job. She stopped talking to me from that moment on.
There it was.
Good for you. How old are you, Bam? How old are you, little lady, if you don't want me to ask? I'll tell you, I'm 40. I'm about to be 46.
Oh, I'm 42.
I'm sorry?
I'm 42.
Damn.
Oh, so you're up there with me.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's so cute how people in our past want to play us.
Hey, hold on, Jordan. Jordan, there will be no over 40 slander, sir. There will be...
I knew so.
I was just doing Kevin Hart.
I know. I just
God.
Okay.
I'm just messing with you.
Do it yourself. Don't do it with us.
Yeah. According to
we're
certain
females
people,
and we're furious. Okay, thank you.
According to certain people on TikTok, we're used up, quote unquote, used up.
Yeah, we ain't.
Oh, that's men. That ain't women.
Oh yeah.
So let's welcome Jordan to the panel, man. And what's happening? What's happening with you?
Not much. How we doing, my brother?
Chilling, man, chilling. We just freestyling conversation right now. But if you want to touch in on something or touch on one of the topics.
No, I mean it's going great. I don't want to ruin anybody's night.
Oh no, we flying. What's happening? Get on the board.
No, I mean I guess these are all like usually I get in like political lives and racial lives and stuff, but these are pretty good.
Yeah. We try to stay away from the we touch on it a little bit here and there, but this is more about accountability. This is more about understanding relationships, understanding communicating better, things like that.
I guess like validation. Like I think it's like I feel like women look for validation. I think it's like a good thing, and like for the man to be able to provide that and say positive things.
Is that on the vetting part?
On the what?
Said women.
Is that you talking about?
Like validation.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. No, he was saying.
No, I think like validation's a good thing. Like when a man compliments a woman on the way she looks, or if she does something for him, like verbal communication. I think it's a good thing.
Okay, so you compliment a woman, and that's a good thing.
I think
that's
so.
What you think? Amen.
That's like validation, like saying you look beautiful tonight in that dress, or if you're going out to eat, or like I really appreciate you, packing my lunch, like, or if she does.
No, that's not validation, honey. That's a compliment.
Okay, it's good to know the difference.
I think it could be considered a validation. I
mean,
if you dress up, right? If you dress up and you
but you just talk about packing a lunch.
I'm not forcing her to do that. Like if I get ready for work and she has my lunch pack, like surprise me, I'd be like, "Thank you, babe. That's super nice of you." Or if she like brought lunch to my work or something of that nature, wash my clothes.
Right.
Yes, that's good validation. That's not even validation. That's a compliment.
Well, what's validation?
That's you being a man.
So what's your definition of validation?
Like validating what they're doing.
Yeah.
Or him.
No, you. What would you say?
Oh,
What would you say is
validation
the
is me
definition of
as a
validation?
woman?
No, because
Oh,
you said that wasn't validation. So what would you say in your
no. What he
definition
was
of
talking
what?
about before
Uh-huh.
was not a validation of a woman.
Like thanking her for doing something for me.
Right. He. What I'm saying is he was validating her effort. That's what he. That's what he's saying. So
Yeah.
if she like, for instance, the first example, if you are going on a date, right, and she is taking the time to do her makeup and do the hair, and she's looking nice and she's doing all this stuff to look good to go out on their date. He's saying, hey, when I compliment you, that is,
Compliment her.
but that compliment is to validate her effort, because why would she even try to look good if she, you know what I mean? Like, so it is a compliment, but the compliment itself becomes validation. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So I think
You
that's
get
what
I
I think
validated
get
that's
by a
what he
that.
was saying.
compliment.
Right.
I
So that's what
get
he was saying.
that,
Yeah.
but it's when you take it out of context. Like what you just said is good. What he said, that's what I was trying to correct him on. Just because she, has, a meal or anything else, that's not, when you compliment that as a female, no. For me, in my area, no.
So if you made your man a meal and he didn't say thank you, that's what you would want?
No, because my man doesn't make me a meal. I
I'm
make him
saying,
a meal.
that's what I'm saying. You make him a
I
meal and he was
do
like,
that
thank you, beautiful.
because
That
that's
tastes
in
amazing.
my heritage and that's what I am. That's what I'm going to do.
But you don't want him to thank you for making that meal?
No, he thanks me.
That's
He doesn't
validation.
compliment me. He
But that's
thanks me. And
validating,
half the
like,
time he doesn't thank me because he had a hard day at work. So did I.
well, he should have
So
thanked you.
we're just eating and going to bed.
No
And he's
talking, just,
waking up, doing the dishes before I get up. Because he wakes up before me.
yeah, and you could be
That's
like,
a
thank you.
compliment.
It's validating what they're doing, though. They're validating their actions.
I understand that, but how you did it on it. Okay, never mind.
Have you been drinking?
Because the question was, you were going on a date. A date was this. And you said this. That was not a date. That's why I'm stopping. That's why I stopped everything. And everything, no. Look, okay, me as a female, here, on the panel. This is what I'm going to say. I was raised for a certain reason. I was raised to work. I was also raised to raise my kids, clean my house, do these dishes, do everything, cook a meal, get up and do it again. That was me. This is me. I'm going to do that daily, whether there's a man there or not. If the man's there, he can enjoy it. But guess what he's going to do? Pay all them damn bills, pay that mortgage, and pay
Hey,
everything
Star,
else. Go ahead.
you do realize that you're kind of centering yourself in the conversation. Like the conversation, we were just having a conversation about
I
validating.
understand.
Yeah,
Go
not.
She been
ahead.
doing that all night though, so yeah. I
Yeah, I
know she gotta
kind of
let some
have.
stuff off her chest.
It's okay though. We just
No,
like
some
to.
people said some things.
Yeah,
And I responded.
yeah, but none of those things were directed towards you though. You're
It
taking it
doesn't
that way.
matter if it was direct towards me. It's how a woman's perspective is.
But it does matter. It does matter though,
Oh, okay.
because
My apologies.
we're all just sharing our perspectives. You know, nobody's really taking shots at anybody. So
Well, actually, some
so
people
we're all.
did. But cousin came in on that, so we're good.
Yeah, cousins was just clarifying and making sure that
No,
everybody's
actually, he
perspective was
helped me
clear.
on one. So thank you. He's a good ass man. Thank you. I ain't talking about this, but I'm talking about what he did step up on and talk about and help me. This he'll probably say I'm crazy, but it's okay.
Like we're not gonna say you crazy, but we do want to hear from Godlike because he new on the panel. Um, what you got for us, brother? Welcome.
Absolutely. Is venting more important than I think we answered? We did the communication understanding last night.
Yeah, we did
Yeah.
that
So,
one
so,
last night.
so,
Yeah,
so I
I
see
had to
you brought
squeeze it
that.
back in there again.
Yeah. But is venting more important than finding a solution? I think that there's a there's a guy I used to watch, and he was basically saying that that people don't genuinely seek for the truth. So it's like people want like a temporary fix,
hmm
or they wanna hear something that suits how they're feeling right now. So I feel like that a lot of people will come, and you will hear a lot of people just vent, but they don't really want to have a discussion about
I believe
how
so too. I'm
how
learning
we
that more and more today, and in general, I'm learning
how
that.
we how we solve how we go about solving the problem. And I feel like that there's so many um uh, there's a lot of lives, where people you'll see topics, and it's like, but where are we going with this? Like what's what's the solution? Like how do how do we leave better than we are today? How do we at least do that? You know? And or how do you and it's like, but if you show up and the only angle that you take is pointing fingers at somebody else. Not saying there's not a time to do that. There's not like, if you're advocating for something or you're trying to speak out, but if you're just venting and you're not discussing um how you're going to find a solution to either for this not to happen again, or to prevent happening again, then venting is just people doing it just to be heard. And it's
hmm
okay, I get it. Everybody wants to be heard, but at some point, I think like the guy that was in here before, I think he left, is that it all comes down with the intention. Is like, are you sharing this with the openness of wanting to receive some guidance, or with the intent to come out better on the back end? And for some people, I don't think that everybody is at that
No
state.
diddy.
I don't think that everybody is at that state to where they're ready to move on. They're ready to learn. They're ready to grow.
hmm
And you get people that will get in, they'll talk about something, but in reality, they really just want to stay where they at. They really just want to, and I'm not here to tell people that you should or you shouldn't, but that may be the truth. The truth is, some people aren't ready, bro. Like cousin said before, some people, they just won't get it. It's the truth, man. It's just the truth. It's certain people, they're not going to move outside of their current level of thinking.
hmm
They're so I feel like that's one thing that when it comes to even finding the solution, it's like sometimes when you hear that people are stuck in the loop, sometimes you just have to leave them be. You know. But I'll just answer the first one there. But I think that um, venting is not more important than finding the solution. Finding the solution is definitely going to be more important than you just finding the solution should always be the objective.
There should be, should
Should
right.
always be the objective.
hmm
Hmm.
And then I guess you could do the validation. Then I go to Lovely after that. Do what are you looking for validation for? Is it really that important, and why? or why, or basically why is it important to you? What you trying to look
You,
for
did
validation?
you want to go, Lovely? I'm still thinking a little bit on that one, but
Still thinking a little bit on that. Okay, okay.
yeah,
I
yeah.
actually, hey Kev and hey God and Mr. Cousins, always love being on this panel. But it was crazy because I was in a live and we were earlier and we were talking about solutions. And I love the fact that you brought this up, but I wanted to tie number one and number two, is venting more important than finding a solution? And then also what are you looking for validation for? A lot of people will vent just to seek validation, just
Facts.
to get it from them. So there, and we can use venting or expressing what's on your mind, what's going on, what are we sharing, what information are we all compiling together so that we can come to a solution. We all know that many people, not all people, want we all have a solution that we want to get to. It's the process that everybody's arguing over. It's a process of get to that. So a lot of people are seeking validation, and I agree with what God said. A lot of people are not in the same mindset, and that's where we as people, and we go back into the A word, and I'm not even gonna bring it up. Don't have that capability of, but we have to meet people where they're at. We also have to express ourselves in a manner, in a way that is not going to take us away from the solution. So it's a balance that really has to go hand in hand. So that's why I put like number one and number two together, because some people will vent in order to get validation rather than find the solution that or even process through the solution. Well, what didn't work, what did work? You have to process through the goods and the bads and the uglies. So that's my take on that.
So with number two though, what are you like personally? What is validations that you're looking for, and is it important to you, and why?
I think the validation, because if you look at validation, really comes from value. So if you look at it's the value that is coming from you. What are you investing in? What are you investing in? A lot of people find a solution, based upon what they invest in. What are you giving into yourself that you've been taken from, so robbed of, if you want to look at it that way. What do you give to yourself that you've been robbed of, which adds value to yourself, so that you can now know when somebody else is bringing value into your life. So it's like validation is very reciprocal. So that's how I see validation. And it is very important. I think people do truly need that. It really goes back to our basic needs of life. If you look at it from a child at an early age, our basic needs. When you're born, your mom needs to feed you, dad needs to give you love, or you have this nuclear family that needs to come in. There's validation that actually comes from just your basic needs.
Okay. So I do a example real quick. What I mean by that. So with me, right, my validation. So, and I think it's kind of what she was basically saying. It's like it depend on what you're looking forward to, what you're just trying to look for validation for. So I would say my validation is because my goal, like, especially, say for this app, right? So I'm trying to motivate people and bring awareness. My validation is when I see the change in a lot of people. When I and even self validation, right? Because I always say that I want to work on my emotions and stuff, and then when I see, I that's why I put myself in certain situations to see if I'm really can prove to myself that I'm really putting in this work. So I look for validation as in like, going down the right path. Things that show me if I'm going down the right path or something like that. Because I look to be, to be positive and yeah, yeah, the results, right? Results. It help validate me. When people even come back like, you know what, I I never looked at it that way. You bring awareness to the situation and, stuff like that because it's just like I said, I want to help people for the most part. That's one of my top things besides just help myself. That's why I listen to people to help myself too. So, and that validation comes from like seeing it work, and hearing it, seeing people progressing and stuff. Because I like progression in general. That's in anything. Like when I hear about marriages and all that. So, and those are that's important to me because it's showing that it's like it's some possible growth and stuff, and I am doing this for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Not for just nothing. You know what I'm saying? So if we talk about validation, yeah, I'd rather be validated by stuff that's helping some type of form of growth, or because that's what I adjust my life to. It's not about the looks and the image and you know I want if people like me and stuff. That's not my validation either. It's more of I want to see if people really learning from or actually growing with the information that they get. So that's
I agree with you, Kev, on that because it's almost like when you add value or validation to other people's life, it brings something. It brings something to you. You get to see like what God said. Like you get to see the results because you're doing something good, which is bringing something good to somebody else's life, and so that
this
that
thing
helps, that
froze
helps
right
you
when
grow
I get
too.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all hear everything else? I don't even know. This thing froze out of nowhere.
No, I heard you.
Okay, y'all heard. Okay.
Yeah, we heard you must have froze after.
So froze right at. I thought it like near the end.
No, because
But
I was
y'all got
just
an example of what I was meaning by that. Because I think everybody. I know we did put like a negative. I know a lot of people be like, "You're looking for validation," or "You're looking for." Right, you're judging. Like it's so many things that we do, right? But we only use it in like a negative context and stuff. And I noticed that, and I'm like, hold on, everybody do these things though, because we do look for validation, even if we want to admit it or not. You know what I'm saying? We do because it help us. It been like that since we was kids. We got to know if we going down the right way. And I want to be validated that that I'm doing things right. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where most of my validation is from. You know what I'm saying? And I want to know when I'm doing stuff wrong too. If I'm doing something wrong, so I can go back to doing things the right way if I can. Because I don't know everything. That's why we throw out information and stuff just to see if it's right. See if it's so we ain't just spitting out stuff that's BS. Because sometimes we can be saying BS for years and not never really get challenged on it. So there's so many different forms of validation. Trying to look at see if your point is valid. That's what it is. So,
And I think you just hit it, bro. Like I think we all, 100% of us, seek validation in some
yeah.
way or another, right? So, and I think the reason why is because autonomy. We all want to be important in our own skin, and anybody
Yeah.
who doesn't and says that that's wrong, I mean, okay, you can lie to yourself. I mean, you can lie to us, but you can't lie to yourself, right? We all want to feel empowered in our own self. That is really most of our struggles in life is when we don't feel empowered in ourselves, right? That's why you have movements. That's why you have all these things because we want to feel heard, right? And it really happens, and it's more important with the people that we love, or the people that we respect, or the people that we admire. We want that validation from them because those are the people that matter. So your kids, your family, you want to be seen. You don't want to be walking around in your house. So, men, we call it respect, right? That's what men, you hear it all day. They looking for respect. That's looking for validation, player. So, but we try to label it different things because, like you said, that word validation has become negative, to where you're looking for validation. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm
Or you
not.
get mad, right?
Because you think that it's negative, right? We always want to try to
You
evade
ain't
it.
looking validation for shit.
Right. And the reality is, yes, you are. If you on TikTok, you made a fucking post. You got a damn live. You looking for validation.
Right. Yeah.
Just the
Yeah.
simple fact that we on a panel talking, giving our opinion, we're looking for validation. Don't nobody
Yeah.
want to just be unheard. So
True. True.
I think if we actually look at it for what it is, right? And if I have friends, I want y'all to know me and like me. God damn it. That's because you my people, right? So I want validation from your people that I'm on the right track.
Well,
And
Mm-hmm.
you know,
and
that's I think
cousin,
that's a
the,
natural thing. So I think that's
right.
okay. Yeah. I think we should just start trying to change the now. The problem is when you're looking for external validation above everything else. Now,
Why
see,
did you
that's
just
when
read
it
my
gets
mind right now?
Mm-hmm.
Why
yeah,
did
see
you just
that's
read my mind right now on
yeah,
external and
yeah,
internal validation? Why
yeah,
did you
yeah.
just do that?
Yeah, see that's when it becomes a problem. Yeah, I'll let you go. I'll let you take that over. Go on.
He said we about to eat the crumb. He had to stop me
No,
earlier because that's what we always about to do. We about to take each other's stuff like
No,
it's a
cousin,
domino.
you went right there. I was gonna talk on internal and external validation.
No
So
crumbs, no crumbs.
take it there, cousin. It's on you.
oh no, that was a lob. That was a lob for that dunk. That was an alley. That you can go ahead and
That's
take it.
alley oop, right?
I'm
Go
giving you
ahead,
the
go ahead,
assist. I'm gonna tell
explain.
you.
If you look at internal validation, so how can we validate somebody else if we have not validated ourselves? If we don't know what validation
True.
means to ourselves and adding value to ourselves, how do we know what it's going to be like to give somebody else that value or that validation
Mm-hmm.
and also know how to receive it from somebody else or also meet people where they're at? Because, like God said earlier, not everybody is in the same place. But that's where it goes into that communication and that understanding. We have to know how to respond to other people too when they don't even know how to be validated.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like you'll see some points where, people will want to keep pushing the issue and I'm like, yo, this person's not here. They don't want you to understand them. They just want to be heard.
Mm-hmm.
Hear them and move on. And sometimes people don't even know how to do that. Like there'll be stuff going on and people will try to respond to the person. I'm like, why are you trying to respond to them when they're not looking? They don't want to be understood. They just want to be heard. Hear them, let them know you heard them, and move on. And it's like, man, people try to push and they going back and forth, and I'm going, and it's like, man, you're not getting the sign. This person is telling you, hey, I'm not receptive
Mm-hmm.
to new information or finding a solution. All right, I appreciate you letting me know that. You know, at that point, there ain't nothing else that I need to say about your situation, or we don't need to dive any deeper into this. Let's just move on. Let's continue the conversation. Talk about something else.
But
Go to the
do
next
you
person.
feel like God, when you do that, do you feel like you planted a seed in somebody because of how
Mm-hmm.
you responded?
Yeah, I mean it's always it's
All
the
about
this
intention and
yeah.
purpose
Sometimes I mean I don't I wouldn't
and reason.
necessarily assume that. I mean the only way that I would be able to say that if that was my intention. And I mean I guess it could happen, right? It could happen. There could be a seed planted there.
Yeah.
But I mean
I.
I would say that the seed is that I'm always shooting to come to a solution. And I mean if the person's aware of that, then I guess a seed could be planted. But I mean you'll have some conversations you'll talk with the people is that your intention will be to help them and they won't even see it. And they'll just shoot it down or get defensive and be attacked. But those type of people, if I choose to back off, I think with some of those people there may never be a seed or in their interaction with me, maybe there isn't a seed that's planted. But I mean I think it really just depends on the
It
person.
depends. It do. I was about to say, like, you made me think about like when people probably be wondering, I'll be having certain people over here like, why you? I would actually believe in like making examples out of some people too. Like in a way, not in like a negative thing, but I'm just saying as in like make it be in 4K of the situations we be talking about. Like which been happening all today. I ain't gonna say nothing, but it's been happening today. Like people been proving them looking for validation and venting and stuff, and not really looking for solutions. Then you'll catch people speaking on what's important and then say the opposite once you let them talk long enough and stuff. So it's just like I be really doing this just for it be for a reason. Like even what was that earlier and stuff, just seeing like literally seeing how people think. You know what I'm saying? Like none of this stuff I really internalize or take serious. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just take it personal. I just don't do that because I just really think that even just using those people as an example, would help other people to be able to identify other people. You know what I'm saying? And who to talk to, and is you able to have patience to even talk to some people like this, or even try to build understanding. And then in the process, it can still it can be multiple things. You still can probably plant a seed, and you also still can probably get through to some people, even though it might not seem like it. So I just think it's really a tolerance thing overall. And I learned that, well, not even learned, but I noticed that everybody, we talked about this before. When I first started, a lot of this dude came in, was like, everybody just got their own tolerance bar, and just because you give up, that don't mean that everybody else feel the same way. And just because you got a short patience, that don't mean So it just varies on each person. I'd be loving it. I'd be actually be laughing when I be bringing some people in. I actually bring some people in just to see if some of my people that be uh claiming they trying to heal and stuff, they just react to these stuff like that. I be loving it.
You know
Like
one thing you
you let a miserable person make you miserable. It's like that.
yeah, man, and it's even if even if what the person is saying there's even if what the person's saying there's truth to it, you have to understand that like you can't you can't allow somebody else's truth to become your truth. Like
Right.
the question you have to ask yourself is like, what is your experience though? Right? And it's like, that's why you'll see me in a lot of lives. I've been in a lot of lives, a lot of different panels, and I don't ever have any issues because I know that my truth is I don't have issues getting along with people. And I get along with people in all different spectrums. I've always been like that. That's my truth. So for me, I don't move differently on this platform. I don't hesitate getting in and linking up with people who are from different angles and different perspectives. When I hear these conversations about men and women, I don't get offended with this stuff because I know my truth. You know, but I feel like that people get into a lot of these spaces, and unfortunately, and I'm not saying this as if I'm excluded from this because we all catch ourselves if we're honest. The problem is most people aren't honest, man. They won't be honest about the truth of the situation, right? And a lot of times when we start feeling that internal pressure and we start feeling that hey, this was really something that or we have to start taking accountability, a lot of times we will add to the story or take away to the story or we won't a guy said in a live earlier, he was like some questions that are asked on these panels are I forgot how he described it, private time questions, basically like one-on-one questions, like questions that like if you ask people like for example, why did you cheat? If you ask that question to people, man, on a public platform like this, people aren't gonna really tell you why. Not gonna really tell you why, you
Mm-hmm.
know, until you get the person one on one or off the platform, you
You know
know.
what you just reminded me of, God, is if you look at validation, some people don't even accept the validation because they're so built with guilt and shame.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even know how to appreciate the validation that's coming to them because they're not even ready for it. but they want validation, they seek validation, but they're coming from such a guilt and shame concept or avenue that they don't even know how to even take in the validation, even when you're giving it to them.
That's a good point. Because they don't even understand. Sometimes people don't even understand how to recognize it. Like I was in the panel one time, and I guess the dude was trying to insult me, right? And he came in, he was saying little slick shit, passive aggressive things, and I was just like, okay. So now I have a choice: either I can roast him, or I could just kind of play it off. I didn't have my question mark hat on, so I felt like I was going to take the high road today, right? I wasn't going to do it. And so, but I told him, I was like, I could insult you, but you probably wouldn't get it. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this and it just flew over his head that I just insulted you. And everybody else laughed. And he just, it was one of those times where, and it was like that story just made me realize, like, sometimes you can insult somebody, sometimes you can compliment somebody, sometimes you can validate someone and they don't even recognize it because they're too busy on their own agenda.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
They're
true.
too busy looking and kind of like projecting. A lot of times it's like they're projecting what they would perceive as an insult. Like, you come at me and say, that's why you bald. I'm going to be like, yeah, I know, because I just shaved it. Like, you ain't told me nothing I don't know. And that don't affect me because I'm good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not that's not something that I'm insecure about. You know what I mean? But people believe that if you are certain things that you should be insecure about it because that's what they are insecure about. And so they try to insult you or with it.
True.
And it comes with the same with validation, because if I don't hear these particular words, because these are the words that I need to hear for my validation, because this is what I would say if I'm validating somebody. And if I don't hear that, that's not validation to me. And I think a lot of times people are so into themselves in their mind, they can't even step out that box to realize that you're getting flowers right now, that people are actually seeing you, people are actually hearing you. The fact that you're in this conversation and they're asking you the questions from a general perspective, that's validation. They're not trolling you. They're actually asking you. But a lot of people don't even see that because they want to be right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You brought up that word, insecurity. And that's really where it seems to come from. That insecurity, that lack of confidence. You don't even know yourself. So how are you going to know what it's going to be like when somebody gives something to you? That when they're coming from a secure or a confident place, how are you going to receive it if you don't already have it? You know?
Right.
That's what it comes down to. And that's why even in Kev's conversation, the one he had yesterday, where he was like, how do we vet better? And it's like, if you're not starting with yourself, there ain't no way. It don't start there. It's got to start with, you got to be clear on who you are, right? How you treat yourself, how you validate yourself. You know, what are the things that are already valuable to you, that you already value? What are your morals, your principles? What are your non-negotiables? And when you're clear on those things, you'll find very early on whether or not you are in sync with somebody, or whether or not you guys are on the same page. But I feel like that when you don't know yourself, then you can get distracted. When you're not certain about who you are, you can get distracted, get caught up in the ping or the box. Next thing you know, you you didn't got pulled way down, or to look somebody's looks, you got pulled way down this road, and it's like, yo, but what was you standing on? What's your intention when you first got here, bro? You looking for marriage? Now you didn't got this and fell off track, and now you 8 months in a relationship, man. And if you would have stuck on with your non-negotiables, which is this is what I'm doing, and if X, Y, and Z happens, and if I'm not getting this, then if a person doesn't respect this and they choose to overstep this boundary, then I remove myself from the situation. So I just wanted to kind of touch on that from the vetting stuff yesterday. But what's this third one say here, Kev? Can we become better? Run for the box is
Running
starting to
away
hell.
from running away or facing the issue.
Oh, you gotta face it.
You have to.
Facing is tough, man. It really is. It's what I tell people is what people forget is, I tell you, most people forget this, is that in the story, there are characters in the story. So this is why, like, on the discussion between men and women, I feel that a lot of men don't really put themselves in the shoes of what it's like to be the other character, right? So like, yeah, that's why I tell people, you're not the only character in the story. It's you, it's the partner, maybe there's a child in the story. So you always have to put yourself in the in the uh in the position of the enemy, right? Of, okay, if this was you and this was all happening on you, right? Um or if you were the one that was getting the pain inflicted on, how would you respond if you were in their shoes? And I feel like that a lot of people, they don't think about that, and they only think that they're a part of the story. And it's like, bro, it's not just you. It's not just your feelings. It's not just, there are other people in this story too that are getting affected. And the only way to have a clear understanding of what's happening, the overall truth, is you have to hear the story with everybody being with all the different perspectives of people being the main character. And I feel like people don't do that a lot. And I feel like when you do that, you get a full understanding of, man, okay, so this is really what's happening. This is what everybody is experiencing. This is the truth about the situation, versus just going off of what it looks like when you're the main character, which is just very closed minded, man. Like Lovely said, empathy.
And if you look at it, like when the question is asked, can we become better running away from or facing the issues? We have to understand that emotions come into play. So I had this conversation with somebody earlier, and I know Kev knows a lot of the, my background and what I do, and a lot of the people that I work with. So it's like, if a lot of people run away too much from their feelings, and that's when they get into making impulsive decisions and doing dumb stuff and all this stuff. If you face them, that's like you getting in a boxing ring, a boxing match with the issues, with the emotions that are surrounded by it. You gotta fight those feelings. You gotta fight that anger. You gotta fight those misunderstandings. You gotta fight that miscommunication. You gotta fight everything that comes for you. You have to face it. And how are you? There's a difference between a reaction and a response. You have to know how to respond to it. So now you can know how to respond to other people, so that you can make those attractions that you want to make. And you're also going to lose a lot of people in the process.
That's a great point. Since you brought up boxing, since I gave you the lob last time, you gave me the lob this time. I'm gonna roll with it. There's a saying in boxing: you only get knocked out by the punch you don't see coming. And what happens when you run? You turn your back. You don't see shit coming. And if we want to translate that to life, any time, and most times I would say that in most people's lives, the troubles, the stress, all of these things, where did that come from? Come from you not taking care of something. Something, got disregarded. The only time I ever got in trouble in my life was when I didn't do the paperwork right, or I didn't, I just ignored this final notice, and then all of a sudden now I got to go out my way to go pay some late fee or some shit because I had fucked up. Like it comes from avoidance. You know what I mean? When you handle a problem, you see it coming. If it's gonna hurt, it might hurt a little bit, but you can roll off that punch a little bit because you saw it coming. So you see what you got to do. You work with it. You deal with it. But when you turn your back, the problem ain't turned around too. The problem's still coming. You just don't see it. And then when it really hits you, oh, it's gonna hurt worse. So do we get better running away from problems? Hell to no. We actually have to, I think, understand that when you face the problem, you may find out that it's really not as bad as you think. A lot of these things that we have so much fear of and we want to avoid, I don't want to have that conversation. Oh no, man. I've had so many times where I've counseled people and I'm like, yo, did you have this conversation with your wife or with your husband? Nah, they ain't ready for it. They not ready for it, or are you not ready for it? Or we got to talk. That's like, that's the man, we hear that shit and all of a sudden you heart beating. We got to talk. Oh, what we got to talk about? Because it's some fear that it's going to be some problem that you can't handle. Man, you would be surprised. Just be truthful, be real. And when you start talking about it, it very seldomly is it worse or as bad as you think. You know what I mean? Is in most cases, it's always, damn, you know what? I thought that was going to be worse. It's actually okay. Exactly. So what are we scared of? Stop running. Start facing it. That's my point.
Because you know what you're going to do is build up pressure. You're going to build up pressure. And then you're going to explode.
Well, I would normally say face the issues, but I could certainly see why somebody would run from it, because a lot of times, more times than not, facing that issue would mean that you would have to mentally and emotionally place yourself right back into that situation or that moment that kickstarted that issue in the first place. And, most people are not going to want to return back to that headspace. Not because of, not really because of the actual issue itself, but the emotions that come with it.
Well, think about it too, is that maybe if we look at it from a different perspective, that we're running towards the issues. So now we're in preparation mode. So we've been through all these traumas or all these experiences or circumstances, mental, emotional, physical, whatever traumas but now we're running we can run towards it because we know what we're facing, and we're running towards it with more confidence, more validation, more understanding. But we're trying to prepare ourselves to be able to run towards it rather than run away from it, because we're not afraid to knock down that wall. So yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I always see it as trying to face. I always see it as someone trying to face someone who's hurt you in the past, like a parent or something. Sometimes you'll say to yourself, okay, I'm ready to face them. I'm ready to take them head on. I'm ready to, talk to them and confront them about everything that happened in the past. And then what happens? You're in front of that parent or a grown up or whatever, and it just reverts you right back to that that time when you were just a little girl, or a little boy,
Mm-hmm.
So most people just don't want to have to. Most people just don't want to have to deal with that, you know. But you know, therapeutically, it would be in their best interest to just face it and come to terms with it and get that closure that they need in order to heal from it.
Right. Because the thing is, too, like what you're saying, I don't know if they even understand the why. You know what I mean? Like, why do you want to face this person? Because a lot of people will tell you, well, I just need closure. For what? Why do you need closure? Because you want to hear them say that they're sorry? Or you want to have them apologize? Or you want to tell them or show them that you are better now? Or what is the reason for closure? You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't know. They say they want closure, but why? And then if they figure out why they want the closure, then they'll figure out, like, most of the time it's like, you know what, fuck them. I don't even need, you know what I mean? I'm good. Or they'll figure out the real reason that they want to talk to this person, because I don't like being out of your life. I actually want to reconnect. Maybe that's what the closure was. You know what I mean? But whatever the reason is behind it, then it makes it easier to face, because now you understand why you're doing it. You know what I mean? And there's no twilight zone behind it. And I think that's where the fear comes. And like you said, that emotional unsurety, because I don't want to go back to that place. But my thing is, you can't go back to that place because you're 30 years away from that place. What you're going to go back to is an assimilation or a memory of that place. But what you're going back, and the reason why you're going to do that is because you don't know where you are now. You don't have no roots. You ain't got no base. You ain't got no anchor. But once you know that why, and you realize, you know what I mean, what the purpose is for, now you know what I mean. I think at least for me, that's when it worked better for me. When I start realizing my core and who I am, and really what I want to be and what I want to do and my direction, then all my stuff started to click. You know what I mean? It became easy to look at people in the face, and it became easy to actually face truths and not worry about it, because I was like, I'm good. I'm ready for whatever you got. But I didn't have that when I wasn't sure. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, go ahead.
A lot of people want that closure in order for validation. You just tapped into that. A lot of people want
Why
that
does closure
closure.
have to be validation?
Well, it doesn't have to be, but you can't control how somebody validates you.
Exactly. So why is
And give
closure
them that.
validation?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So why is closure validation?
Well, closure, if you're seeking closure from, if you're wanting closure from somebody else, what is closure? Let's pull that
I'm
up.
asking you. You brought it up.
Well, because a lot of people are seeking closure from somebody else. They're wanting an apology. They're wanting an I'm sorry, or I did all this stuff to
Okay, what is
you.
wrong with that?
Well,
What if anybody on this
but
panel
if
wants
that
that?
other
What is
person,
wrong with
hold on, Star, you asked me a question. If that other person doesn't give you what you're asking for, are you going to accept it? Are you going to allow it? And are you going to move on with your life? Or are you going to just sit here in this victim mentality mindset to say, poor me, that this person violated me or did something wrong to me, and now I'm just going to live my life because I'm mad because this person did not give me the closure that I needed to validate myself.
Yep. Ain't that something? That's why I do tell people to find closure within yourself, you know, because you can't always. That's just like a person. That's why I talk about forgiveness and forgiveness, right? If you still looking for somebody to say I'm sorry, you done for. You know what I'm saying? You will never get that. Someday somebody will never say it. You just be mad at them for the rest of your life. That means you're chained to something else that you can't control.
Well,
Because you can't control another human. You can't force another human to give you what you want. They not sometimes another human won't give it to the way you like it. You know what I'm saying? They might give it to you, but you might not even be accepted of the way they did it. You be like, I don't like it the way you did it.
Okay,
That means you're not
closure
really
and
looking.
forgiveness is something different.
Huh?
You can forgive somebody. There's never going to be closure. You can forgive somebody,
Nah, you
but you
can't.
can
Yeah,
never
you ain't gonna better
forget.
talk to me about that because I most definitely know what that is. I know what forgiveness is. That's all I teach.
You can forgive. You can't forget. And without
No, you won't
forgetting,
forget.
there'll
And
never be
nobody never
closure.
mentioned that. I know everybody like to use that as a they do the same thing though, but it's never meant for you
I'm
to forget.
sorry.
It's never meant for you to forget. It's just something for you to change your perspective on. Because if you forget it, that means you can get played again. So you don't want to forget it.
Okay, so
But
you're not
it changed.
listening to what I said. You
It
can
just
forgive. You can't forget.
I
And
just
there will
said
never
I
be
could.
closure.
Right, but
If you,
closure. Would
bro,
y'all
you could.
say that? What is our
If
ideas
you,
of closure? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kevin. Brad.
yeah, right. Go ahead. That's a good question.
No, I was gonna say so we can get a baseline of everybody's idea of what closure is to them, so that way we can understand what we're talking about. Because I think that closure is different to different people. What they think closure is. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Me personally, I believe like closure is just the end of a problem. Now that could be in any relationship, in a job interview, like anything that is a dangling thread that is still open, like an open wound, or just it's a problem. And once that problem is solved and it's ended, that's closure. To me, you know what I mean?
Okay, so for me, I would really like Lovely to ask for a closure. I would really like her to answer because I really want to hear her point of view before
So,
I say mine.
so if you look at the word closure, it's like to shut out, like shut down, like you're shutting it out. You're shutting down. You're shutting down that issue. You're block almost like a blockage. That's what closure is. You're sealing it up.
Okay, so you're looking at a dictionary for the word to be able to understand your. Okay,
No, no. So,
that's what you started with.
well, I look at a lot of you have to understand if you look at this platform, a lot of the words
No, I don't care about a platform. I'm asking you your personal
but you're on a
opinion.
platform, so
Okay, but I'm asking you your
I
personal
can come with
opinion.
some knowledge and some understanding. So
Okay, so can
I'm not
I.
here to argue. I'm not here to
Nor am
argue.
I.
I come with love. I come with a lot of peace.
Me too.
You asked me a question with closure. It's to shut out. It's to shut out. You close it up. You seal it up. And that closure actually has to come within you. It's not based upon somebody else. You have to seal it up. You have to close it up. It's very similar to forgiveness. You have to seal it up.
No, it's really not. Closure is something different than forgiveness.
Oh, Lord help us.
Because
Remember, you the one that don't
you
know
can
how to
close
heal,
that
right? So
chapter.
you can't tell somebody
You
what is
can
not. You
close.
the one that's
Okay,
having a
facts.
problem with
You
healing.
can't. You
Oh,
also
look,
can't close this.
that's the problem, right? You don't even know how to close your mouth. So speaking of closure, the thing
Well,
is, you the
you
one
were
that
talking
you
in.
have the issue of healing, and you have the issue
Oh,
of you can't. You said right. You said what about the mourning thing, right? You say you're gonna mourn forever. So you gotta listen to some people that know how to get over it, right? Because it's obvious you don't have that
okay.
ability.
This is something totally
So
different.
no, whatever how you want to call it though, but it's obvious you lack that ability. But you telling people that know how to that have many
Well,
different ways,
move
and you
on
don't
and
have not
forget.
one way. You have
Okay.
not one way to even have closure with your own life, and you telling somebody else what closure is. That's not you can't. It's not even you can't.
No.
You barking up the wrong tree when it comes to that,
Oh.
huh?
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what it is, though. That's exactly what it is. Because you can't tell somebody that they don't know what closure is. You don't even know. You can't even give one. You're not even
You know
experienced it
what? The
yet.
next time.
So it's like you got to really listen to other people, so maybe they can help you or tell you
I
what it is. Because you
understand what
can't
you're
just take it
saying.
away. Huh?
But she also can't disrespect other people on how the way they
No, that's your
give
that's
to
your
clothes.
no that's what you no that's how you feel. That's how you
No, that's how
internalized it.
you
That was never her intentions. And that's why you need closure with your own life,
really.
because you think everybody is attacking
Where
you, and that's
was
what you've been
you
doing all
trying to
night.
defend me in mourning? You didn't
Whatever.
understand that.
My
You
thing
didn't
is, if
even
you know how
understand
to
that
close
as a
your mouth
hoe.
for a little bit, you can find out what closure
Oh,
is. That's the problem.
well,
Is you
son,
I mean, is you on because you've been
disrespect me
venting all
again.
night though. You've been venting all
So,
night. I've been letting you ride for a minute, but it's just like from
disrespect
this
me
point,
again.
from this.
Sorry, you mentioned something about mourning, right? Mourning.
No, I didn't. He did. And that was something way different
I did,
than
but
this.
whatever. All right, we're just gonna let it go. But at the end of the day,
You gonna let me keep doing. Okay, do you
no,
with your mouth.
huh?
Go ahead, lovely.
At the end of the day, right, just let
You
her
ignorant
teach you
at the end of the day.
what closure is. That way you can understand.
No, closure is something totally different.
You don't know
than
what it is. You
mourning.
can't say what it is. You don't
Yes,
have
I
the
can.
ability. You don't have
Trust
the
me. Yes,
ability.
I do.
You don't have the ability. No.
I do. Trust
You
me,
can't
I
ask
do.
somebody what it
And
is and
I'm
then tell
not
somebody what it
putting
is, and
my
then you still
personal
haven't
shit
gave
out
it.
here, you
Huh?
young little boy. Trust me, I'm not doing that.
Well, we are
All
not.
right, what
But
you ain't got to
trust
sit.
me.
You acting like you got to sit in the box. Ain't nobody. We ain't coming here to hear your sad story all day. You the one that need to hear.
Oh, I don't want to hear yours either.
You don't. Ain't nobody. Look. Watch this
Trying to
though.
get something. Call
You
me
said what?
white. Call me white again.
Yeah. Okay. But now you forced to just listen now, because I'm trying to be patient with you the whole entire time. She been making this whole thing about her though. But it's no like that's what I was about. The reason why is like you gonna ask for a definition and then tell somebody that they stuff is wrong, and you don't even know how to heal. You don't know how to heal. You don't know how to give over anything, and you're obviously one of them people. And then you gonna tell somebody that they don't know what they doing. That's
All right,
crazy.
Kev. I'm gonna say it like this, and I said this in somebody else's live. I believe it was Lovely Kisses live. Some people don't have the energy or the frequency to understand where they are in their journey.
Yeah, we
So they
talked about that
choose.
already.
So they choose to act like they do, and then they want to belittle and berate based upon their own personal circumstances without having the qualification of going through something themselves. And I say that because 99.9% of the people that come up on your panel, Kev, they project so much of their life into somebody else's life to make them feel like they're superior, more intelligent, better than, and put that other person down constantly. And this is the accountability room, right? Yes, Kev?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. So we get ready to hold accountability on full blast. So this is gonna be my one and only point that I'm gonna make, and it's gonna be rough as hell, and I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm tired of hearing people talk all this shit about somebody else and ain't got no room to speak on their own self. Where's the accountability for this woman when she's disrespecting you on your platform? Where's the accountability for her words and verbiage towards Lovely? And Lovely ain't did no disrespect. Lovely don't disrespect nobody. Even when she's disrespected, she just walks away from like, that ain't me, I ain't got to deal with it. And if you want to bring this whole don't call me whatever color you want to pretend you are under the rainbow of melanin, that's fine, do that, but kick rocks. If you can't hold yourself accountable, you don't need to be in here. You need to go ahead, put the bottle down, put whatever substance you got on down, and go deal with your own personal issues and baggage. Stop projecting on other fucking people, because that shit ain't cool. That's mental illness at its finest. Go seek counseling. And if you don't like what I'm saying, that's just too bad. It's Scorpio season all year round, and I'm here to run that fade with anybody and everybody. Go ahead, Kev, back to you.
Can I just say
But
that we have just been informed that Lovely can disrespect without even being disrespectful. That is a fucking
tell
tell.
you, that's no.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't disrespect
that
on
is
Lovey's
another
part.
thing I
She just
learned
don't know
too,
how to
though.
fucking understand concepts of
Yeah, it's cool though. Like I said, she just need prayer though. I ain't about to tear her up like that. I just only said what I said so she can be aware of what she doing. But because it's obvious there's a lot of people that's like that. So I only feel bad for
Right.
situations like that. But
Well, Kev, I understand that, but this is my one and only point that I'm making.
Make it
Every
made
day on this fucking app, I hear nothing but a bunch of bitch ass complainers. They ain't doing shit to make a solution for their own personal life. Like literally told
Why they
motherfuckers I
gotta
was
be all
home.
that?
No, because I literally told motherfuckers
I'm
I
just
was
saying
on
that
the
like
street.
and it goes back to what Cousins was saying though. Like we can't stoop to people's level just because they feel that
Oh
way.
no,
It's
I ain't
obvious that some
stupid.
people that it's just
I ain't
so I'm just
stupid.
saying my thing is if we better than that, we don't have to call them names. We don't have to do all that.
I'm
That's a
appropriately
whole other thing.
directing. I'm
That's gonna make
appropriately.
it worse though. That's gonna make it worse.
I
It's already
understand. Look,
obvious that some
it'll
people going through some stuff on here though.
right.
So all I can do is hold
When
them
I was going
accountable. I
through
don't got to
shit,
call
look,
them names.
Kev, when I was going through shit, nobody was there. 2
Yeah,
years I
that's
ran the
you, man.
streets.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
you.
2 years I ran the streets of Georgia, and for a purpose, but nobody was there to help me. I got it out the mud on my own. I didn't sob and boo-hoo and cry for everybody to help me. I just went and fucking got it up and did it. I don't want to hear nobody bitch and complain about what they got going on in their life if they ain't making solutions. Like brother said earlier, I don't allow my wife or myself to sit and complain about something without at least trying to make a solution first. You feel me? So all that extra, if you don't want to hear somebody tell you
Is
the
this
truth,
something you get out of that though? Because I guess well, since you're here, because you did just pop up out of nowhere. Someone just saying it was something about to go down. Do you get a thrill out of calling out people and stuff?
no.
Yeah, because I feel like it's sad. With me, it's sad that I have to do stuff like that though. But I've been trying to refrain from I just try to have a little bit more empathy towards people and stuff. That's one thing I've been learning. I try to have a balance though. Sometimes I can be tough on people, but also I can understand why people go through what they go through too at the same time, and it can be frustrating.
Right.
That's why I say even with situations like that, I don't take it personal. I can tell even with that, it seemed like you took it personal. I can tell. Just off your vocab and how you talking and stuff.
Well,
and
hold on. Let me break it down for a reason, because I'm sick and tired of this. It's not personal. I'm tired of
it
hearing
is the fact that you're sick and tired of it is personal. Yeah.
No. It's not personal, because if it was personal, I would be literally just going ahead and generalizing and stop generalizing and talk to her.
You know
about
why
her.
you said it?
I'm
Because
talking about every people that are involved. Because Kev,
the fact that you use your story and said that you went through and nobody saved you or nobody helped you and stuff, it got personal.
Yeah, no, that was just
to
me.
project
That was just to prove it. No, that's proving a point. Get up off your fucking ass and do it. Stop bitching and complaining. I'm tired of hearing that every day on this app, every day in real life. If you ain't gonna bring solutions for your own self, why are you trying to talk about solutions for somebody else? That's the part that I'm trying to get.
I
It's
got on her about
personal.
that already, though.
Right, but it's not a personal thing. It's a mental thing. That's illness.
Yeah, right. And we know that, but all you doing is like she never gonna understand it in that way. It's obvious, but from this point, it's just like you just trying to offend her. From this point, that's all you doing. Because I already explained that to her, and then you saying it's a mental illness. It's obvious that something going on, but just telling somebody with mental illness and say that there's mental illness is just basically like you trying to bash them. That's all that really is.
No, that's not bashing.
That's what it is though, because it's like it's not gonna be like look. What do you expect when you say it's a mental illness? They go, you know what? Okay, you're right. Let me stop my mental illness and tell you, and I'm gonna fix it because you're calling it a mental illness. We know that don't work like that. That's how you know it's just bashing. From that point,
it's not bashing to tell the truth.
Yes, it is. No matter how you want to look at it, it is. That's like me telling a person that's why I just use the information. I just use that example. Telling a person that can hardly speak, and I'm like, that's because you can't hardly speak and stuff right in their face or something like that. You know, it's just obviously just trying to make them feel bad. It's obvious they already they know they can't speak.
I'm trying to wake them up because I'm
a
stuttering
person.
That.
Yeah,
how you gonna?
It's used as an insult.
If telling the truth is bashing, then we're all in trouble.
No, it's not that. It's the reason behind it. It's like we know. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how you don't get it either. That's crazy.
No, I got what you're saying.
It's like
I got you.
Just like we talked about this before. Like somebody can be big, right? They can be chunky, right? And it's the way you using it You know, if you trying to do it with a solution at the end, I can get it. But if you just doing it because you mad, that's bashing. You know what I'm saying? Get
Well,
your
I
big
didn't even
cell
get to
phone
the
or
solution.
somewhere. You know what I'm saying? That's bashing. You know, we had just
Hold
talked
up,
about
but I
this
didn't
in
even
like
get
some
to the
basic.
solution. I was
It ain't
getting
no
to the
solution
solution.
because I literally talked to her about it, and you came up here, and then you out of anger, out of your own anger, because of you got irritated, which I got irritated too. But it's like now you get to a point like you just trying to throw that, and everybody know that it's a mental illness. I mean, I'm not gonna say it like that, but it's something going on. I don't want to say that, right? I don't want to say it's that, but because I know that's how people feel. If they do have a mental illness and tell them they got a mental illness, that's gonna make it even worse. You know, they're not gonna. Like I said, it's not gonna make them any better. It just don't work like that. And I think a
Well,
lot of
then
us
that's
smart enough to
delusion at
know
its
that. I'm pretty
finest.
sure a lot of us smart enough to know that.
Right,
You
but
know,
that's
and so
delusion
from
at its
that,
finest then.
huh?
That's delusion at its finest.
What's delusion?
To be told the truth, you can't accept it, and you still want to be in your feelings over the fact that somebody told you the truth. That's delusion
No,
at its
but
finest.
it's intentions behind it though. What's the purpose of telling a mentally ill person that they're mentally ill? What's the purpose?
For them to seek counseling and help.
Do you think they just gonna
Yeah,
pop?
but
Oh my gosh, bro! I know
they're
you
not going
smarter than
to
this, bro. It's no way you
I
think that
am.
you gonna tell somebody that they mentally ill and they just gonna pop up and go to. If it was that simple, they would have just went there. We
because
know they
most
don't work
people who
like
are
that.
mentally ill don't know that they're mentally ill. You know,
And
I mean,
tell them
and
that they are.
most people and most people who
It's funny because
say, "Oh, you're just mentally
I
ill,"
usually be on the and I like the thing is it's a balance, man. It's a time you be strict and it's a time you gotta actually understand it's who you talking to too. It's
right?
like because from that point it's like bullying. You see what I'm saying? Because it's like I know if I know better and then I sit here and still push it in the person's face when I know they going through something, that's bullying from that point.
Okay.
Like we don't get the difference between that. That's crazy.
Oh, no, I get the
We were
difference, but
talking
here's the
about
Like
thing.
it's like
earlier.
I could be direct with people, but at the same time, it's like if you understand a person pain they going through, why, like stick a tool in it and twist it like, yeah, I'm better than you, and you're going through. You know what I'm saying? That's all it's basically doing.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, Gabe, before you popped up, is we have to meet people where they're at, so,
Yes, exactly. You just said it right.
yeah. So even just addressing her, and it's rare that anybody ever sees me be firm, but I came with love and I came with kindness and trying to bring an understanding because I was asked a question. I was just
And I
trying to
know.
respond.
I heard the whole
Well, quite frankly, I didn't understand why
conversation.
she was coming at you like that in the first
I'm
place.
not
But
sure either,
I
but
don't
you
know.
know what? That's just that's just how it
Yeah, and
goes.
like I said, I only did that for her to be aware, but it wasn't for her to. And if she felt bad, it is what it is. But I'm just saying that I wasn't going to overdo it and start calling her name and all this other stuff. I just want her to be aware that you don't have a fight in this bone while you sticking your chest out and telling her that she don't know what she's doing. So it's just like I was really just defending Lovely because I'm like, though she said her part. You asked her for this thing, and now you're basically acting like you know and you don't know because like I went and I did a whole 360 of how I started when she told me that I can't tell her how to heal and all this other stuff, and I'm like, then how you gonna tell a healed person how to heal then on what's right or wrong? Now you're wrong from that. And then, from that point, it's just like she kept talking over and all this other stuff or whatever. But I just wanted her to hear this before she went there, and that's why I had to drop her because she just kept going. But I'm not about to sit here and tear her up like that and just call out her name and all this other stuff. Like that's a whole other thing. Not from that point. It'll be me bullying her if I just keep going forward when I know that I'm better than that. But I understand not. Okay, I can say this now. Now, if you just not better than that, and I can understand some people just want to let some stuff up because they got personal stuff that they never personally addressed, but they only went by just maybe pushing it on or just not admitting that they going through what they going through. And I can understand when people go tit for tat and trauma with trauma and stuff because I noticed that like I don't want to say her name though, but it's this other start with a T, right? She
Don't
only
do it.
come on here looking for drama. They love drama. They love this stuff, but they going through stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Say it. You better not say it.
I ain't gonna say her name.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I haven't seen her in a while too, though. You know.
Stop talking about it. Stop.
That's not talking about.
Tell. I have to intervene now. Stop talking.
You said, "No, I was been talking." You said, "You're getting too."
You're getting too close. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, but I think honestly though, I don't think that was a mental illness. I think the mental illness was called Hennessy. I think that maybe
something going on.
A little bit of something. It was a little bit of because and the only reason I said that is because at first she was cool and everything was fine, and as the night progressed, I started hearing a little more slur.
Yeah, true.
That's the reason why I stopped really trying to reason, because I start seeing, like, if you noticed, there was a little more, it was a little more slur to the
Yeah.
talk. And so I was like, okay, she off that ooey. Okay, we gonna go ahead and not even trip. Like, I'm just going.
Yeah.
And if she got out
That's
of pocket,
why I
we
said
could
put
try.
the substances down.
Yeah, but that's all we needed to say, because it's like at some point reasoning with somebody that's inebriated, that it ain't doing nothing but what are we doing?
Right.
You know what I mean? So
bullying.
yeah, exactly.
From that point, that's all that is.
Exactly. So I think that's where Kev was coming from. At this point, it's like it's nothing to tell her. So all we doing now is just talking shit. You know what I mean? So might as well just
It's talking right.
Yeah, just let it go, and she
And what's the point? No production after that. No.
Yeah, we good. So we just.
It wasn't like earlier, was it?
Ooh-wee. And this is why I told you I had lines.
Yeah. And then even earlier with that, now I was trying to make an example out of that. That was different. That was a little different though. But I wasn't calling him out his name. I was actually letting him do his thing. And then I also be trying to test people too. So I believe that, and I like that you actually handled that situation well. I mean, you ain't go far, not really. So I just be liking it. I just like that, and I be like to see how other people react to certain people that that just ain't got it for real. So it's just it's so many multiple things of why I be doing what I be doing, or I allow, or gives people time to even speak. Because I even seen people change. You know what I'm saying? You give them enough time to speak, they might change and start being aware of what they say sometimes. And then you got some people that just ego driven and prideful. They'll make excuses to the day they unalive, and they don't care because they just feel like they above and above or whatever. So it's just so many stuff you can learn on here for real, man. I ain't gonna even
That's
lie.
why I mentioned earlier, Kev, about planting the seed. Sometimes you never know what seed we may be planting.
You'll never know who. It's a gamble. It's a gamble.
Now, Kev, I got one thing to say. It was on one of the prompts
Gabe,
that you had.
Gabe, hold on one sec. Board wanted to talk real quick. She's been trying to talk for a minute.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just mentioning how much this reminds me of something that I was saying a while back. I don't know if it was on this platform or not. People's need to always be right about everything.
Yeah.
And that being the reason why we can't seem to have a civil discord on this platform, because people nowadays are too afraid of being wrong. They have to be right, and they have to be this. Yeah, they have to be the center of any and all information that we receive. They have to be the most knowledgeable and smart person in the room. And that's 90% of the time, that's why we have these conflicts on this platform.
Right.
Instead of just listening to each other and listening to each other's differing opinions, and just accepting things for the way they are. No. You're wrong, I'm right. That's all it is.
Because they're perfect.
Right. So it's just I just keep seeing it on this platform, and it never gets old. Well, it does get old, but it never stops.
Now, Kev, I'm gonna say it like this: you had a prompt a couple weeks ago that goes right into what I'm saying. When did we start coddling grown-ass people to make them feel better about themselves when they're doing wrong and being wrong? I thought we wasn't doing that. We don't coddle adults. We tell them the raw truth and we help them work through it. The empathy is in the part of helping them work through, not
Yeah.
coddle them, right?
Made me realize
So
that they have a mental illness.
right,
Somehow that
but here's
changes
the
everything
thing, right?
for
But
some reason.
look, even then, you still got to give
When
them
we
the
start bullying
unfiltered
people, that's what I
truth.
want to know.
It's not like I
Yeah, I
said.
mean,
Right.
You're saying, hold on, y'all are saying it's
I ain't never did that
bullying
before.
to tell the truth.
yeah, me neither, but
I've always grown up around people that told me the truth, no matter if it hurt or it felt good. The truth is the truth. There's no arguing against it. So if my tone and my pitch comes across harsh, so be it. My empathy comes in whenever I'm not going to let you stay on the ground and wallow in the dirt and in the mud. I'm going to pull you up. I'm going to help you up. I'm going to tell you what's going on, dust you off, and get you moving again. That's the part where the empathy comes in. But we're saying that the actions that I took is bullying when it's not. Bullying is for a purpose
And
of
if you
out
the
of
only one that
spite.
ain't see that, if you ain't see that, then it is what it is. Because you don't be wrong, I guess. Whatever.
It's not about being right or wrong at this point. It's about understanding that if you're going to say something is bullying, bullying is out of the intention of hurting something or someone. What I'm saying is out of the intention of trying to help them, get them off the ground, pick them up and make them go.
Yeah.
That's it. So at that point,
That's cool.
where's the bullying factor?
If you don't
To
see
tell
it,
the
then
harsh
that's
reality.
you. If you don't see it, that's you. Then I'm just calling it out, and I told you my reasons. So
No,
Right.
I got you
it's not
on
gonna
that.
change my mind. I seen what I seen. So
Hey, Imperial, think about it like this, right? Let's use your example that you just used. So they in the mud, they flopping around in the mud, and you want to pull them out. So you could grab them by they arms, right? You talking shit to them a little bit, give them a little tough love. I don't know why you feeling this mud as you pulling them out. You know what I'm saying? You tripping. Jump them, pull them on the thing, pull them on the ground, give them a little stern talk. See, that's why you shouldn't have came in the mud in the first place. Now you know what's happening. Okay, cool. Now you help them out, and then you did that. That's tough love. But if you see them in the mud, I'm gonna go ahead and kick a little bit more mud in their face before I pull them out. Then when I pull them out, I'm gonna pull them out, but I'm gonna grab them in the chokehold and pull them out. And then I pull them out, and then when they get on the ground, I throw them on the ground a little bit harder so they can feel a little bit more pain. That's helping them, but then at the same time, that's a little bullying. See what I'm saying? So when you came in with the chokehold, that's what we're talking about. With the chokehold, brother. You can't.
and now Lily was on her neck the
Yeah,
whole time, and then
exactly.
The
So same
difference is
thing.
he threw insults in there, which made it bullying, right? Because
Exactly.
ain't nobody
That's what
was throwing insults. I held her
That's
to
all
the
I'm saying.
fire, right? I was on her neck the whole entire time till she started over talking me, and then I told her you could listen to in the comments. So I did the job. I think the extra stuff is what made it bullying. Now we start jumping. You know what I'm saying? So if you think jumping and calling people out their name is supposed to be, and because I don't allow that, it's called coddling. That's silly. Because I wouldn't let people to do that to you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to know the old difference between what holding accountable is and bullying. You got to know the difference.
All right. So when I was called Wolverine because I'm 5'3", what was that? I can bring up a whole laundry list of shit that was said to me, and I'm gonna laugh
what
about
the
it.
heck? You the one called yourself that? We said that was funny because you sat there and brung a random situation out of nowhere, and we just started laughing. Like, what the heck is that? What that mean?
Well, I'm saying, Kev, I could give like 100 examples of backhanded compliments and or things like that. That I was just like, fuck it, it is what it is. But again, it's not the point.
It can't be backhanded. I be hearing people use that term so much. It can't be backhanded when somebody explains to you why something is being said. And I think it's starting to be like people use their internal issues or internal ways of how they perceive it, and they want they think it's everybody else's intentions behind it because they felt it is that way. But if somebody explained you their intentions and stuff, and then told you, it's up to you. You know what I'm saying, to be receptive of it. But somebody can try their best to try to explain, like, no, that was never my intentions. So it's like you can't put because you feel a certain way about it and say that was their intentions.
Well, that was the intention of why I just said what I said. Somebody even else said,
Hey,
yeah, that was a diss.
Yeah.
So
Hey, at the
come
end of
on.
the day, just like you still didn't even prove that you not even, because you even the other day when I told you that you didn't heal from your situation, you still don't even. And I had it was random people telling you that you haven't healed, and to this day you standing on that you are healed, and you just
No,
don't. It's like,
I'm
but
not
you
standing
don't
on
take
whether
you
I'm
don't,
healed or
and that's
not,
the
bro.
thing about you. So, and you already know that's been the main thing I always tell you every time since I knew you, right? You have an ego and pride issue. It's something that you always got to do to prove yourself. And this going to always be said as long as you be in this accountability room, because I want better out of you. But you just don't see it. Like I said, all of us got stuff that we have to work on. All of us got to be caught on different things. But it's just like, dang, what is the point that we going to actually like, okay, why is these people saying this? Or I'm going to keep on making excuses of what I do. It's like to this day, I have not seen you correct one thing yet since I know you. Because your ego is so big, and you think it's funny too. You be thinking that stuff be funny, and that's not funny to be running off ego and pride all the time. That's not. You'll never become better. You've been hearing me tell you about this for years. Like, how does random people telling you that you sound like you haven't healed? People that don't know you. that mean it's time for you to sit there and think like, you know what? Something is up with random people, but you rather fight it. You would rather keep fighting it rather than face it and then tell everybody else they need to hold themselves accountable. And you still haven't held yourself accountable yet.
Okay. So let me say it like this, since we're gonna focus in on me like that.
I just want to throw in really quick. I've made at least 2 mistakes in life, so I ain't perfect.
Yeah.
Bars. So look at it this way. You keep saying it's my pride and my ego that is causing these things. No, it's really not. For somebody to tell me that I'm not healed and hasn't even heard what I've gone through to go through healing, to
They heard
understand
you.
where
Remember
I
you told
am.
the story, right?
Hold on.
No, I'm telling you. You said they haven't heard
What
it.
I've gone through. No, I'm saying what I've
You
gone
said it.
through
You said
as
you
a
said that
whole.
you lost your girl and your child. What did you say, child? Your something like that, stepchild, right? You told a story about it. You said it twice too, and you had random people listening to it, and they can hear. They
Because I
heard
have
that you did
emotion over
not heal from
losing
that,
something or
huh?
someone. Because I had the emotional understanding that I lost somebody that I love, lost my child. That's not healing to recognize that, to have a little bit of emotion in it. No,
Yeah.
that is understanding that I can speak on it. I can still get emotional. That's going to be a part of it. But I understood the problem and I corrected that problem. But for somebody to keep projecting saying that I'm not healed, here's the kicker.
If 50
I
people saying
guarantee,
that to your one,
hold on. And guess what? And I guarantee you, those 50 people, they ain't doing the work. Because if they were, they wouldn't try and say, "Oh, you're not healed." Because guess what? They'd be like, "I understand what you went through," instead of saying, "Oh, you're not healed." Where's the empathy on that? Because on my end, there's going to be empathy and understanding. On their end, it's not. So let's run that back real quick. Again, there have been so many backhanded comments on me from so many different people that it is always when I say something, "Oh, you're not healed." But for me to call out their bullshit, I'm bullying. For me to call out their disrespect, I'm ego driven. For me to call out all the stuff that they're saying in ignorance and disrespect, it's my pride. No, sir. Because if that was the case, then, bruh, there are things that I could show you that would be prideful, that would prove that that is what it is. Instead of me running around and being less or humble to think less of myself and not show all the stuff that I have that's monetarily gained or my possessions that I can't take me when I go to the grave. You know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about that. People's perception of me is their own. If they didn't take the time to sit down and listen, understand, and then come back with the conversation of, well, why would you say this or why would you have done that? Then that's all a moot point. Because at that point, they're not listening to understand. They're listening to kick you while you're down, as you just aptly put. So come on, bruh. There's a double-edged sword on that. And it ain't just on me, it's everybody that does that. So I'm going to ask this question again, like I've been asking for the last year and a half. I say something that's true, and somebody tells me I'm wrong, get a gang of people to tell me I'm wrong, I don't know this, I don't have this educational background, but yet I go and get somebody that don't look like me, says the same thing. Oh, they're valid because they don't look like me and they don't come off as I come off. Correct that. Is that ego, pride, envy, jealousy, or is that me saying something and everybody overlooks it until they hear somebody else say it? Run that.
Hey, it's like whatever you want it to be from this point, man. Because you're not listening to anybody else anyway, so why do it matter? You just say you don't care about what other people think, so keep it like that. So
It's not
everybody
that.
said what they said at the end of the
I
day, so
heard
it
and
just ain't gonna
understood.
change. Nobody's gonna convince you otherwise, and it's always gonna be like that. So until you see it, that's one. It's not gonna be a waste of breath from this point. So
Okay.
you know, like I said, we talked about the bullying. We done said all that, so it's up to you to be. If you don't think it is, and everybody else tripping, that's what it is. Or I'm tripping. I'm gonna say that because I mentioned the bullying thing earlier. So I guess I ain't tripping.
Hey, can I
And whoever else said
comment
it,
on what Board brought up?
yeah.
Yeah, Board had brought up about like people trying to understand someone else's position in a discussion, and how a lot of people are just so stuck on their position. If you want to fact check me, or you want me to send you official information, because I'm a little faded at the moment, so I can't quote it like perfectly. But there was a study that was done that showed how people interact when they're having discussions based on IQ. And I don't think IQ is necessarily a derivative to necessarily how smart someone is. But IQ does have some uses. And they showed that people with lower IQ tend to not be able to extrapolate someone else's perception on something, or someone else's position on something. And I just think that was an interesting point that she brought up, that there's a lot of people who argue and they're unable to see someone else's ideas. And then I heard about this study that came out at the same time, earlier today I heard about this study that came out about, IQ showing how willing someone is to engage with an idea that isn't necessarily theirs or confirms their own beliefs. So it was just interesting. I wanted to add that.
That is interesting. I would think that it was those with higher IQs that would have that issue, because they have that education to back them up and stuff. And so they think if they're professionals and knowledgeable about one thing, they must be knowledgeable about everything else.
Well, I mean, personal anecdotal experience, I would say, is that I've worked with all kinds of really knowledgeable professionals in the aviation world. And one common trait amongst all of them is that they had a desire to constantly be learning. Even though they were masters at their trade, they still had a desire to constantly be learning, be on the bleeding edge of knowledge. So part of that is being willing to question your own ideas and being able to entertain new ideas. So, I mean, to me, it makes sense that there's a correlation. I don't know that.
Well, and a lot of people correlate high IQs with lack of social skills. That's what we've been taught, or we've been told that people with higher IQs lack more social skills. People with lower IQs just have their own abilities, and that's when we go into disability. So we're going off intellect, and we're going off all these social concepts, social ideas, and all this stuff. So I'm with Board on this. So yeah, what people with higher IQs, they tend to say that they lack empathy, but they don't. It's because the people around them aren't giving them the empathy that they need.
The study
Meeting them where they're
referring
at.
to, it actually states the exact opposite. It states that the higher an IQ someone has, to more of a degree they can express empathy.
Well, and that's where you
It shows
that's where
directly
you
that
go into the
the lower the
neurodivergency.
IQ, the less empathy someone can feel.
Well, that's
Which
where you go into
which you can connect
neurodivergency,
to
though.
someone not being able to see someone else's position, because that ties into what empathy is.
Well, and that's what goes into neurodivergency, and that's why we were talking about way earlier in this live, if you look at all the labels that are presented, like ADHD, autism, all these different bipolars and all these different labels, is that the one thing that we've lost, and if we go back into what Cousins and I were talking about, and even Kev were talking about earlier, is like that attachment feeling. How do we get back to our relationships? How are we seeking validation? So is that based upon what we're allowing people, how we're allowing people to learn, how we're allowing people to live their life, to be themselves? And it goes back to intellect. So it goes back to empathy. How do we allow how do you teach empathy? How do you teach empathy? It's not based on intellect. It's based on love.
Yeah, but Mr. Print, though, I think that's a very interesting study. I think I'll look into that a little later, because I did honestly think it would be the other way around. You know, you do have a lot of people out there who tend to let their degrees do the arguing for them.
Right.
You know, like the higher their credentials.
That makes sense, though. I get it now.
Yeah, and I would
Yeah,
just
but
like
I
to,
do see,
I just wanna,
see where you're coming from with that study, though, because
I do want to point out that
smarter
IQ
people.
doesn't necessarily mean college. You know, there's plenty of accredited people who have low IQs. An IQ isn't my staple for someone's intelligence.
That is true.
It's just a way of tracking how someone's brain performs a certain function. It's a good measuring tool for some things, but not strictly intelligence. So, you know, that's why the study it shows the results that it shows, is because there are a lot of people in college who have high IQs. You know, and then there are a lot of people outside of college who have high IQs as well. So IQ isn't a determination for college. I think you can see that everywhere you go. There's plenty of people with tons of degrees who don't have a high IQ. So that's why the
I want
study
to give an example
on that. I agree with you on that, because if you look at it, some of the most successful people, some millionaires and billionaires, actually didn't even have a degree because they decided to do it their way.
Correct. Now I want to give an example of that. All y'all know who Terrence Howard is, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's an actor, and he's got he's a tech guy too. He's got his hands in all kinds of tech shit.
Right, but he's a physicist. Okay? This man has, for the last, based off of the work he's doing, yes. Okay? For the last 10 years, this man has been ridiculed for his ideas. And within the last year, he has literally started showing people all of the stuff that he's been talking about and putting boot to ass and proving that there are things that he's doing that the scientific community has been saying that he's wrong and wrong and wrong, but yet all of his information is starting to check out 100% across the board. This man made a drone that literally rotates, flies, and does everything, and can conjoin with other drones that he's created. It's called Linchpin, because he stuttered the flower of life, which is sacred geometry. This is also going into physics. He took what is a hydrogen molecule and found it inside the flower of life. This man literally is doing all the same things that I've been talking about. He's more advanced than I will ever be when it comes to these things, but yet he was ridiculed by his own people, us, for his thoughts and his ideas.
So let me ask you
He's
this question, Gabe. So because he's more advanced, what do we do with the people who are not as advanced as us? All these people on this panel. What do we do with the people that are not as advanced as us? We still have to treat them.
Empathize.
Yeah, we still have to treat them with empathy. Like they're not as knowledgeable as us. They haven't done their
I like how you
historical.
asked that. I like that.
You
well,
know,
we can give them
we still have
empathy,
to meet
but
them
we
with.
also have to let them figure it out too. Because the greatest thing
But
about
how
being
do
an
we treat them? How
overthinker,
do we treat them?
right? I'm gonna give you the example of an overthinker. An overthinker looks at everything possible, good or bad, that's going to happen, and you're just gonna prove them right. So for the reverse of that is somebody that's not overthinking, that just goes with whatever happens in life. Those are the type of people you have to show them what they're doing and put them in a place that's practical to make them understand that. You don't have to belittle, berate, or say that they're not intelligent, because the study that I was looking at roughly about 10 years ago, they took a bunch of kids, all of them tested out to be a genius level IQ, because they all took the Mensa test, and these were children that were 7, 8, 9 years old. The next time they went and saw these kids, they were in junior high. Only 2 of them qualified to pass the Mensa test because of how they were treated, how they were educated. And then they took them when they got out of high school, going into college. Only 1 of them was still at a genius level based off of the Mensa IQ test, because of what they were taught and how they were funneled based off of what other people perceived. So IQ might not play a very important role in social construct, but it shows that IQ can be changed to suit whatever is teaching that person. It can raise or lower based on all the outside factors of what they go through, what they're taught, how they're taught what they're taught. You know what I'm saying? That's like taking a battery and saying that this battery at 100% capacity is able to last for 24 hours. But then you turn around and say, oh, it can only last 12 hours at 100% capacity. How are you determining that? Based off of how you think it's supposed to be, or how it actually works? You know what I'm saying?
See, that's the
So
problem
I
with
brought up
the test.
I brought up this craziness a couple months ago about what is called a seg generator, which is
Hey,
based
so really
on
quick,
moving
Imperial. So
photons.
really quick. I mean, I don't got much time left, so
Run
I
it.
just want to ask you really quick. So you're pointing out that a bunch of kids, when they were really young, took IQ tests and scored into a certain range, and then due to their environments, over time, their IQ dropped to the point to where only 1 of them was still at that genius range. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so while I don't necessarily disagree with your idea that environment plays a role, I just think that it's important to understand that the context too of what's expected of each age for determinations of IQ and genius level, and where brain development plays a role. So well, yeah, environment does play a factor in how the brain develops. But there's a lot more people at 5 years old who are closer and fall into the genius level range, just because of nature of the age, than at 15. So well, yeah, some of them scored genius level at a very young age. There's got to be a margin of error, and I wonder what the study would say what the margin of error is for for the participants that just aged out of it just due to natural development and where environment wouldn't have played a role. You know what I mean?
Also, too, can we also acknowledge that the IQ test itself was developed kind of biasly? So we know that when the IQ, when it depends on how like how they're testing certain people, because certain people are raised up in a certain way. We're gonna test these things and blah 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 blah. Fill in the blanks. But it has been shown that the IQ test itself, you know, is not necessarily ironclad. Okay, so people have been from like another part of the world who have failed miserably in the IQ test, but then go on and win fucking Nobel Peace Prize or some bullshit or whatever it is. They're actually a genius. But because the way they were administered the test, it was something different. Then when they got the test differently, they scored off the charts. So the point is, I think some of that is a good, it's a good, I guess a good general measuring stick, but it's not something that is 100% anyway.
It
Right?
has its appropriate uses, but they're not. It's not an all one
Right.
size fits all
There you go.
type of measurement.
There you go. There you go. So
Well,
I mean, that's that. But and also I just wanted to say, like, just because you are a smart person, just because you may be intelligent, you can still be stupid or dumb as hell. And I'm sorry I said that, TikTok. I'm just saying it for educational purposes. That
Silly.
does not necessarily mean, just like you can have a degree, like y'all was saying. I missed a little bit of it because I stepped away and I had to come back. So forgive me if I'm repeating. But, there's some of the smartest, dumbest people I know
Silly.
are PhDs. Okay. And you like, how can you be this yes, but this smart at the same time? It's crazy. Sometimes you could be smart in one area, but not in everything else, or vice versa, right? You could be okay, not smart at school, but you're great in life. And so we see, you know what I mean? And like, this is just one of those anomalies. I think everybody's different, and we use these measuring sticks to try to put everybody in boxes. But the reality is, these boxes are just there for shits and giggles when it really comes down to it. Because every example that we find, there's something that breaks that example somewhere. You know what I mean? And then we say, well, we don't do it with the exceptions, but there's always an exception. So what does that mean? You have to deal with the exception because they're always there. Now, we can talk about majorities, we can talk about these things, but the majority of people aren't that brilliant. You know what I mean? The majority of people are just average, and average is okay. But for some reason, everyone average is not good enough anymore. Like, oh, you're average good, you're smart, you're what I'm saying, you're an average person. No, I have to be extraordinary. Everything got to be epic nowadays. Everybody's the GOAT. Everybody is this. Shut up. No, you're not. We are, most people are just average people trying to make it. You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with that?
Right. And think about it, cousin, is like, everybody has their own gifts. Everybody has their own gifts that, and even if you look at it biblically, it's like we also have to allow other people to give back, because I don't know what cousin does. I don't know what Kev does. I can't do half the things my husband does. I can't do, all these things that my family does, but I have gifts that I can give back to other people. So you have to be able to know how to give and how to receive. You have to do both.
All that's true, but
Well,
I'm
hey,
gonna
everybody, good
since
night. I
like
gotta drop down. I'm going to bed. Y'all have a good one. Be
good night.
blessed.
All right, for sure.
I'm
Appreciate it.
gonna
Have a good night, Brent.
Y'all
I
take
will
care.
I will never be less.
Hey, Print, real quick. Did you get the his Vikings? Did you get that?
Yeah, I'm gonna message you tomorrow, so I can get some more details out of you.
Okay. All right. Just let you know. All right, then.
All
All
right,
right.
just
Get some rest,
be
bro.
ready.
Get
I'm
some
gonna
rest.
message you tomorrow.
Get
Peace,
some rest,
Brent.
bro. All right.
All right, later, y'all.
All
Later.
right.
All right. So
Night.
I'm gonna give you guys the oldest IQ test that I've seen. It is 9 dots on a piece of paper. And you have to take and connect all the dots without removing the pencil or the pen off of the paper and crossing over in any way, shape, and form. Without cheating, try it. Without going and
Yeah.
looking up how it's actually done, try it.
It's just a big ass
I know
answer.
exactly. I know
Yeah.
exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'll say this. I'll just say this to you. That's the only one. All it is just think outside the box. That's
Yeah,
that's
but it makes you
that's the
feel.
clue.
Yeah, but it makes
That's
you
the
feel
clue.
stupid when you can't solve it.
Yeah, it's
Right.
crazy.
That's why I'm saying it. That's why I'm saying that, because when I've given this test to people and they're
But
like, how does
my
that
thing
work?
is, Gabe, who created that test?
I don't know, man.
Who
I
created
can't
that
remember the
test?
person's name, but it was a fair-skinned person.
Exactly.
They need to get beaten up though.
I mean,
It's beyond that. So they're giving us all these tests, just like the tests that we go through in high school and all this stuff. And this is why we're lacking validation to other people. This is why
right.
this is why our children they can't even be validated because they're being tested on this ideology of that if you don't know what I know, then you don't know nothing.
Right,
Yeah.
but the test itself was created from the flower of life. That's why I mentioned it. The flower of life are concentric spheres put into each other to do exactly that. That is a flat, two-dimensional version of the flower of life, is why I'm saying it. There's a
Okay.
reason for it.
Okay, so think of the flower of life. Think of, because one thing that we don't want to do is stay within the indoctrination that everybody has presented us with, and that's why we're going back to that, Gabe. We have to meet people where they're at. Not everybody knows your intellect. Not anybody knows my intellect. Not anybody knows Board's intellect or Cousin's intellect or Kevin's intellect. We have to know how to empathize with other people and how to reach them or teach them in a way, in a manner that is not going to put them down for not knowing.
And you know what? To that point, let me just say this too, because I heard your point on Terrence Howard, and let me just bring this all home and all roll it into one. And because here's a good example of where we have this disconnect, right? So you have Terrence Howard with some actual good ideas, okay? And some of the things that he's saying is very plausible. Some of them are actually true. Some of them is just bullshit, okay? But the bottom line is the man is very intelligent, very smart, and is really onto some groundbreaking things if you develop it, right? It is something to really start the motor of the mind to start thinking in these ways, okay? I will give him that. But he is presenting it as if everything else in the world is wrong and he is the only one that's right. And that is where the disconnect is. That's why he's getting shitted on. That's the reason why, because he is basing everything on a different principle, okay? He is trying to say, though, that this current math and current science and everything that we've been taught is incorrect. And then he tries to halfway bring it in there to disprove it. And that's where he's getting pushback. Instead of him saying, hey, guys, I respect everything that you've done, but what if we looked at it like this? I bet you he would have a whole different audience. I bet you he would have a whole different interest, because some of the shit he's saying is actually like, wow, okay, wait a minute, let's look into this. But when you come back and tell somebody, no, everything that you've proven, everything that you've developed is some bullshit and you've been lying to us, they not gonna listen to that. And so that is
Okay.
where we're talking about is meet them where they are. Get me? So now I'm bringing it home. When we talk about sometimes smart people are the dumbest motherfuckers, right? That's what I mean. You come in the room.
I get you on that.
And you trying to now, you trying to overshadow everybody and beat up. No, you should have came in different. And then you probably would have actually had people listening a little bit more. And
Well,
if you utilize what these people have already done for hundreds and thousands of years, then you could say, hey, what if we included this part and this part and this part, and then, you know what I'm saying, and knocked out the rough edges, and then he would have something. But right now, he has ideas, but he's putting them as if they are the facts and everything else is wrong. And that is
Well,
where he's wrong. You get me?
well, I get you, but here's the thing. When this man went to Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the biggest influences in science today, Neil deGrasse Tyson told him flat out, before any of the ego or any of that stuff that we're talking about, flat out told him he don't want to talk to him, period, because none of his shit means anything to him, because his ego is more important. So
Wait,
for him
Neil
to
deGrasse. Sorry, Neil deGrasse Tyson told him what?
kick rocks, essentially.
He basically redlined his report. That's what he did. So let's
Yeah.
get it. But here's the thing, because his first sentence of the report, if you read it, was based on a fallacy. So why should I even read the rest of it? You get me? And that was the point I was making. Because he came in with the actual verbiage that he's using. When you talk about mathematics, right? They have a certain language, and certain things mean certain things in mathematics that it might not mean in English, right?
Correct.
So he
Correct.
is using
That is
English,
completely understandable.
right? He's using English vernacular to say that this math equation is wrong because this means this. No, it doesn't. In math, it means this. So now when you come with that for your first entry, you gonna get laughed at because we're not even talking the same language. And that's what I meant. He should have met him like, hey, this is what y'all say. But what if we did this? I bet you Neil would have been like, hold on, let's talk about it. He probably would have been on his podcast right now. You see what I'm saying? But he didn't come like that. And then when Neil read the red line through his shit, he got butthurt. That's what happened. Let's be honest. So what I'm saying is, I think he is brilliant in his mind. I mean, his mind is brilliant. You get what I'm saying? I just think that he has these ideas that if he would really get some, like some, I don't know what the word is, but you kind of have to have a hybrid. You're going to have to look at how things are being done and see how to transpose that into what you're saying. But right now, he's coming in the aspect of fuck all that shit, listen to my new way. And I think that is where and why he's getting criticized, if that makes any sense.
Right.
Yeah.
It does make sense, but I'm going to say it like this. When Jonathan Cyril made the SEG generator based off of the Flower of Life principle, which is a 0-point generator which moves photons through using copper and neodymium, same principle, right? They laughed at John Cyril, and the United States government then took John Cyril's information and started making and developing anti-gravity technology and 0-point generators for the United States military. They took the patents of John Cyril's stuff and literally black patented it, which if you don't know what that is, that's when the government takes it and they use it for military purposes, and it's under their patent for 100 years. And then it can be released to the public.
Hey,
Okay.
they took more than his. They took a lot. They
Yeah,
did a lot.
I get that. I'm using that as
I
an
know.
example because Tesla got done the same way. And who took Tesla's information? President Trump's uncle, who was a physicist working for the United States government, which in turn he was working for the NSA and the precursors of what DARPA was before it became DARPA. So all the stuff that I'm talking about all circles back to now we're using Terrence Howard. He's doing the same thing that all these other people did, that they took their technology and laughed and ridiculed them. He's not taking that shit. He's
Well,
pushing it to show everybody the truth. He has a form of
here's my
social
thing,
media,
Gabe.
though.
Here's my thing, Gabe, though, that Terrence Howard has a platform, just like we're on this platform right now. And this goes back to, how do we meet people where they're at? How do we use our platform as a person, just as a person in our everyday life, in these platforms, if we have to go to work, if we're with our family, how do we use that platform to spread that knowledge but do that in a sense that it's going to be welcoming to other people. Not everybody is welcoming, and that's what we're trying to do, is really find these solutions. Not everybody's, like I always say, all knowledge is good knowledge. It's how you discern that knowledge. Sometimes we have to throw some stuff away where we're like, okay, I didn't agree with that, or I do agree with this. And how do we meet people with an ability to understand that not everybody is as understanding and communicative as us, so that we're not bullying people, or we're not demeaning people, because we're doing the same thing that the government has been doing. So there has to be some sort of there's got to be some sort of compassion within ourselves that we have to bring within ourselves, and we have to give that to ourselves too.
Right. Now, I want to give you another example of somebody that came up with a different way. Bruce Lee came up with his own form of martial arts called Jeet Kune Do, Hand of the Intercepting Fist. Right? They didn't want to hear nothing that man had to say until he put it on paper, publicized it, and then started demonstrating it. The whole martial arts community as a whole did not want him to do that, because that was giving up quote-unquote secrets. It was making something that they wanted to keep private, and he put it in a public spectrum.
But did you receive it?
But and here's the thing, though. Also, right? He showed it, and he whooped ass with it, right? So it was proven. Right. So but what I'm saying is, he also had to get people on board, like Chuck Norris and other big names, to co-sign what he was doing, right? It wasn't like he just did this and he came from nothing. You know what I mean? Like, he actually had, he had to show people, and then they had to look like, damn, wait a minute. And so, it's the same thing. And if we, when you have Terrence Howard showing us these little things, they're drones, but give me a real drone. We have the technology. You have the money to make it. So give it to us. No, he gives you a little, basically a CGI, thing of what they could possibly do, which means that he doesn't have it. But when you hear him talk about it, he like, yeah, we made it. So what that does, it gives you a false sense of, okay, this dude is bullshitting. And if I'm somebody serious, I'm gonna look at that like, okay, you're playing, because you're not coming and you're not putting it out there in a way that is going to have people gravitate to it. Because you know, like I do, if somebody came up with a way to say fuck you to the government and NASA and everything else, we would all be on top of that. We would support that shit hand and foot. There's so many people who can't wait to see somebody, come up with some genius level shit. We want that. That's the reason why they jump behind Terrence now, talking about, oh, he's a genius and all this other stuff. But you got to do it in a way to where they can't come back at you. And like when he did the whole little Saturn thing, we recreated Saturn without gravity, blah, 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 blah. But meanwhile, when you look at his formula that he used, he still used he used force equivalent to gravity, but just called it something else. So everybody in the scientific world was like, okay, you lying. You put this out here as proof that you did this. But then when we look at the math, you just changed the name. You see what I'm saying? And then you tell us that gravity doesn't exist, but you just changed the name. And I'm just saying as an example of what he's presenting, you know what I mean? To anybody who doesn't do any research, it's like, oh yeah, that's groundbreaking, and it's this and it's that. But when you go to these physicists and people that do this shit, they breaking it down in a different way, and it's like, yo, bro, you ain't even counted for this or that, and now you look crazy, right? And then you come on TV saying that they just discrediting you for no reason. But no, the reason is because you ain't did everything that you were supposed to do. You ain't checked all the boxes. And I'm just saying that, you know what I mean? It just gives it a bad look, because I want to support us, especially another black man, Andy LSC. Come on. Right. You know what I'm gonna say? I'm looking at it shit like, yes. Then I got to go and look at the I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
Well,
You know what I mean?
well,
So
cousin, look at it like this, cousin. The one set of drones that I've seen that were in actual non CGI drones, I've watched them. They work exactly as the CGI drones work. Like, we're talking live video. One was in his house, one was outside of his house, and then one was in a field. He was using 2 drones every time. Okay? So I've seen the actual drones. They work. I'm with that. Now, as far as his recreation of not using gravity to make Saturn, based off of the computer that he was using in the school he was using it at, there was no gravity in that simulation because they were using nothing except the material, and the force that they were using was not gravity. So I understand where you're coming from. I get it. And to check off all the boxes. Hold on.
But I'm saying the force was the
check off all those.
But the force was the same calculation as if it was gravity. That's what I'm saying. You get me? Like, so if you're saying
No,
that
I
there's
get
no
what
gravity,
you're saying.
yeah, that's what I meant. Like, you can't say that there's no gravity or that you're proving that there's no gravity by using the same gravitational force.
Well,
then what is
that's
the
the thing. All right, so
yeah,
that's the
so
thing.
you get me?
Gravity is
Yeah,
right. Okay, so I get what you're saying. In that circumstance of what he was doing, gravity is not necessarily the creative force, it is the response to what he was doing. He removed the calculations for gravity and applied it in another manner, and it still came out to be the exact same way. And because I understand what he was talking about with the vortices of energy and the fact that he was using what is the equivalent to a tesseract is what it amounted to. And a tesseract is a 5-dimensional cube within a cube. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. To understand where we're going with this is this. All these people that I'm talking about, they all had the same problem then that Terrence Howard has now, that anybody that comes up with an idea that goes against the status quo or sounds too harsh or is out of the comfort zone of somebody's quote unquote perception and understanding, they come off as hateful, bullying, arrogant, egotistical. I mean, like pride, all that. It all keeps coming back to those words because somebody else is in their perception of understanding and not trying to understand what this person is doing. And like I said, for somebody like me to have sat down and done the work and went and built a seg generator with my own 2 hands because I have an engineering background, I have a physics background. These are all things that I did outside of school. And then when I went to school to go and get these degrees, they said, you're too advanced. You need to go ahead and write your dissertation and sign these NDAs. I said, no, thank you.
Here's the thing, though, Gabe, is that you can, and what you and cousin and this conversation is very, very, very powerful. So what you're speaking on too, and you just mentioned, and you guys are speaking on gravity, and you just said it's all about the response. So that actually also relates to how us as humans need to respond to other people. How do we respond to other people? How do we relate that? How do we relate science and gravity? And some people believe in God, some people don't. You know, how do we relate that to the people that we treat that don't have the knowledge that we have or the understanding that we have based upon gravity or science or God? And how do we maneuver and seek that that constant connection with human beings? Yes, we are here. Now that we're here, and this has to go back to solutions, and I really, really, really wanted to bring this back to what Kev's live is about, because we all like, some of us have different knowledge, some of us have different spirits, Some of us are moving in a different spirit, you know. So how do we bring that back, and how do we treat people with? I did a live a few weeks ago, and I've been trying to go live lately, with everything that we already know now. What do we do with what we have, and how do we treat people in that process?
Man, I'm about to call it, man. I'm tired.
Well played, lovely.
Well played.
Well played.
Well,
That's very
those,
well played. Yeah, sorry, Kev. We got in some things that
they got
aren't
juicy
necessarily
and
your
stuff.
cup of tea.
Right. Probably take
Well,
me a break tomorrow. I'm tired.
Well,
Mhm. Yeah, you and
well,
me
that
both.
was a
About to go on
well,
some
that was a
live.
very interesting conversation. I learned a lot about one of my favorite actors. Did not know he was like that. I just know
Man.
him from Empire.
Yeah, man.
right.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
Man, right.
All good,
It's all
man.
good, man.
Let's just
Yeah.
hustle and flow. Let's just
BSB,
hustle
man.
and flow.
Yeah, I just know him from Empire. But yeah, so I'm gonna head off to bed now because it's like 1:38 where I am in the morning.
It's 4:30 in the
Oh, you
morning for
must be
me.
on the West Coast. I am too, bored. I am
Oh,
too.
you
Yeah.
lightweight. We out here 4:30, 4 in the morning. We 4 trunks out here.
Right,
You
right.
talk
Oh my
about
At
God.
1:30.
lunchtime.
Out
Get
here,
it.
little
Get it.
1:30 like that's late or
Well,
something. What you talking
Right.
about?
Right.
well, I got things to do tomorrow.
And a
Lightweight.
little bitty baby
Lightweight.
time.
Team no sleep. What?
Yes, I need
Team
my
no
beauty
sleep
sleep.
and team off work for one more day.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah, this princess needs her beauty sleep. So,
As you
Do
should.
it to it.
And
so
thank
good
you
night,
as
you
always,
guys.
Kev, and you, cousin, and you, Gabe. Honestly, these conversations need to be had. Sometimes they go off tangent, but there's always love and a lot of wisdom here too. So
Yeah, I learned a lot.
appreciate it always, Kev.
Oh,
Most
appreciate
def.
you, man.
Hey, cousin,
Yes, sir.
message me on here so I can send you my Discord because I need to have a conversation.
Oh, you
And
scared me.
Kev, I'll call you. I got your number. I'll call you.
Let me
Okay.
send you my Discord.
Yeah, because Discord's so much easier to work with.
Yeah.
Get off
I
my Discord.
Yeah.
need to learn how to do it myself because I'm like, Discord? What are you talking about?
Well,
Discord?
all right. So,
Like you, cousin.
What you
I'm
want?
gonna
Discord?
inbox you
Hold on.
my
Hold on.
Discord.
What y'all
well, hold
job
up.
suckers?
I still
Hold up.
can't
I
get
got you. Watch
this.
this. Watch this. I'm going to do something I don't usually do. This is my Discord name.
Wow.
This is my Discord link.
Not him pulling his. That was about to be funny.
I'll give you my Instagram, everything, just that way y'all can understand. I do really, really great things, but I try not to do them in the spectrum of the public because I don't want to be noticed. I want to stay in the shadows.
All right, I'm gonna hit you up. I don't want nobody coming to my door.
Nah. That's why I said go to Discord because
Coming to the door, Black Mass. Hey, you've been talking to Gabriel.
I found you, right?
Hey, look, that only happened once. That only happened once. It was only one time. I was only like 18 at the time. It ain't never gonna happen again.
Never.
You know. Nah,
Well, good night, you guys.
All right,
Good
you
night.
have a good one.
Good night,
talking
miss.
to you. Good talking to you.
Night. Good talking to you too.
But yeah, cousin, hit me up on Discord.
Yeah.
You'll have to use my name first.
So say again.
You'll have to use the name first to find me in the search bar and copy the link. If the link doesn't work, you can find my name or just message me here on TikTok's Messenger and we'll get it set up.
All right.
Because I've got a bunch of people that are in my Discord right now that I'm helping with a bunch of law shit.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right.
But so, you know, I like to dabble in other conversations sometimes. You know, I don't do too much politics, but you know, here and there we get into some stuff. So yeah, I hit you up. Sure.
Bet.
Hey, why do people wait till they old as shit to settle down? Let's get it. Let's get it.
Because we foolish as all get out.
Come on with it. I know you got something. There's a give me the scientific reason why we wait until we can't do nothing to now all of a sudden we want to settle down.
Because we need somebody that's going to be able to take care of our old dusty, crusty ass.
Ooh.
Non-scientific. I'm just going to keep it a buck. We got old and dusty, and we got scared, and now we feel some type of way, and we need some help. They need some milk.
Dependency.
Yep.
Don't even go
What you
there,
think about
cousin.
that,
You
Lovey?
know,
What you think about
you
that,
don't even
Lovey?
want to go there with me with dependency, because I can tell you all about codependency. And honestly, people who are codependent, it's like you're trying to tell somebody else that something that they need to be responsible for, and you're trying to control. It's very controlling. Dependency is very controlling. A lot of people don't get that. Being codependent is very actually controlling. To me, a codependent reminds me of a narcissist.
Trigger alert, buzzwords.
F1 in the chat. You know, so yeah, when you're dependent, and I brought this up on Kev's live, and I've been following Kev, and I have been rolling for a long time. But people will put expectations upon you, but that you can't even meet yourself. And now here you are asking for validation and wanting to seek that validation, but it's like if they don't meet it a certain way, are you going to be mad about it? Like if they do something out of the kindness of their heart, or they give you that thing that you are actually relying on or dependent on, are you going to be mad about it because they didn't do it the way that you wanted it done? That's control. So I can go deep into that.
It might be.
Yeah, it's also
Yeah,
manipulating.
there we go. There's that other buzzword I was waiting on.
Yeah. I think it is delusion. So I'm gonna go with the reason why we settle like that is delusion. And the delusion is not when we settle. The delusion comes all the times before. Because we have this idea of grandeur, that the grass is always greener, that we always got these options, that we are the man, and I'm a hot girl, and I'm that dude. I'm gonna be like this forever. I'm gonna be this. No, you're not. Father Time is undefeated. I don't care what you talking about.
Look, okay, so
If you look at the definition, if you look at delusion, and then you look at illusion is, that imaginary concept. Delusion is against that.
What I'm saying is the delusion is that you're actually going to reach it, and that's my point. So like,
right now,
that American dream type thing that they sell us, thinking that we all gonna have this. No, we ain't gonna get it, but we think we are. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
go ahead.
I got you on that. Now, cousin, I got one for you. I heard this like 2 days ago, and I had to stop and think about it. When you go and celebrate somebody's birthday and you sing the happy birthday song, right? Listen to the words of the song and then realize that you light candles, you turn down the lights. Doesn't that look and sound like a ritual?
Yeah, of course.
Placing more degradation of age on your body?
Even if you look at the word spiritual, who brought this up? I think it was Marlon, is another live that I follow. or I know Venetia just walked in, and I know she would vouch on me on this, and she's probably the one who brought it up. Actually, ritual is in the word spiritual. So what are the what are the rituals that you're doing within your spirit? What are the habits that you have? What are you doing with what you have? This is why I'm saying we need to be more solution focused. What are we doing? What are we presenting to other people? What are we giving to other people? But what are we also doing for ourselves? What are those rituals? What are those habits? Those behaviors?
Right. And then I always try to ask the why. Why am I doing this? Is it because everybody always been doing it? I'm just following? Or do I really believe this shit? Or, whatever.
Spirit is on time, because when Venetia just came in here and I knew it was her. And she was the one who brought this up. This is how the spirit moves. I'm
Come
telling
on
you.
up here. Come on up here.
Hold up, y'all. I'm gonna do oh boy, I'm gonna do a refresh. And I'm
Yes.
gonna let
No,
y'all rock it out. And if the live shut, it shuts. Let me do a refresh real quick. What's the deal, Venetia? I see you down there. Do a refresh.
I
I'm tired.
love Venetia. Like, she brings so much